carried and placed the vehicle on the door, rather than he saw what appeared to be the vehicle being placed in the car by this woman. So it's a suffix to the English. Mas uma zaga, that's not what it says. It's always been authentication. But he said that he got to appear over and over to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the word says Hachtozer is to say, Leida, the word says Leida, it brought it to the in Leida. So first of all, what did the see? What did she miscarry? Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or there was a Luchati that just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, not that she expelled miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. See, first of all, looking over the butt, see was it an ankle or not? If it's over an ankle.
Rocket, everybody. It's the Challenger rocket.
This is getting worse and worse. Make it stop.
You know what? Something we've never done on this show before. Carrie Mitchell is the head of food and beverage here. Put a hand for Carrie, everybody. I'm going to make an order that we've never had before. Can I have a syringe of crystal meth? We're going to inject your neck one more time, and we're going to have you... Actually, I know a guy that drove here from Jersey, so Rich, you're going to go rock and roll. The good news is if you come for a drive, you get tired.
I have 38 years sober, and after that, I want to get high. He just fucked up my whole fucking life.
It's unbelievable. Brian, you're not allowed to sign up for the show for the rest of your life. I don't ever want to see you again. I'm going to make sure Dom fires you. I'm going to make sure Eleanor fires you. You'll never work in show business. And by show business, I mean recording other people's Zoom podcasts again.
Blacklisted, Tony?
Blacklisted. Here it is. Actually, you get no joke book, no keychain, no hairy situation book. You get nothing. I want you to leave. I want you to never come back. You go back to Poor Choices across the street. You stay there. I want security to handle this. He's not allowed to hang out.
Thank you. My flight isn't until tomorrow.
What?
My flight wasn't until tomorrow.
Okay, very good, Brian. I hate you. Every ounce inside of me. I can't stand you. You're one of the worst human beings in the history of a lot of fucking video editors. And let me tell you, some wearing like fucking jumpsuits, like dance or something like that. You and your entourage came in.
I thought it was cool as fuck.
It's the show. It's the show that you're on.
I get it.
Okay.
Watching you roast a room full of people, I was like watching Da Vinci paint, bro. I mean, I love roasting. It's really cool.
You know what? You're the best performer I've ever seen in my entire life. Mike, there you go. You got a big joke book last time? Guess what? But you're leaving with a small one this time. It's going to be something with that. Mike Ryan, everybody. I'm done rapping. I'm retiring forever. You hit my brain. Straight to the mullet. I just got told a big story by a guy with a mullet. I bet he has bad breath. He's hiding with liquid death. Sorry. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Brian T. Lecata. Brian T.
What's up, guys? What's up? How are you? So I just got married this month, right? And my wife, she's got today modern relationship, right? And that means she's got the job. I still have money. You know? And, I'm worried about it, right? Because I don't want to get divorced. And talking to my real Kinzo, Italian friends, right? And hilarious. He's like, yo, dude, how are you possibly going to stay with her for years?
Story by a guy with a mullet. I bet he has bad breath. He's hiding with liquid death. All right. We'll make some noise for your next comedian. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Brian T. Licata, everybody. Brian T.
What's up, guys? What's up? How are you? So I just got married recently, right? And my wife, she's dubbed it a modern, traditional relationship, right? And that means she's got the job, but I still have to buy the engagement ring, right? You know, and I'm worried about it, right? Because I don't want to get divorced. And I'm talking to one of my real Kenzo, Italian friends, right? And hilarious. He's like, "Yo, dude, how are you possibly gonna stay with her forever, right?" And I was like, "No, like statistically speaking, there's absolutely no way we can make it to the end of this thing, right?" And you're just shooting stocks. But no, right? So I'm in this modern traditional relationship, and I was, she's so modern, right? And I'm so traditional. She's so modern that she paid for this trip, right? And I'm traditional, so she didn't pay for it. I would have hated her,
Shut up. Brian, Zero, what was supposed to happen there exactly?
Well, I was in town for one more night and I didn't have much to do. So I
signed up for a show where people do stand-up comedy.
Yeah, it's Eleanor Carrigan, but I'm working on my resume.
That's my tech guy. He does my videos.
Are you fucking serious? Are you serious? Your tech guy signed up and just ate a file of shit on the show.
At least I got called.
You didn't know you were going to get called. Yeah, no one knows they're going to get called. Did you ever seen the show before?
No,
I'm going to put you through 10 minutes of fucking hell. That's what I'm going to do. I am so sick of this fucking shit. Yeah, man, I thought it was going to go good. I'm going to practice my writing. What do you practice your fucking writing before coming on a show with me, you nuts? What are you, video editor?
Yeah, I'm a video producer.
Oh, producer. Oh, me too. What the fuck are you producing? What are you making? Your imagination of your fucking brain. Tell me what you were
I'm producing Dom's podcast. And
That's why you interrupted.
What's my name? What's my name?
what the fuck were you thinking?
He's trying to get viewers. He's trying to get viewers. What was this?
Who's trying to get viewers?
I'm done.
This is your right-hand man, Dom? This is absolutely incredible. So you've never tried stand-up comedy before?
I've done 2 minutes.
Where did you do 2 minutes? I don't care. I'm saying I did show.
2 minutes on a show on a Wednesday.
I have a feeling a lot of guys have done 2 minutes and this guy's the most So Ryan, you signed up for the show. What did you think was going to happen? What's the best thing that fucking happened? What did you think this show was?
Well, I knew it was, and I knew I was going to bomb, but I was hoping to get the opportunity to at least get out here and see that I probably should do something.
Well, you also know that after the minute, I interview people.
Oh, yeah.
And I find out more about them. So why don't you tell me one fucking interesting thing about you? I want to know, because I know a lot of fucking video editors. And let me tell you, some of the most boring, fucking dull people I've ever met.
Okay, so I found this interesting. I used to shoot crystal meth in my neck.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. You were getting some
Used to. You have a big fucking neck. You look like a fucking Argonaut.
Incredible. Absolutely. Do you notice, are you on a phone call right now? What the fuck is going on with this show? This motherfucker is on a fucking phone call. Here guys this fucking video editor signing up for the goddamn show. 220 souls dying to get on this show, signing up every week. Some fucking editor from LA. Oh, it's just here for Jersey. You live in Jersey?
Yes.
So how do you do Dom's podcast from New Jersey?
We produce it online.
Oh my god, I hate you more and more every second it takes
Well,
place.
it's just because
I
they
just
want
send
us
you
together in the same
shut the fuck up, Brian.
Listen.
So they send you the raw video file? How does this work exactly?
No, we shoot it all together online, and then I cut it up to the
So it's in Zoom, and then you say that you produce that. So somebody sets up Dom's camera for him, right? And you sit there and you hit record on the Zoom, and that makes you a producer.
Well, it's really more of the editing aspect.
Okay, so what do you edit?
Well, some words you haven't said anymore, some special stuff on the show.
I've heard some of the words that Dom says. That you actually have a lot of work on your
Hey, can I tell them that the next act is my real estate agent?
It is incredible. It's unbelievable, Brian. What do you think the funniest thing you've ever done in your entire life is?
Probably bomb hair.
No, come on. The funniest thing. I mean, seriously, here you are. You signed up for a comedy show, and I love this. You know, what I get a lot of is what I heard a lot is that, you know what I hate what Tony does is when somebody fucking signs up and didn't prepare and didn't do it, and Tony sits there and he interviews them. He should just get rid of them immediately. But I think the exact fucking opposite, Brian. I want to keep you up here and squeeze the absolute life out of you. I want to send you back to just the saddest human thing you've done, Brian. Every word you say, every time you say anything, you're worse. You're digging yourself a deeper hole. I'm going to make sure that every time you're on dating apps and things like that with a girlfriend, I'm going to make this your bio for dating apps, things like that. I'm going to force this upon you. I'm going to make fake Brian Licata. Yeah, this is going to be your fucking bio. Is this interview? So tell me the most interesting thing about you, Brian, right now. Most interesting thing about
Most interesting thing about me is there's just so many things. There's just so many things that
he's moving around. It's like an unfunny Casey rocket, everybody. That's the Challenger rocket.
This is getting worse and worse. Make it stop.
You know what? I'm going to do something we've never done on this show before. Carrie Mitchell is the head of food and beverage here. I'm going to get for Carrie, everybody. I'm going to make an order that we've never had before. Can I have a syringe of crystal meth? We're going to inject your neck one more time. And we're going to have you. Actually, I know a guy that drove here from Jersey, so you're going to have to rock and roll. The good news is if you don't drive, if you get tired.
I have 38 years sober. After that, I want to get high. He just fucked up my whole fucking life.
It's unbelievable. Brian, you're not allowed to sign up for the show for the rest of your life. I don't ever want to see you again. I'm going to make sure Dom fires you. I'm going to make sure Eleanor fires you. You'll never work in show business. And by show business, I mean recording other people's Zoom podcasts again.
Blacklisted, Tony?
Blacklisted. Here it is. Actually, you get no joke book, no keychain, no Harry situation book. You get nothing. I want you to leave. I want you to never come back. You go back to Poor Choices across the street. You stay there. I want security. That's it. He's not allowed to hang out.
Thank you. What the fuck were you thinking? Look at my flight isn't until tomorrow.
What?
My flight isn't until tomorrow.
Okay, very good, Brian. I hate you. Every ounce inside of you. I can't stand you. You're one of the worst human beings in the history of this show. You're terrible. I like your gold chain, though. You can leave that. There he goes, Brian Licata. Get him out of here. Don't clap. Don't clap. Hold silence.
Do not encourage that at all. Fuck. I am sorry. I will have him executed. I apologize.
Well, you can't hang with that neck. That was unbelievable. If you could see it, I mean, like, William Montgomery signed up for a whole year without getting up. Well, assholes like that are getting pulled out of the bucket.
So there's only one way to bring the show back to life again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another regular. He is a sensation, a force of nature. Make some noise for Kill Tony's own Cam Patterson, everybody.
That last nigga was terrible, so I took his chain. You know what I'm saying?
I told you I got to.
Yeah, garbage ass nigga. I'm glad it was bad because my minute ain't gonna be great. All right, let's get into it. Yeah. I've been trying this shit all week, nigga. Nobody been laughing, but I got a haircut and I'm pissed off about it. I look like a bitch, man. I look like a real fuck nigga right now. I used to look like a real street nigga, man. I look like a white nigga got a hair like a Rottweiler or something, and his nails blue. I feel like a real fuck nigga right now. My mama told me I should do it, thought it would be a good idea, but I shouldn't trust that bitch. She's a horrible person. She had me getting bald fades. I was like in 7th grade. She not a good person to talk about with hair, you know what I'm saying? Okay, I told her I was gonna be great. What I said? I said it. Somebody told me I look like a high school musical basketball star. That pissed me the fuck off. It sounded like the black Corbin Blue. That nigga already black, dog. He's already a nigga. I can't be a black nigga. He's already a nigga already, man. That's it. I look like that one episode of SpongeBob. Like, I'm normal. Goof ass nigga. I'm done.
Dominic, no.
You're not allowed to say the N-word. I'm gonna have Brian edit it out. No, yes, you can think it, Dom. I give you permission to think the N-word right now. What's that? I love the haircut, Cam. Where did you get it done at? Did you go to a white barber?
I went to a black barber, but I told him to take a little bit off the top, and he just got fucking trigger happy, dog.
Yeah.
And it started going crazy. He did a good job. I do look like a young man or a young man. I don't like that. You know what I'm saying?
Like getting trigger happy. Was it a drive-by haircut?
It was bad, bro. I mean, I like it. It's great. It'll get better.
It's cool. For some reason, I can't remember what was your hair like before. This is like so different. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Explain to me why it was fucked up.
It was twins. It was two strands too.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So what about that?
I don't know. This one like a Men in Black did like erase my memory of what your hair was like.
I'm just scanning for a bald person to take the blame.
I want to know why Dee said that was fucked up. You very rarely, all the shit that I say up here, you very rarely say that's fucked up. I'm excited to hear why me not remembering what his hair was like before was fucked up. Is that a racial thing? Everyone. I'm sure. You don't really remember my number 2 and my number 3 Black Panther are always how dare I forget what his hair was like. So they got a little twist in the front.
I got good hair, bro.
Okay.
I got good hair, bro.
What do you do to it? How does that work? Do you wear one of those like head things at night?
Water. Not with this, I just straight. I wet that I put a little moisturizer in it, and I just hit the moisturizer.
No, we don't.
You don't get no hair.
We don't put moisture in it.
I put some little good tomato. He get it.
This guy
Yeah, you're hitting on me.
I don't play crazy. I fuck Cougars.
Absolutely. White Cougar meet Black Panther. Incredible. A meeting of the minds over here.
take his rocks out of his pocket.
Oh, shit. Wait a minute, man. Now I'm scared. Now I got nervous. Wait a minute. I got to go through.
I love it. What else is going on, Cam? What else is exciting in life?
Hey, shit to be running around. My IT is not exciting. My IT, been out of the hospital with my IT and shit. So I've been going back home and checking my IT and shit.
So your auntie is in and out of the hospital with diabetes?
No, not that. I mean, that is one of the things, but not the one. Goddamn.
I heard diabetes. I'm sorry. I was a little bit translator here.
Shit, not the hospital. So
John keeps mumbling the N-word, so I have trouble hearing what I really the audio in my right ear is a little bit muffled. He's thinking it so hard that I can hear it. I know his lips are moving, but he's thinking the N-word so hard that I can physically hear it. If I use this so you can see it on the back of his head. It's a hearing, like some digital artwork or something like that.
I'm saying the letter anymore. So you say, you know what?
Have you ever been called the N-word by a white guy?
Yeah.
Where's that happen?
I got when I was in seventh grade, a white boy called me a nigga, and me and my homeboys almost killed him.
Yeah.
What
did you do?
We beat the fuck out of him on the step. I can't fight real good. My homeboys can fight real good. So when they got him on the ground, I started kicking the shit out of him. G-word made a three-word, baby.
Well, we love it, Cam. Another fantastic performance. You did it again. Brought the show right back to life, like he always does. Cam Patterson back at it again. Hey y'all, if you're tired of harsh smoking, pumping attacks, or chugging water after every rip, it's time to upgrade to an icy freeze pipe. Freeze pipes are neat line of freezable glass pieces remove chest and throat burned by cooling smoke by over 300 degrees. The secret is freezable glycerin chambers that come in every single piece. Pop into these chambers in the freezer for 1 hour, and the smoke passes through. It's instantly chilled for an icy smooth experience. You can't get old pipes and bonds. Speaking of old pipes and bonds, here my old bond right band.
Honey, I love freeze pipes so much. I sleep next to it every night. I drift off into sleep and think about taking clean, soft, melted bone rips, the clouds, and I wake up in the night. I smoke that sucker. It's sitting right next to me. It's like my dreams come true.
That is an incredible story, Robin. Hey, did you get lost pipes in the bag for never goes over 100,000 happy customers? Visit freezepipe.com and use code KILLTONY for 10% off your entire order. That's the freezepipe.com and use code KILLTONY for 10% off. Shop today and get free shipping. Say goodbye to hard smoke forever. Hell yeah, the best. Oh, you want the chain back? Oh shit. Make some noise for your next comedian, Video Laughlin. One more time, everybody, for Video Laughlin, everyone. Make some noise for Biddy, everyone. 60 seconds uninterrupted.
Hi, my name's Biddy. I'm from Australia and I pronounce fuck off. I'm Irish Australian and I don't drink anymore, so my ancestors pissed. And they're pissed. I'm a single mom. I didn't find out the sex of my baby when I was pregnant, but I was kind of hoping for a miscarriage. At 20 weeks, I was convinced I was having a boy because I was sitting on the couch still waiting for him to make a move. And at 10 weeks, I didn't get that test to find out if my baby had Down syndrome because I didn't care. I would have raised it. If my kid had an extra chromosome, I would have told it to say funny things. Like when people say, we met before, they can go, no, I've just got one of those faces. I had a beautiful girl, and I called her Dolly because she likes singing her boobs. Her first word was dada. I was like, where?
There you go. All the time for video, everybody. Video Laughlin. Biddy, welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I started 14 years ago, but then I had like a 9-year break after a couple of years, and I just got back on before the pandemic.
14 years. What made you take a 9-year break?
Well, I fell into bed with too many comedians and developed alcoholism.
Ah, okay. And your alcoholism stopped your comedy?
No, the alcoholism kept going, but I stopped doing comedy and, stayed away from comedians.
Cheers. Gotcha. Absolutely. Yeah, imagine how many drinks it would take to fuck this guy. Absolutely. So, Biddy, you still live in Australia?
I do.
Okay. What part?
Adelaide.
Very nice. And is there a comedy club there?
There are two, and I don't get on one of them.
Right. What are they called again?
The Rhino Room and the Cranker.
The Cranker.
The Cranker, yeah.
And what do you do for a living?
I go busking on the streets, singing for money, and I have single mother benefits at the moment.
Busking?
Yeah.
So that's like street art?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you give us an example of what you do out on the streets? How many you want to see what Biddy does on the streets? Just a little showcase of your talents here.
Well, I don't have my guitar with me.
You play guitar?
Yeah, I play guitar and sing.
Like acoustic or electric?
Acoustic.
Can you play with an electric?
Yeah.
You can?
I
Would it
guess
be
so.
good? Why do you say no?
That'd be shit.
Okay. So you need a guitar.
Yeah.
You can't just sing.
Oh, I can sing.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
I'm gonna end up doing this better than anything you can do, I can do better.
Do you
Redman's already got your Instagram up. He's looking at videos of you singing. Wow. Look at that. This is my partner, everybody. 11 years we've been on this together. How did you end up following him? Do you know?
He was recommended by somebody. How'd you meet that guy?
At the Comedy Store in London many years ago. Yeah.
It's a bullshit place.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a real comedy store.
No, it's
People don't
not.
know that. It's just stole the name from a very famous comedy club. The Comedy Store.
Yeah.
Very odd that they would call themselves that. A very old video. What the story is with that. Probably allowed to do it because they're British and fucking.
International.
Yeah. Weird.
It's in Australia as well, right?
Yeah, they got one in Sydney.
Let's see.
The Comedy Store in Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
God, bunch of originalized countries. It's incredible. Come up with a single fucking idea on your own. That's why we dominate with our military anytime we want. How old's your kid now?
She's nearly 3.
Dolly is nearly 3. Where's Dolly at today?
She's getting babysat by the lady of care.com.
Wow. Here in Austin, Texas?
Yeah.
So you just found a random lady?
Well, you have to pay, so I figured they vetted them, and she also said she didn't think Hannah Gadsby was funny, so I was like, you'll do.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. That's a great test to make sure if it's a good lady, as long as they think Hannah Gadsby's not funny. Okay, let's sing something. What do we got here? Want to name a song or a chord or fucking anything? Just say anything, really. You want to go a cappella and then they'll follow you?
Yeah, right.
Okay, let's do that. You want me to sing the song for you?
What about, well, it ain't no use to sit and wonder why. You know that one? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. It ain't no use to sit and wonder why, baby. Do that you don't know by now. It ain't no use to sit and wonder why, baby. It'll never do somehow. The rooster crows at the break of dawn. Got your winter babe, and I'll be gone. You're the reason I'm traveling on. Don't think twice, it's alright.
It's a little break in between the verses here.
Well, it ain't no use in calling out my name, Lord, that you've never done before. Well, it ain't no use in calling out my name, Lord. I'm on the dark side of your door.
I love your style. I love your energy. Fantastic stuff.
If you're doing Thursday, we'd love to have you on the Super Show.
Changed my life.
Here's the big show. Oh, there you go. It's good. The hooks, they spin the other direction when they're Australian.
Please.
How about one more time? Good. New great video office.
Thank you so much. Hey, D-I-D-D-Y,
Lower on my video loud and D-I-D-Y-O-L-O-U-C-H-L-I-N. Lower on it. You're on a fun performance.
Wait, oh my goodness. How about a hand for the lovely Heidi, everybody?
Let's take it out.
Gina with 3 A's, .HG, as you believe, right?
Gina with 3 A's, .HG. If you guys want to follow her on social media, it's very hard, but go ahead and try. All right, your next comedian, 60 seconds uninterrupted, goes by the name of Kent Hunter, everybody. Kent Hunter. Here we go. Anything can happen.
I was listening to this 2 Chainz song the other day, and he said, "Pussy was so good, I missed my flight." And I'm not impressed, because for those of you who don't know, 2 Chainz is a black flathead rapper. Pussy or not, he was never going to make that flight. What would impress me is my grandfather gets the flights 3 hours early. He looked at me and said, "Pussy was so good, I missed my flight." I'm like, "What? Tell me, Graham got that good shit. Are you serious?" My joke's actually been doing really well recently. I'm talking about calling her up. And then, like, hey, look, pussy's a crowd pleaser. My dad, he calls weed dope. That bothers me a little bit. Because the only people who still say dope are old people talking about drugs and 12-year-olds when they get a Minecraft t-shirt for Christmas. So now I don't know if my dad's getting old or if my mom's a pedophile. Thank you guys.
Performance. I absolutely love that ace, well executed on the show before, correct?
This is number 4.
This is your 4th time on the show. You always look different.
I know.
Are you that shaky lately? Oh my God. Very famous in the history of culturity, it turns out. He always has a different disguise. Tonight he's got a new mustache and a backwards hat. Oh, okay. Everybody's getting their mullets on nowadays. I love it. We had a fat guy with a mullet on earlier. Very rare treat. Yeah, hell of a rapper. Kent, welcome back to the show. I love that minute. How long have you lived in Austin?
A year now.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
2 years.
2 years. Fantastic performance for a 2-year comic. And all of your sets have been good on the show, right? Yeah.
I try.
Look at that little smile coming through. Such a tough guy. Rich boss.
Like, are you sure that you can't wear a football helmet with a chin strap?
Why is that?
Because you don't have a chin.
It is true. He does not have a chin. His neck goes up to his bottom lip. There's nothing. It's the second comedian who did not hang himself. That's how they're building it nowadays. You know, so many comedians have hung themselves that they're now evolving to. It's a thing that's happening in real life. As the comedians of the future cannot hang themselves. However, I think we can figure out a way for Brian Lombardo to get some help. We're going to really tighten it up, figure it out. Not you, though. No hanging yourself for you. So, remind us, what do you do for work, Ken?
I'm an HEB.
HEB. Right? When he couldn't possibly get any more likable, he works at the absolute staple of Texas, the greatest grocery store to ever exist, HEB. And what do you do at HEB?
Stock shelves.
You stock the what better job for you than stocking shelves? You have the height, you have everything going for you. I noticed you famously had shaky legs. I'm not really seeing it tonight. Are they? Oh, yeah, there they are. All right, yeah, we're over there. There it is. That's the noise. Michael's got the sound effects over there. When you hear that rattling cowbell, that means we got shaky legs. Look at there they are. Is there any other time in your life where your legs shake from nervousness?
Whenever I'm really nervous or scared.
But it doesn't happen during your minute, does it?
No, I'm comfortable with my minutes.
You're comfortable with your minutes, you're comfortable doing stand-up, it's this interview part that's the best of you. What is the question that you're so afraid that I would ask?
I don't know. I'm just...
Michael, you keep an eye on it over there. I want to know, because I can't see. I got Eleanor and Rich leaning forward over there. I need to know. Oh, you're good. Go ahead. I want Michael to let me know. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I saw that one. Whoa. All right. What are you afraid of me asking? What makes you so nervous during the interview part? You're a likable guy. You're very nice. You have HEB, HIV, everything going for you. What makes you nervous?
I'm just not that good with improv off the rip, so I trust my minute. I know it's going to be funny, where I don't know if I'm going to be funny in the interview.
You're doing just fine, dude. Ryan, I don't know about you guys. This guy's fucking Richard Pryor in the interview portion of me right now. You're doing just fine, buddy. Just relax a little bit. Look at those legs. Tom Herrera, one of the all-time greats, the most veteran guest of our history of guests. What do you think about this guy? I think he's got an attitude problem. Yeah, fuck you, man. What business? Sorry, that's not good. That was perfect. You don't call me Fantastic. I love it. So what else is going on in your life, Ken? It's been a while since we've seen you.
It has.
The lady fucking human vibrator, you? Give it a little fucking shaky third leg, huh? You ever get inside of a girl and just picture me asking questions? Hello. Hi, Kent, it's me. She's you turn on that fucking shaky leg and that bitch is just so crazy. I love what's in this.
Boy, I'm coming in an instant. That's great. Do you get nervous during sex? Does that happen?
Completely honest. I haven't had sex.
Wait, you're a virgin? No.
Do you want to see if it works?
Eleanor's ready to go. Eleanor's ready. We're going to take some of Cam Patterson's hair moisturizer, spray it down there, and we're going to be ready to go. We're going to oil the little tin man she's got between her legs. That pussy's like, need oil.
It just squeaks a little, but then once you get in there and start fucking shaking, it comes right open. Sorry. Trust me, I know. I had this in me earlier. Trust.
I can't realize why it was called liquid and fall on. Oh, this is what a treat.
Dying in here.
Luckily, there's enough space for me to breathe. A lot of light today. So explain to us, how old are you, Ken?
20.
20 years old. Now, are you a religious guy? How do you maintain your virginity?
Looking like this apparently.
You're a good looking guy. I'm not buying into that. There's a lot of fucking monsters that have been on this stage. I want to know what's going on here.
Oh, it was very awkward.
Yeah? Tell us what's the closest you've gotten. Have you gone down on a girl?
I have not.
Have you had a girl go down on you?
I have not.
You're into girls, though. You're
Yes.
positive about that. What kind of porn do you jerk off to?
Lesbian.
I like this one. Lesbian beat. He really did. There's some lesbians in the audience. I hate a guy in rock, paper, scissors, and we were looking through scissors every time. So, you've never gone down on a girl, a girl's never gone down on you. Have you made out with a girl?
Yes.
Okay. When's the last time you made out with a girl?
Before I moved here.
Before you moved here? How long ago? A year ago?
Yeah.
Really? You've never kissed a girl in Austin?
Oh, I kissed a girl on your show the first time I got picked.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. It was riveting. Motherfucking house. Oh my goodness. I love it. So you're killing it, Dom. You're killing it. Yo, Dom, available now if you like a well-edited Zoom podcast. Look at me. What do I do?
Boss and I have been on it.
Oh, you've been on Dom's show?
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely.
It really does.
You've been on it, so you zoomed in.
Yeah.
You say it like you did.
Yeah.
There he is now. Dom show. Ready for another episode of Yo Dom. I love it. Okay. So, when's the last time you were on a date with a girl? I'm gonna try to get you married, Ken. I know. This is like a way Get me those. No, that's impossible. Let's see, I can't hear. So, let me ask you this. What would be you would do if you go on a date with a girl? Do you have your own apartment?
Oh, no.
Do you have a roommate?
Yes.
Do you have multiple roommates?
I do.
How many roommates do you have?
3.
Okay. How many bedrooms are this place?
It's a 4-bedroom house.
4-bedroom house, you have 3 roommates. So every bedroom is taken.
Yes.
You have your own bathroom.
No.
How many people share your exact
Me and the guy across from me.
the other guy across from you? This is probably
Yeah.
okay. What? What'd you say? Did we get to give you a direction turn on this one? I got a bone in it. Let's do a spit take there. It's the 4th bedroom. Do you like? Is that what it is? Yeah, right then. It's terrible. 4 bedrooms, 3 roommates. It's a little 4. So, Ken, have you ever gotten a girl back to your place?
No.
No, never. Have you gone on a date since being on this?
Yes.
What did you do on this date?
It ended up being really awkward. We were supposed to go to food trucks and then have like a picnic in the park with the food from the food truck.
Smart.
And we got to the food truck place and she wasn't hungry. So we ended up just going to the park. Yeah.
Did you think about taking her to perhaps anything else? You just went and sat in the park?
Well, originally we were going to do mini golf.
Okay, what happened to mini golf? She didn't want to do that.
She had no arms.
Very shaky arms.
Yeah, I don't know. At first she was down for mini golf and then just changed her mind and wanted to do food instead.
So she wanted to do food
And then wasn't hungry. Yeah.
and then wasn't hungry. How long did you hang out in the park with this girl?
About 2 hours.
About 2 hours, and you talked about what, your life and stuff? So
Yeah.
like celebrity, you have sibling.
She has no clue about comedy. I was trying to ask me comedy questions, which was quite annoying.
Yeah, that's the worst.
She was asking me like how to write a joke.
Oh, jeez. I'm probably gonna pull her out of the bucket next.
You go on a date with Brian Licata?
Yeah, exactly. So how do you edit a video? So wait, you just hit the button that says record in the corner? And then what? That's it? Oh, I hate him so much. Oh, I just made my hatred boils over my loins.
Not you.
No, poor Kent up here. Hope shaking legs like me. No, we're talking about a guy from earlier. I broke his leg shaking. Oh, shit. Sorry, Ken. Sorry to scare you there, little buddy. I like you, Ken. I like you a lot. The shelves are always stocked at HEB. I have no reason to hate you. You're the man. Everything's always squished out of everything's always perfectly stocked. I mean, it's right there. You ever notice that? Somebody takes something off a shelf and his store just runs right out with a replacement. Okay, so are there any single ladies in the audience? Clap your hands together. Okay, who was that? Who was that? Stand up and do it again. Stand up. Who did that? Stand up. Oh, shit. Ken, what do you think? You see that out there? You can't see? I don't think it matters, Ken. You see her now?
She's cute.
Did you sign up? You did? What's your name? Hannah Gregg. And you're single? If you, if I give you a minute, will you go on a date with Kent? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, put the mic in the mic stand. Put the mic in the mic stand and stand backstage. I'm going to bring you back out here in a second. There goes Kent Hunter. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, we have 60 seconds uninterrupted. From the audience, a representative of the Rose.
Fuck yeah, what's up, Boston? Hell yeah. So I'm divorced and retired for the same reason. The good old gay United States Navy. What's up? No, it's fun. It's fun being a white woman looking like this though, because like, you know, I got a white woman up my military experience. Like, you know, I got the BTS dizzle, what? You know, my only black friend told me, you know, it's okay as long as I don't add AR to it. It's fine. It's fine. The other cute one is I got Kablanzoed in the sandbox. Sounds a lot cuter than an IED in Iraq does. What's up? It's fine. No, the other one is like getting back out on the dating apps and shit like that. Fellas don't know who the fuck taught you how to slide into DMs, but hey, what's up? 10 inches question mark? Sounds more like a Subway ad. Maybe that's just me. The other one that's fun is like a lot of guys just peg me question mark. And it's like, I'm the last bitch you want to go in here, asshole. Like, I don't know shit about it, but thank you.
Okay, very likable, well executed minute. I love that. Have you done stand-up before?
Yeah, I do it in Colorado.
Colorado. What part of Colorado?
Denver, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, my friend who did really good on the show said I could shout him out if I did okay. So, Brian Sullivan, what's up?
Okay. You really want to get that out of your system. Rich Voss. This is great. Two people who have never been on a date are going to meet tonight. Yeah, and it's a little bit shaky. You're a little nervous too. I hear it in your voice.
Yeah.
Eleanor Kerrigan.
This is low on the spectrum.
I love your style. Me and my entourage wear the same jackets. What the fuck was that?
Tony's in the T-birds.
It's incredible. I love your style. So what branch of the military were you in?
The Navy.
Navy, absolutely. What did you specialize in there?
Oh, hell yeah. I fix airplanes.
Okay, because of the Navy?
Just like the Air Force, but not.
Okay.
Yeah, they told me I was too fat, so the Navy hit me on the way out. Like,
Oh my
let's go to boot camp, bitch. You know?
Less gravy, more Navy, you know what I'm saying? Love it. So what do you do for work now?
I'm a software engineer.
Okay, absolutely. I see why you said
Shaking.
see why that would exist. What exactly do you do with software?
So I build apps. I'm actually building a comedy app right
Is that a
now.
half skirt, half? What is that?
It's very distracting. Like an Instagram store, and you know, it's just
Is that what you thought you were buying?
not really. It's kind of like a wish.com situation. Yeah.
Did you buy that from a gay gladiator? Yeah, it looks like vampires and barbers. This is amazing. What else are you into, Hannah? What do you do for fun?
I grow mushrooms. If you can't tell that, hell yeah.
Alright, you grow a lot of mushrooms?
Not a lot. I just started, but like they're pretty easy.
How often do you do mushrooms?
Pretty consistently, honestly.
Oh, shit.
Not every day.
Okay. And so you're single right now, and you're in Austin for a bit?
Yeah, for the week.
Okay. Let's bring Kent Hunter back up here again. Here he comes. Whoa! Oh shit! There he is. I got good news for you. I found a girl that's definitely hungry. This one is gonna be. I got the bad news is she's not gonna want to go to the park afterwards. No trucks only for this one. Then you take her straight back to your place. You rush her past your roommates. Yeah, you just hop and skip and a jump. And then you throw her right down that pipeline. You know what I'm saying? Kid, how do you feel about this situation? Have you ever lost your virginity to a girl with PTSD on mushrooms? That, well, she's going to turn your software into hardware real quick. Are you willing to go on a date with Hannah Gray? Okay. Doesn't seem excited about it. Let me ask you again. We'll edit that one out. Ken, you want to go on a date with Hannah?
Yeah.
What night are you free this weekend? This fucking picky choosy motherfucker. Thursday. Is Thursday good for you? Works for you. All right. You know what? I'm gonna set this up. I'm gonna get you guys. What? Yeah, but this is a secret show. Yeah.
Somebody said a room. I like that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, maybe they go to dinner. I'm gonna take care of dinner. I'm not gonna say where. We'll keep it a secret location. But I'm gonna get you guys reservations, and I'll put fucking what, $200? Yeah, there you go. Lesbian yelling out numbers. Jesus Christ Almighty. I'll give $200 to you guys, secret location. You have dinner at 6:30 on Thursday, and then you guys do spots at the secret show, and then you fuck this shaky motherfucker's brains out. Sound like fun? Good? Is that good? Ken's acting like I'm Me-tooing right now. Look, this is gonna be good for you. The good news is you only have half a skirt to take off. Alright, it's gonna be easy breezy, you bust a nut, and then you're one down. You're gonna have a whole new confidence after this. Okay, Ken? Who's excited about this? Ken's gonna lose his virginity. This is the craziest show on planet Earth. A lot of other shows, you win a briefcase of cash or something like that. We're gonna have 2 threes fuck on Thursday. It's gonna be incredible. Here they go, Kent Hunter and Hannah Gray, a double date, free dinner, and then show, and then sex in a house with 40 roommates. Only on Kill Zone do dreams like this come true. Oh my god, too much fucking fun. Down my rear.
It's a little like a recharge.
Brian has his work out. He has a lot of work on your show, doesn't he?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat for you. This guy, a polarizing figure in the history of the show. I absolutely love him, and I've always said, off stage he's so funny that I believe that every time I always said I think it's going to get better and better at stand-up comedy. The boy wonder has been doing spots all over the country. This is no opportunity to hustle around, sell tickets, and do long sets trying to get better. Here, with a brand new minute, I present to you the return, once again, of Uncle Laser. There he is, live in the flesh. Oh shit, there he is. Oh my goodness. The lizard man himself, Uncle Laser.
Y'all like turn up and go like this. Whose ring STD pen in the Planned Parenthood this morning. And I just learned that PH actually stands for pussy health. Now, ladies, when it's off, y'all ain't got like a little check engine light. It says, hey, I should go to EBGON. This shit look contagious, right? I made love to a forklift driver the other day. I went down on him, and it always smells the same. Why does bad pussy always smell like Chernobyl? This woman's pussy lips look like an iguana neck. Her clitoris was calloused over and hard, like an octopus beak. Easy to find for once.
Okay, a minute. Opportunities for laughter in there. Great set. Uncle Laser. How much of that is true? That's frightening. The level of woman that you're hanging out with in this world.
Well, for the joke purposes, I made her a forklift driver, but she's actually nighttime bothering me. That's a stripper. And she's a nice young lady now. I don't know if y'all know this. I thought UTI was a lady disease. I don't know if men can get that. And I'm currently walking around with this shit right now. And what had happened is she had a yeast infection as a wet home by the finger. You know, we'll be fine, right?
It's the yeast.
Yeast to my words, yes. And now my kidneys feel like they're gonna explode.
Oh my god. How long have you had this UTI for?
About 4 weeks now.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because again, believe it or not, I hang out with Uncle Laser sometimes. And about 3 weeks ago, I remember you saying that you got a UTI and that your kidneys hurt.
Well, I took care of it later since that point, but I hadn't finished the antibiotics all the way, and then she had it too. It fucked me like a super variant.
This is why I just can't get enough. He's so entertaining, and it's all real. Look how serious his face is right now. No shaky leg to be found on this motherfucker.
I've been drinking cranberry juice and vodka nonstop. I know, Ryan, I know. What you like?
The old Ric Flair, cranberries and vodkas. I know.
But then the craziest part is, like, 3 days after, so I'm gonna get taken care of. I go play better stuff. But she went to jail like 3 days later. Like big girl jail. They picked her ass up. She's still in jail.
She had a warrant?
She had a kangaroo. Like an old lady, she probably with a cartel in some fashion or form, right?
hold on.
Jenny baby kangaroo shit. Oh, that's not. You can't buy that at PetSmart.
Now, again, the interesting thing here, it sounds like he's crazy and silly and making stuff up, but I literally remember seeing it in one of your many, you post a lot of Instagram stories. You can almost always tell what Laser's up to if you follow him on Instagram. And literally, I mean, I don't even like say, oh my god, what is it? Like, I'm not surprised by anything anymore on this guy's life. And meanwhile, I did see a story, and I haven't even mentioned this to you, a kangaroo bouncing around in somebody's apartment with like roommates and shit. It seemed like the last guy's place we were at. And it's wearing a diaper.
Well, you don't want to shit on carpet.
Okay. Just learning me indoor kangaroo game here.
No one really defines what a potty training is because you're not supposed to be inside. You're not supposed to be domesticated. You're not to stretch the imagination. You know?
And so you go to her place. She has a kangaroo in a diaper hopping around. Do you pet it? What do you do?
That's fucking neat. You know, what the fuck am I supposed to say there? You know, I don't know, man. When the motherfuckers grow up, they're vicious. You can't keep them that. There's no way. Like, they'll eat shit up.
Did you see this kangaroo?
Yeah, it was a baby. It was cool. It smelled like carrots or something. Like, smelled like I don't know the word I'm looking for, but it's infection. Right there from the corner pocket, baby. Yeah. Yeah, no, she like put like YSL perfume and shit on it, so it smelled like a woman. It was weird. That's expensive ass perfume. I don't know if you know that now.
What's that?
YSL.
What now?
Absolutely. No, I know. Eleanor was not like this kind of guy.
This is the complete opposite of camp. I don't know what this is. It's hard to understand too, but I mean, I like it. I'm enjoying it. I love wrestling.
Same.
I'm good.
Oh, yeah.
Joe Cam all crayon. That's what this guy is. So, when are you getting this UTI checked out?
Well, I got the medication. I got it this morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you taken it yet?
Yeah, I took some today. And I took lots of painkillers. I did it with driving out. So.
That sounds about right.
Like, let me ask you ladies here a genuine question. Like, so my mama was from the 80s, and she's different. Right? She fucking talented, Alice Cooper, okay? Different time. She's a different type of woman. And she used to douche with vinegar. And if that's the thing, that was the thing, right? And then I guess the cosmopolitan come out and say, your pussy clean as hell. That's not. This like I know. But then you could
What's your question?
I just.
also use oil. Yeah, so I don't know where I'm going with that, man. They can do the suppository now. You know, if you put the suppository in your vagina, it'll cure whatever you got, but if you put it in your mouth and eat it, it'll kill you. That's strange to me. If you put the suppository, it'll kill you. If you put it in your vagina, boom, you're brand new. You know what I'm saying? That pussy's the bomb, you know?
Like a boric acid?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called. I might be fucking up the word, but
There you go. You're good.
get it for us, man.
You just call everything you don't know vinegar?
You can drink vinegar, it won't kill you. That's the point I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. That's some wise chewing tobacco wisdom from Uncle Laser. How are you not a fucking
I'm a felon.
You're a fella.
That's pretty honest.
It says it right on his throat.
Laser, another fun minute, another fun interview there. You guys also make sure we're going to keep it moving now. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to the game. Are you guys still hanging in there? Make some noise for your next comedian. 60 seconds for Austin Young, everybody. Austin Young. Here we go.
How's it going? I'm single. I need a lady in my life, and not for companionship or anything. I'm almost 30 years old, and I don't want a bone. Single bowl, man. I've just been eating cereal out of containers that were designed to store ham. And I'll be honest, man, I was far too content with it. Like, I was ready to live the rest of my life like that until I had a lady over. And she's like, hey, where are your bowls? I'm like, I don't have any. And she's like, I want you to know this is a huge red flag. I'm like, any other red flags I should know about? She's like, yeah, guys that don't have headboards. I'm like, what you think I got? Headboard money? I ain't got bowls. Plus, you know how ridiculous a headboard would look on an air mattress? That's what it's like. Thank you guys so much.
15 seconds from Austin Young. Been on this show before. Welcome back.
Yes, sir. Third time.
I love it. Welcome. How did that feel for you?
Felt very good.
So what do you eat the cereal out of?
Out of ham bowls, Oscar Mayer bowls. You can reuse them.
Ham bowls.
Yeah, ham bowls. Hillshire Farms. It's got some depth to it.
Oh my God.
I clean it.
Plastic
bowls, yeah.
You eat cereal out of, how many times do you refill those?
I mean, usually till the box is gone, but
Wow. You're a very big boy,
I
Austin.
am a big boy.
I would expect you eating cereal out of the bathtub or something like that. Here you are.
I might, man. That's a good ass idea.
Yeah. Just remember to plug the hole at the bottom.
Of course.
Rich fellas.
Now, what do you drink your loaf milkshakes out of?
Great answer. Absolutely. You're a master improviser of food. So you really don't have a headboard?
I don't know.
Do you really have an air mattress?
I mean, I used to, but I mean, I'm doing pretty good. I got a mattress now. It's just a mattress on the floor.
Right. It's just a deflated air mattress.
Yeah.
Eleanor?
That air mattress would squeak the way this squeaks without oil.
Oh, yeah, but I can't even imagine that air mattress with you on it. So now you have a real mattress with no headboard.
No headboard.
How far are we from the headboard?
I mean, I can get one, but I just don't want to carry it up to my apartment.
Okay. You have a second story apartment?
Yeah, it's like 2 floors. I gotta walk it up. It's a real bitch. So.
Second story would be 2 floors. That is correct. Do you have things up the stairs sometimes?
All the time, man.
But not a headboard.
Not a headboard.
Not for you.
No.
You made the decision.
I have. I'm fucking deaf.
Okay.
Now I understand.
What do you do for work, Austin?
I'm a truck driver.
You're a truck
I
driver.
drive trucks.
You drive trucks.
That's
Yes,
right.
a truck driver drives truck, and the second story has 2 sets of stairs. We're learning a lot here.
Yeah.
All right. What's your route lately?
I go down to Laredo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you like to do? You stop off anywhere? Do you this guy? What do you do?
Oh, they don't let trucks in Buckhead all night and then just listen to podcasts and whatnot. It's pretty cool. I screen to keep me awake. That's nice.
You really do that?
Yeah, I'll just screen.
Does that work?
Oh, it works.
Can you put the microphone down by your waist and just show us what your actual scream in your truck sounds like? Don't do it into the mic.
All right.
It's a good scream.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what girls do when he walks in the room.
What is your love life like,
I'm
Austin?
doing all right. I actually hooked up with a lady in Dallas after that Adam Ray weekend, so that was cool.
Okay, let's
Shout
go.
out Gabby, your pussy felt real good. She's actually a big fan of the show too, so
Wow, the pussy felt real good. Better than a normal pussy or average?
I made better than the average bear, but fucking it felt nice.
And you went no condom.
No, I was like, I have some, like, I'm
He's got a sweet face. I'd let him get away with that.
My goodness gracious. Absolutely incredible. So So, how did this Gabby situation happen? She hung out with you after the show or something?
Yeah, she met. I did a show in Fort Worth like the week before, and then she started following me, and then
On Instagram?
yes, on Instagram. So I just hit her up and saw she was in Dallas. I was like, hey, I'm gonna be opening for Adam Ray. If you want to come, and then so
They're on your guest list.
I sure did.
Sweet, sweet boy.
Yeah,
Next thing you know, you're in some good pussy.
do some great pussy.
Wow. How long do you think you lasted there? You have a lot of stamina?
What's that? Oh yeah, I got my recoveries like a son of a bitch.
So you go again.
Oh yeah.
So what type of recovery were you talking about? The ladies are all very, oh, that's a guy. They're all very interesting.
It's alright, he's cute. It's like, it doesn't take long. It's just a couple minutes.
Couple minutes?
Yeah.
Wow, look at you. Do you do anything special to fucking get it hard again? You like reverse scream or something?
Yeah. Just think how good that pussy felt. That usually does it.
You just think about it again, use your imagination. 2 minutes later.
The quicker I get harder, the you know, I can put it back in.
That's actually a good point. This man states a lot of very obvious things. He's a truck driver. He drives trucks. Lives on the second story. 2 flights of stairs. You get your dick hard, the quicker you get to put it in again. Absolutely unbelievable. The man of many known things.
Very,
Let us know.
very simplistic. Very simplistic. Keep it simple, buddy.
Julie, what's she do?
Oh, of course.
Makes or something?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I never miss a meal.
No one's gonna argue that. It's in the pudding and you eat it. You fucking love
That's right.
Now, a guy like you, because like I'll eat a cup of pudding, right? And I'll be like, that's barely any pudding, right? I was just getting started with this pudding, now I'm done with it. You don't, it seems like a guy like me and you should not be eating a sip. Do you eat more than 1 cup of pudding?
I might have to.
Look at that. Absolutely.
That usually satisfies my pudding craving.
Have you ever binged the food in which even you're like, Jesus, what a bunch of fun?
Oh, every time I go to a Polo's, it's like
Polos?
a whole pizza. Like,
You got like a whole pizza.
not a whole pizza, but like I can get like half of it. Like that was a lot. It's a big pie.
Wow. Incredible. And you're talking about a large or an extra large?
The extra large, of course.
Wow, that's like the size of a headboard.
It is.
Have you ever thought about it?
That thing only lasts about 4 minutes.
There you go. Goddamn right. Okay. Austin, you've been on the show before. You have a big joke. Hope you get it again. Another good minute. Another good interview.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
You finally got a bucket full that's actually here. 4 people are left. I don't know how that happens. Right? Oh, South 5 people. Oh, that'll do. Weird festival goers that signed up and then left. Very weird. But the good news is I finally got somebody that is here, and he's a young legend of the show. This guy did so good on his debut episode of the show that we had him perform in a fucking arena at the age of, I think he's 16 or 17 or something crazy. Look at that, 17. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you a brand new minute from 17-year-old Holden the Shade Zone. What's up? How you guys doing? Alright, yeah, that is true. I just turned 17. Fuckable in a year. You know, 1 more year till I don't have to lie about my age on porn sites. I'm pretty excited about it. I did have a joke about abortion, but still in the early stages of development, so I'll leave it alone. You know, I've been starting to notice a lot of acne on my face. You know, we've all got that. I've been Googling to see how to get rid of it. Turns out I have to be doing something I'm not willing to give up. I have to quit jerking off. I don't want to stop. But I do it so much that one of my buddies told me, you have to quit choking your chicken. I've never heard this before. But I choked mine so much that I gave it a name. You guys want to get a name? I named it George Floyd. Hold on. The good news is that the cop that killed him is probably being forced to choke a lot of chickens these days himself.
Maybe he's into it. I don't know, but based on giving clues, I think it's safe to say that he's into erotic asphyxiation. All right, that's it. There you go. Okay. Hard to tag a good choking the chicken George Floyd joke.
It's hard to follow that. That's true. I love that joke, by the way. I don't think you need a tag on that. Me and Rich Ross made 5 seconds of eye contact after that going like that. That's a pretty good sign. You choke the chicken so much that you call it George Floyd. Repeating it is so good. Incredible. Wow. I mean, a 17-year-old can get away with that joke. That's the good news.
Thank God those phones are locked up. Damn.
What?
Their phones are locked up.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, this will be on YouTube.
Let's kill Tony. We can talk about it.
We can talk about it. Absolutely. You took a shot. You actually made it. It worked. Sure. It works. It is an anomaly. It's a great joke. It is. Trying to think of tags that you could possibly say, but all of mine are basically sound like they're written by Tom Irera. They all end in the end.
Are you ready to lose?
Are you ready to lose?
Are you ready to lose? All of them. What'd you say, Zoot? Dog, it makes me never like. I'm done with that game. The game sucks. I'll play other games, but I'm done with that game. Because it's fucking rigged. Dog, we even went through the math. It was like a 1 in 7,000 chance that you would get that. I don't believe it. It's fucking rigged.
It's less because it was less. I think it's 1 in 2,500 did you get for $8, but less.
Dog, that shit is garbage. Dog, I don't give a shit. That was garbage and a lie. Fake news.
Come on.
Go, baby.
How does that work out?
Yeah. What do you mean?
When you get it in, it don't count.
Yeah, because it's on the break, dog. Yeah, baby. Look how good the shot is, dude. Fuck.
Once you get them one in, it's going to be a very easy shot to get to it.
Big dog, I'm going to get them all in. How about that? What are your thoughts on that, son?
I just helped.
Dog, you gave me the easiest shot ever. Look at this move. What was your question, dog? With Jafar Jackson?
Yeah.
Maybe. I've actually been super excited. It comes out next week?
Next month.
Oh. Yeah, I want to see it. Dog, how did you fuck that up?
Because I was going for a one shot.
That was dumb. Look how good this shot is. Oh, I did hit something. Wow. That meant that it wasn't scratched. That's flipping hilarious. Dude, that shot sucks. Oh, Zoo, you're giving me maybe the best opportunity to score in the history of humankind.
Rabbi, if time travel is possible, it's gonna die. So that's why you never find time travel.
Cool story, bro. I had a combo shot, big man, and I scratched.
Well, I had a blind shot.
Okay, well, no one really cares about that. Terrible.
Should be no different than what? Fallen idols. Having continues like an idol falls and breaks on its own. Its buckle, so to a belief, falls off of the tree. It should also be the buckle. Surely, if I'm a fertilizer, which was a shiny awesome, the acre of all the stuff up in the Kayamas. No, in the case of the fall of the leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is full. Intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that bizarre identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You might as well say other days, in base 42, the Gemara says, Shibuya. What about the case of shavings? That would like the Asher tree shavings. Let's go from environments where once again the primary part of the evolution, i.e. the tree is still in existence. We got to in that case, or both sides, he said, with Sarah, he has sort of a sheep and young family. We said that even in a case, ultimately, again, where you're pruning the tree for the
Dude, that was terrible. Dude, are you ready to see one of the best shots ever?
Rabbi, if you could make anyone, if you could get rid of your current president, first off, would you, the second or who would you make the current president?
I'd be the current president. There you go. There's an answer to your question. Do you know that the Rhino Room was mentioned on episode on an episode of Kill Tony? Yep. And there's another one they mentioned. What that you've never mentioned. What's it called? There's another stand-up comedy place in Adelaide. Starts with a C. I'll find it right now. This girl who I'm watching right now. Her name's Biddy O'Loughlin or something. Okay, it's coming up. Like within the last few years.
Beautiful girl, and I called her Dolly because she.
Take a 9-year break.
Well, I always kept going, but I stopped.
Oh, absolutely. So, Katie, you still live in Australia?
Here we go.
Okay. What part?
Adelaide.
Very nice. And is there a comedy club there?
There are two, and I don't get on one of them.
Right. What are they called again?
The Rhino Room and the Cranker.
Cranker.
The Cranker.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't you ever talk about the Cranker?
No, Ben.
Why haven't you ever been there?
You go there and there's like 10 people in the room. And it's like $20 in a tree, like 10 people.
You have to pay to do stand-up?
No, you gotta the Cranker is invite only.
Why is it invite only? Zoot, why is it invite only?
There's a new one opening up. There's a new one opening up as well.
Is the Rhino Room? You still don't know who owns that, do you?
No.
Okay, why don't you find out?
Do you think they make a lot of money?
Not with you as a comic. Yeah, but he's not like the biggest deal in the world. He's not Dame Edna. Dude, I hate that Dame Edna. She always freaked me out as a kid. She just like looked weird.
Yeah, because it's a big guy.
I know, not just that, it's just like she's just scary looking to me.
Because it's a man dressed up as a old woman.
Right. I get that. But she'd be on like you know how you were like she was or whatever, like that guy was like associated with like weird people.
Yeah, like Rothschild.
Yeah, that's that. It always gave me the creeps like that. He died in 2023, not that long ago. That one, no, the Dame Edna dude. Look at this shot.
No one cared.
He's got a dark side to him that I don't know. There's just something weird about that person.
I don't know. I think some stuff.
Yeah, I agree with you. I can't put my finger on it, but it would not surprise me if, like, within the next decade or so, somebody was like, "Yeah, that motherfucker was wild."
No one would be surprised.
Exactly. Oh, what a shot. Zoot. Bank shot, combo shot. Zoot. Bank shot, combo shot. Zoot. Bank shot, combo shot. Zoot. Look how good this shot is, Zoot.
But I know Rabbi is into weird stuff because streaming his life is strange.
Yeah, I mean, I'm into you. You're pretty weird.
But in saying that, I have no idea what your life looked like before you were streaming.
That's true. It was pretty wild, but like wild with like older women, not wild with children. And that was like during my 20s, during my late 20s and early 30s. It was very religious. Oh, look at that shot. Zoot, that was a blind shot. Zoot, did you see that shot? Oh, that wasn't considered a trick shot? I thought it was. This shit's garbage, dog. Zoot, are you going to score here?
Yeah. See, I don't know why I gave up as a child.
Okay, well. Zoot,
I was like religious until I was 8, and then like someone told me Santa Claus wasn't real, and then I stopped being religious.
Okay, cool story, Doug.
Santa Claus is real life.
All right, that's a neat story, man. And you can believe anything that you fucking want. All I know is that you suck dick at 9-ball trick shot. That's all I know. Zoot, are you ready for the best shot in the history of the game?
Yeah.
Zoot, do you think you could win? You're down 170 to nothing. No way you get this. No way. Just stop. Don't even try. Dog, don't even try. Make it. That would have been sick. Are you ready for the best shot you've ever seen?
Rabbi? Well, some people it was like weird as a kid. You saw someone from another culture or religious background there. You figured that's not so weird now.
Being vegetarian or being vegan?
Not so weird now.
No, not at all. I admire it greatly.
I never found it weird.
Okay, well,
That was vegetarian.
in the United States in the 80s and 90s, to be vegetarian was like a punchline, like to jokes. They would make jokes about people who were vegetarian, so it was like, oh, ha, ha, ha. And like generally vegetarianism or veganism is not part of an Orthodox Jewish lifestyle. We're commanded to essentially it's a mitzvot, it's a beneficial thing to eat meat on Shabbat, and we are in many ways commanded to eat meat. And there are arguments to be made that maybe in the future we won't, but as of right now we do. And so for someone to not eat meat was just considered very strange. Oh, come on. Oh, but give me that kiss shot. Wow, that's 40 extra points. That was a weird thing. What else was weird? Polygamy to some extent. But there was just kind of like an outdated custom. But I know like people did it at in historical times.
Hang on. I think in the future, so I think in the future people will be like so disgusted that we used to eat animals in these times when we had other choices.
I mean, they would recognize that the other choices aren't that good yet, but perhaps they're getting better. Look at this shot though, Zoot. Bullshit. Zoot, you're gonna lose by a record amount. Are you aware of that?
And there's nothing I can do even if I hit it. Best shot.
Zoot, are you proud of that shot?
Meh.
Why meh?
I wasn't really trying.
Why weren't you trying?
Because I was down fucking down.
Yeah, you were.
Okay. I used to have a crush on this girl from high school. She was in my heart. I never told her, but I told her. Well, my friend, not really. I just told someone at school. My memory that I had a crush on her, and then I told her. No weird.
Is that a true story?
Yeah, she pulled over. Yeah.
I mean, aren't you?
To Corey, what she said to after that, she said, I'm not into weird people like you.
She's hilarious.
What?
Dog, that bitch is funny. Well, I could see that, but I mean, that bitch is funny. I mean, weren't you weird?
Man, I couldn't talk to girls at all.
Why not?
Why couldn't I throw together with veg?
Yeah, that's my question for you.
I said, yeah.
Okay. Why didn't you slang dick like a pimp?
Sorry?
Why didn't you slang dick like a pimp?
Because I was fucking 14. 15?
Okay, I mean, I don't hear any excuses. Be a man.
The girls in the best school I went to, they were a bit they were like, I don't know, like, the first school I went to was like, that was just like, slut shaming was a big thing there. Like, you didn't, any girl that did anything, like, got her name, like, slut shamed for that first couple of years. I don't know if it got any different.
Were you friends with any of those kids after you left?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Zoot, do you know that you have an invitation and everybody, absolutely everybody's waiting on you? I'm going to dominate you on this whole.
I still speak to this my black friend that was in high school to this day.
Okay, why do you have to say that he's black? Why can't you just say he's your friend?
Because he wants me to say that.
He doesn't want you to say that he's black.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't. Shut the fuck up, dog.
Yeah, he does. If he met him, you would understand.
Dude, what are your thoughts on my shot? There were no black kids in my school, but as I got older, yeah, it's not necessarily racist. It's just I went to a religious school that did not have black people.
Your religion is racist.
No, I have black friends now, and I had black friends in my community. It's just the community I grew up in didn't have many. I mean, it was like an expensive school, and it was religious, and we're normal. What did you say?
Did you have any rich grandfathers?
Perhaps.
Maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped.
Rabbi.
Yeah, I had one of my grandfathers was an engineer. The other was a business owner, and the one who was a business owner was well off, pretty well off.
Okay. That doesn't matter.
That's what you asked.
What matters, Rabbi?
So you don't even know what you're talking about, dog. You're not even like making sense. Zoot, look at this move.
On average, it takes a comedian to make it.
Like 10 years to make it. Like 10 years.
Really?
For sure, dog. Even guys who are like like Cam Patterson's probably the best example. He before he did Kill Tony, he was doing stand up for at least a few years. He's on Saturday Night Live now. He's been doing stand up for like 5 years, and he's probably the best newest comedian, like hottest new comedian in the United States.
Who's the hottest new comedian in Australia?
Well, definitely not Zoot. Zoot's terrible. One of the worst. Maybe Dame Edna.
They gonna Rabbi?
Yeah, baby.
The worst shot I've ever listened to.
Dude, you know that was really good.
My name's not Dan,
Dude, whatever what is it?
Barry Humphrey.
Oh, fuck that shit. Don't dead name that bitch. All right, Zoot. I beat you. Now I'm gonna beat you again at 9-ball, and then we're taking a break.
Dan is a character play. They're ruining the bird.
All right. Well, that person is creepy. They're not creepy because of what they did. They had a creepy look to them. I don't know. Maybe it's the purple hair or something. It just.
Do you know who Wally is?
No one knows who that is, Zoot.
Have you ever seen Summer Hot Top?
No one knows what that is.
We Can Be Heroes, Summer Hot Top.
What are you talking about?
We're the biggest TV show in Australia.
Oh, okay. Nobody knows what that is.
We're the biggest TV show in Australia.
Okay. No one knows what that is. You're fortunate I even know what ABC is. And the only reason why I know what ABC is because it's an American station as well that occasionally gets confused for American Broadcasting Company, except it's Australian Broadcasting Company. It's owned by Disney and like Hearst.
So it's
Word. Look at this shot though.
The ABC show is a government channel.
No commercials? That's baller.
Don't you have that over?
Well, here's the thing. We do. It's called PBS. But even though they say they don't have commercials, they still have commercials promoting their other shows, and they're always asking for money. Like, always asking for money. To the point of annoyance.
What's the issue? That's the issue. What's the issue is we don't know whether or not they did time.
Yeah, we get the match with
Yeah, tons.
Like when you're up at like 2 a.m. and you're just like fucking stoned off your head and there's a game commercial and you just want to go to sleep and then keeps on playing.
Yeah, I don't watch television, but yeah, that's what airs on cable. I guess it airs on over the air as well. But yeah, it's annoying. It's very repetitive. I used to like to watch them, like kind of, when I was a kid, but oh wow, that was wild that did not scratch. Like I used to like to watch infomercials for like knives, like where they'd be like they'd cut random stuff like shoes and like tin cans and stuff. Like wow, those are amazing knives. Dude, that's a miss.
They started to get more scammy.
I don't know if we had those, but we definitely have like weight loss things, or I don't know, books. Like I haven't watched them in a long time, fortunately. I don't really watch television. I will like stream stuff, but I don't watch television so much. Um, it's so bad to me. Like if I even like ever watch like the news or something, it's like I can't believe how like our news, at least in LA, has just become like entertainment news. It's like there's a war going on, and the first thing tomorrow on the news will be like Britney Spears got a DUI. Like it's garbage. Did you know that the markets are just absolutely tanking right now? You're aware?
I'm aware and
And it on oh, give me this.
We have a fuel shortage in Australia.
I have a question. Did you see that the Nikkei index was down like 7%? Do you have an Australian stock exchange? You do, don't you? Is that yes? ASX? Is it down right now? What's the biggest Australian company? Like News Corp? Well, that's just owned by an Australian. Some oil company?
Yeah, mining company, regular company.
Like I can't even name an Australian company.
But the Commonwealth Bank is
Yeah, but like you don't have like a beverage company, do you? Yeah. But no. Right. Right. It's like all of Australia depends on the United States products or United Kingdom's products. It's like aside from banking and mining, but there's no like there's that Hobalt car, right? That like nobody I've never even seen one, I don't think.
Sports industry is also different.
Why? Because of cricket and rugby and stuff?
Cricket, rugby, cricket.
Well, that,
You don't play the sports we do.
yeah, no, I get that. I get that. It's just like you don't have like a tech company. Oh wait, Fremantle, isn't Fremantle Entertainment? That's like an Australian thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Aren't you surprised that I knew that?
Fremantle Radio is pretty big.
I agree. They make some pretty big shows, reality television shows.
Ready for you to die.
Dude, shut the fuck up. When you talk like that, then we stop.
Rabbi?
Yeah, big dog.
If I hit this, I'll be able to conquer.
Are you proud of that shot? Because in my opinion, that was some dog shit.
With the dots part win that I had, I think my loss big for me to win the lottery. Rabbi.
Yeah, baby.
Are you gonna watch more comedy this year?
When it airs,
Yeah.
I'll probably watch highlights.
Who do you think's gonna win more comedy? What's that?
Melbourne, Victoria. Yeah. Oh wait, isn't it New South Wales?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll probably win it.
That's Sydney.
Oh, okay. Then Victoria.
Victoria's Melbourne.
Yeah, they'll probably win. I want someone in fucking Darwin to win though. Dude, Darwin's tied. Yep.
When?
In my dreams, baby. No, Darwin's cool because it's got a cool name, and it's in let's see here. It's in. You just ate your own shit? Did you just say you just ate your own shit? Hold on. It's in
Do you know who
hold on. Charles Darwin? Dog. I'm trying to think of the state it's in. It's not Quint. Hold on. Is it? Wasn't he a rail guy? Was he a businessman?
I'd like to You trying to figure out what that Darwin's in?
Yeah, let me think. Okay, so Perth is Western Australia. Adelaide is South Australia. Queensland. Oh, it's Queensland. Maybe it is Queensland. It's Queensland, right? New South Wales is Sydney. Victoria is Melbourne. The capital area is Canberra. Northwest Territory. It's not Northwest Territory, is it? Yeah, but wait, what's? Hold on.
You're so close. You're so close. You are right. It's not called Northwest Territory. It's called Northern Territory.
Oh, it's called Northern Territory?
Yeah, there's no such thing as Northwest Territory.
Oh, why didn't what? Are you sure?
There's no such thing as Northwest Territory. It's called Northern Territory.
Oh, dude, you just got fucked on that. I just saw that. Are you sure that there's no Northwest Territory?
It's called Northern Territory.
Maybe it's Canada that has. Somebody has Northwest Territory.
Not Australia, and Northern Territory is in the States territory.
I know that.
There's six states and 2 territories.
Well, and then Tasmania and Hobart. Oh, Canada has Northwest Territories.
There's 6 states and 2 territories.
All right, so it's Northern Territory. And I'm gonna name them all right now. Hold on, I'm gonna name them all right now. There's Western Australia, which has Perth. There's Northern Territory, which has Darwin. There's Queensland, which has. Does Queensland have Brisbane? Then there's New South Wales, which has Sydney. There's Victoria, which has Melbourne. There's South Australia, which has Adelaide. There's Tasmania, that has Hobart. And there's the Capital Territory, or is it a territory? And then that has Canberra. Do you know that there was once a plan for Australia to invade Papua New Guinea? Yo, dog, do you know that there was once a plan for Australia to invade Papua New Guinea?
Yeah.
Okay, well, why didn't you say anything?
You know, there's a plan for Israel.
Yep, and Madagascar, and South Padre Island.
Could you imagine if Israel was going down? I think I'd be Israeli.
No, that's not how that works.
Why not?
You're in South Australia. Tasmania is a separate landmass.
They would have gone to South Australia eventually.
The plan is to go to the whole world, baby. The plan is to go to the whole world.
Israel.
Any civilization in the world, that's its end game. That's been the British Empire's end game. That's been the American Empire's end game. That's everybody's end game, baby. That's the Chinese end game. That's the Soviet Empire's end game. That was the Roman end game. That's literally every civilization, every country eventually has a plan to expand and take over the world. But it's part of civilization. And the British Empire basically did it. You're part of that. I'm part of that. Zoot, go get your head on straight and come back when it's back on straight. No, Zoot, when you start talking wild like that, you gotta get your head on straight.
Yes. I'm sorry, thank you. Once a thank you. Once a hurricane last year, close it back to mission, what the mission say. If you find the image of a hand or image of a foot, ultimately again, it's us, sir. It's us, sir. So the Gemara says, Videi Shekiyotzi Ba'emet Eva. Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The word says, Amai. Why is that? Hashvarah. So it's saying that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a cash out on Rish Lakish. This is the opening asking of Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be called the water, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the idol has to be broken or the idol broke on its own, an idol says worship an idol like that. That's all of Rish Lakish's logic. Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, the chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so this was what I read. He was no, check much more, but that he did not open on the season. So this is what I get. So we said yesterday. It's the case of the hand of the foot, is the case of the day on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, and that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a self-sufficient is the wrong word, but it's always type of idolatry. Okay. Basic, or is that the kind of show? Only from the back of the so it's from those forms later. The only problem, giving their backbone is Ola Bodhizara, and ultimately again they have Bodhizara of his friend. Meaning, every apple can ultimately again be given, and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, they know about what all this Macham Shah over it was actually quite fascinating. This is the logic behind this. Novik Kohabim actually does Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. So it's not fascinating. But it's an open Kohabim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. So what's his sign? To have that bonus comes why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now clearly again, right, Jay Shlakish, you according to that should work. Rabbi Shepasta. What's the case over here? The case over here is where the Israel extended the Obey Kohabim. So it's interesting that what we're suggesting is bending is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Bending with the entire idol still intact doesn't decommission the rest of it. Something that people stop by having Pasra, Amakishlo, Pasra, Bakla. But essentially learned that again, if you bend in idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, you have all these others, how do you make it possible to happen? And I must be so ultimately, you're right. If it actually goes ahead and that's the idolatry, that negates it. But if you so that's the idolatry, that does not negate it. So Rabbi says, over, keep us. It's so not about that. Also, it's very important to us. So this is the case. In reality, even when it's dense, that's the Avodah. It goes in and gets all of the say, that thing really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything we do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if he's strong, then it's okay. So what's the issue? Why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. What's the Elo? Xera. What's the Xera? So here's the issue. In reality, Yisrael has the power of negation, right? Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate an Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up. By getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards, what's the problem? Once he lifts it up, that's an act of Hadbar. What does Hadbar do? Hadbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah is going to come to Yisrael. בכל המודות עובד בגלל לשאול אינה בטבע מלאומי. So let's say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I must say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is the already at rock right now on early days. But again, right now, I'll just state the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot negate. So what's happening over here? Can we strong technically speaking decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How do we decommission it? We can break it, we can empty, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are you concerned about? That if the process of decommissioning, someone's going to take it out. I think we're going to look at Avodah Zarah.
You go on a date with a girl, you have your own apartment.
No. You're right. Yes.
So let's set up the appliance. What's your final way?
This fucking guy. This fucking picky choosy motherfucker. Thursday. Is Thursday good for you? Works for you. All right. You know what? I'm gonna set this up. I'm gonna get you guys. What? Yeah, I'm gonna send them to the secret show. Yeah.
So they set a room. I like that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, maybe they do it. They go to dinner. I'm gonna take care of dinner. I'm not gonna say where. We'll keep it a secret location. And I'm gonna get you guys reservations, and I'll put fucking what, $200? Yeah, there you go. Lesbian yelling out numbers. Jesus Christ Almighty. I'll give $200 to you guys. Secret location. You have dinner at 6:30 on Thursday, and then you guys do spots at the secret show, and then you fuck this shaky motherfucker's brains out. Deal? Sound like fun? Good? Hey, is that good? Ken's acting like I'm me tooing it right now. Look, this is gonna be good for you. The good news is you only have half a skirt to take off. Alright, it's gonna be easy breezy, you bust a nut, and then you're one down. You're gonna have a whole new confidence after this. Okay, Ken? Who's excited about this? Ken's gonna lose his virginity. This is the craziest show on planet Earth. A lot of other shows, you win a briefcase of cash or something like that. We're gonna have 2 frees fuck on Thursday. It's gonna be incredible. Here they go, Kent Hunter and Hannah Gray, a double date, free dinner, and then spots of a secret show, and then sex in a house with 40 kids. Only on Kiltony do dreams like this come true. Oh my god, too much fucking fun. Don Herrera. You see my little like Brian does his workout. He has a lot of work on your show, doesn't he? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat for you. This guy, a polarizing figure in the history of this show. I absolutely love him, and I've always said off stage he's so funny, but I believe that every time I always said I think he's going to get better and better at stand-up comedy. The guy, the Holy Wonder, who's been doing spots all over the country, he misses no opportunity to hustle around, sell tickets, and do long sets, trying to get better. Here, with a brand new minute, I present to you the return, once again, of Uncle Laser. And here he is, live in the flesh. Oh shit, there he is. Oh my goodness. The lizard man himself, Uncle Laser, everyone.
I like true love, you don't go like this. We ran STD pamphlet in the Planned Parenthood this morning. And I just learned that PH actually stands for Pussy Health. Now, ladies, when it's off, Y'all ain't got like a little check engine light that says, hey, I should go EBGON. Because this shit look contagious. I made love to a forklift driver the other day. Went down on her. And it always smells the same. Why does black pussy always smell like Chernobyl? This woman's pussy lips look like an iguana neck. Her clitoris was calloused over and hard, like an octopus beak. Easy to find for once.
Okay, a minute. Opportunities for laughter in there. Great set. Uncle Laser. How much of that is true? That's frightening. The level of a woman that you're hanging out with in this world.
Well, for the joke purposes, I made her a forklift driver. She's actually a nighttime bother. That's a stripper. Yeah. And she's a nice young lady now. I don't know if you'll know this. I thought UTI was a lady disease. I didn't know men could get that. And I'm currently walking around with that shit right now. And what had happened is she had a yeast infection. That don't bother me none. You know, we'll be fine, right?
Right. It's the yeast of your worries.
Yeast of my worries, yes. And now my kidneys feel like they're going to explode.
Oh my God. How long have you had this UTI?
I've had about 4 weeks now.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because again, believe it or not, I hang out with my colleagues sometimes. And about 3 weeks ago, I remember you saying that you got a UTI and that your kidneys hurt.
Well, I took care of it later since that point. But I hadn't finished the antibiotics all the way, and then she had it too, and we felt like a super variant.
See, this is why, I just can't get enough. He's so entertaining, and it's all real. Look how serious his face is. No shaky leg to be found on this motherfucker. He's calm and confident.
I've been drinking cranberry juice and vodka nonstop. I know, Ryan, I know. What you like?
The old Ric Flair, cranberries and vodkas. I know about
But then the craziest part is, like, friends, that's how you get taken care of. But she went to jail like 3 days later. Like big girl jail. Like, they picked her ass up. She's still in jail.
She had a warrant?
She had a kangaroo. Like an old lady, she probably the cartel in some fashion or form, right? She had a baby kangaroo, she owned one. That's not, you can't buy that at PetSmart.
Now, again, the interesting thing here, it sounds like he's crazy and silly and making stuff up, but I literally remember seeing in one of your many, you post a lot of Instagram stories. You can almost always tell these yourself too if you follow him on Instagram. And literally, I don't even like say, oh my God, what is it? Like, I'm not surprised by anything anymore on in this guy's life. And meanwhile, I did see a story, and I haven't even mentioned this to you, a kangaroo bouncing around in somebody's apartment, like without roommates and shit. Seemed like the last guy's place you were at. And it's wearing a diaper.
We don't want to shit on that.
Just learning the indoor kangaroo game.
No one really divides what the body trainers because they're not supposed to be inside. They're not supposed to be domesticated by any stretch of imagination. You know?
And so you go to her place. She has a kangaroo in a diaper hopping around. Do you pet it? What do you do?
That's fucking mean. You know, what the fuck am I supposed to say there? You know, like, I don't know, y'all know. Them motherfuckers grow up, they're vicious. You can't keep them. There's no way. Like, they'll eat shit up.
Did you see this kangaroo?
Yeah, it was a baby. It was cool. It smelled like carrots or something. Like, smelled like I don't know the word I'm looking for, but it's infection. Right there from the corner pocket, baby. Yeah. Yeah, like, she like put like YSL perfume and shit on it, so it smelled like a woman. It was weird. That's expensive ass perfume. I don't know if you know that now.
What's that?
It's YSL.
Do what now?
Yeah.
Absolutely. No, I know. Eleanor is not like this kind of guy.
This is the complete opposite of camp. I don't know what this is. It's hard to understand too, but I mean, I like it. I'm enjoying it. I love wrestling.
You second?
I'm good.
Shoot, you know.
No can, all cran. That's what this guy is. So, when are you getting this UTI checked out?
Well, I got the medication, man. I got this one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Have you taken it yet?
Yeah, I took some today. And I took like some painkillers. They didn't prescribe my answer.
That sounds about right.
Like, let me ask you ladies in here a genuine question. Like, so my mom was from the 80s, so she's different. Right? She fucked Metallica, Alice Cooper, okay? Different times, she's a different type of woman. And she used to do shit with vinegar. If that's the thing, though, like, I mean, it was a thing, right? And then I guess the cosmopolitan come out and say, you pussy clean, so it's not right. These little ladies I know. But then you get,
What is your question?
can you also use oil? Yeah, so I didn't know where I was going with that, man. They can do the suppository. Now, you know, if you put a suppository in your vagina, it will kill whatever you got. But if you put your mouth and eat it, it will kill you. That's strange to me. If you eat a suppository, it'll kill you. If you put your vagina, boom, you're brand new. You know what I'm saying? That pussy's the bomb. You know what I'm saying?
Like a boric acid?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called. I be fucking up the word, but
There you go. You're good.
get them at farmer's market.
You just call everything you don't know vinegar?
You drink vinegar to little kitty. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Oh,
Yeah, like
some wise chewing tobacco wisdom from Uncle Laser. How are you not a health teacher?
I'm a fetish. That's pretty obvious.
It says it right on his throat.
Laser, another fun minute, another fun interview. There he goes. We're going to keep it moving now. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, pull another name out of the book. You guys still hanging in there? Make some noise for your next comedian. 60 seconds for Austin Young, everybody. Austin Young. Here we go.
How's it going? I'm single. I need a lady in my life, and not for companionship or anything. I'm almost 30 years old, and I don't own a bowl. Single bowl, man. I've just been eating cereal out of containers that were designed to store ham, and I'll be honest, man, I was far too content with it. Like, I was ready to live the rest of my life like that until I had a lady over. And she's like, hey, where are your balls? I'm like, I don't have any. And she's like, I want you to know this is a huge red flag. I'm like, any other red flags I should know about? She's like, yeah, guys that don't have headboards. I'm like, bitch, you think I got headboard money? I ain't got balls. Plus, you know how ridiculous a headboard would look on an air mattress? That's what it is. Thank you guys so much.
57 seconds from Austin Young. You've been on this show before. Welcome back.
Yes, sir. Third time.
I love it. Welcome. How did that feel for you?
It felt very good.
So what do you eat the cereal out of?
Out of hand bowls, Oscar Mayer bowls. You can reuse them.
Ham bowls.
Yeah, hand bowls. Hillshire Farms. It's got some depth to it.
Oh my God.
I clean it.
Like thin plastic.
Plastic bowls, yeah.
You eat cereal out of how many times do you refill those?
I mean, usually till the box is gone, but
Wow. Yeah. You're a very big boy, Austin. I would expect you eating cereal out of like a bathtub or something like that. Here you are.
on mine, man, that's a good ass idea.
Yeah, just remember to plug the hole at the bottom.
Of course, yeah.
Mitch Voss.
Now, what do you drink your meatloaf milkshakes out of?
The blender.
Great answer. Absolutely. You are a master of food. So you really don't have a headboard?
No.
Do you really have an air mattress?
I mean, I used to, but I mean, I'm doing pretty good. I got a mattress now. It's just a mattress on the floor. It's just a
That air mattress would squeak the way this squeaks without oil.
Oh, yeah. I can't even that air mattress sit there with you on it. So now you have a real mattress with
no headboard. I mean, I could get one, but I just don't want to carry it up to my apartment.
You have a second story apartment?
Yeah, it's like 2 floors. I gotta walk it up to the bridge.
Second story to two people. That is correct. Do you walk things up the stairs sometimes?
All the time, man. Not a headboard.
Not for you.
No.
You've made the decision.
I have. I'm fucking tempted.
Okay. Now I understand. What do you do for work, Austin?
I'm a truck driver.
You're a truck driver.
I drive trucks.
You drive trucks. Yes, a truck driver drives trucks, and the second story has 2 sets of stairs. We're learning a lot here. All right. What's your route lately?
Go down to Laredo.
Okay. Can you tell us what you like to do? Do you stop off anywhere? Do you a Buc-ee's guy? What do you do?
Oh, they don't let trucks in Buc-ee's, but I just dip all night and then just listen to podcasts and whatnot. It's pretty cool. I scream to keep me awake. That's nice.
You really do that?
Yeah, I'll just scream.
Does that work?
Oh, it works.
Can you put the microphone down by your waist and just show us what your actual scream in your truck sounds like? Don't do it into the mic. That's a good scream.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what girls do when he walks in the room. What is your love life like?
All right. I actually I hooked up with a lady in Dallas after I had him Ray weekend, so that was cool.
Okay,
Shout out Gabby. Your pussy felt real good. Thank you.
Whoa! Shout outs to Gabby.
She's actually a big fan of the show too. So
Big fan of the show. Wow, pussy felt real good. Better than a normal pussy or average?
I made it better than the average bear, but fucking felt nice.
And you went no cut?
I mean, I was like, I have some. I'm like,
He's got a sweet face. I'd let him get away with that.
My goodness gracious. Absolutely incredible. So, how did this Gabby situation happen? She found you after the show or something?
yeah, she did a short show in Fort Worth like the week before, and then she started following me, and then
On Instagram?
yes, on Instagram. So I just hit her up and saw she was in Dallas. I was like, hey, I'm gonna be opening for Adam Ray. And then so
You're on your guest list?
I sure did.
Sweet, sweet boy. Next thing you know, you're in some good pussy.
Do some great pussy.
Wow. How long do you think you lasted with her? You have a lot of stamina.
What's that? Oh yeah, I got my recovery is like a solid rush.
So you go again.
Oh yeah.
What type of recovery are we talking about here? The ladies are all very well. That's about. They're all very.
It's he's cute. No, it's like it doesn't take long. It's just a couple minutes.
Couple minutes. Wow, look at that. Do you do anything special to fucking get it hard again? Do you like reverse screen or something?
Yeah. Just think how I'm with that pussy fella. I usually does it.
You just think about it again. You just imagination. 2 months later.
The quicker I get hungry, the quicker I can.
That's actually a good point. This man's.
Coincidence is not necessarily what it says. So what's a maybe now? It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, both in the large case, the Hector's case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual Hector's tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the Hector's tree, then what is that nest not possible to always? What's going on with here? To which the Gemara says this is this, that's what she keeps saying here. And like, I'll go to the other answers. So what's that? This is a fascinating subject to get to. We didn't like this something right? So obviously the item as it is hectic. What about if that item looks things afterwards, or those subsequent loads considered to be hectic as well? So for example, this a tree. On a competition tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's branches, there's growth. Are those branches and growths subject to the hectic designation? That is in my book. That is
doing well. Thank you so much for the spaces that you guys are doing. After the war that started on October the 7th, it actually opened my eyes to the fact that we were for so long in Afghanistan, so I am from Afghanistan. For so long we thought that the United States came to help us, and we were actually being saved from the Taliban, but that wasn't the case. So later on, after this happened, it really opened my eyes. Before that I knew, because I was told when I was very young, around 12, 13, my uncle told me how the world is run and how these banks are enslaving people, and he told me about the Illuminati and all these stuff. But after the Gaza war happened, I really believe, and I think it's always the Jews. They always have this massive power because of the interest, the usury that they do, and also the black magic, because they have been practicing for a very long time now. I specifically don't know exactly how many of them, who are these people that they do, but I strongly believe after studying history and seeing, reading about the story of Hazrat Sulaiman, even back then, they were doing, they were giving loan and asking for interest, which was significant. So I have decoupled myself completely from this banking system. I no longer hold any cash, although I am not so rich, but I don't hold any cash, and the only thing that I keep advocating to people is that this system is haram for us. If we truly believe in Allah, this system that we are using right now, this fiat currency, is haram, and I don't know why we were born into this, and nobody before us did anything to fix it. If you go and ask any Muslim scholar, you know what they're going to tell you? They're going to tell you that this current banking system, we're going to use it. We're not going to be involved with the interest. I mean, why? If you promote US dollar or any fiat currency, if you just want to have your own money in it, it means you are involved in that system. You basically don't know how it works, because most of our scholars, unfortunately, don't know how financial system works and how every dollar is created. It's out of nowhere, and it's based on interest. So I think that's, if you see now, so what's the point of all of this? Why am I saying it? Because there is no power left to any of us as an individual, as a group of people, and it's mainly because it comes back to the main point that my uncle told me when I was young, that when you eat interest, when you get interest, if you put your money in the bank and you get interest, it is directly war against Allah and the Messenger of Allah. And if you do this, you eat haram and you bring money that is haram in your house. This is exactly what it's doing. It's because we can't do anything. That's why I'm also coming here to see, as an individual or as a group of people, is there anything left to educate the next? I have 2 children. I am really. With your own words, Well, basically, I know your spaces is exactly right now about the Iran war, but this was I know I'm aware it's not just in Iran, it's in Afghanistan too. Pakistan is attacking my country, Afghanistan too, and this country. So it's the whole thing you guys were discussing. It's the whole. What I'm trying to say is that this greater Israel plan that they have. Basically, Iran is if they're hitting the Middle East right now, all those countries are gonna become vulnerable to the next plan that Israel is going to have. So they're gonna push toward taking every single one of them. So we, as an individual, as a country, there is nobody that is going to be left to actually fight them. So what is the actual what is
I get it, you get your spiel for advertising business and like that. This isn't got to do with anything to do with the Iran war, so I want you to speak about specifically the Iran war. And obviously, didn't the Taliban come out and actually bring it back? Did the Taliban come out and actually literally support the Israel? I'm pretty sure the Taliban came out and supported Israel.
All right, I want to say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning year to thank our annual conversation sponsor, Listening to America itself, dedicating all the commercials this year as its plus for the source levels within the 10 days. Our Bartolo sponsors for one of
They definitely decided to switch over to Israel.
With appreciation.
And contributed
by
some Zionists,
U.S. ViralRabbi are definitely sponsors for today. Make sure they are all of the
people alive being able to
on right. 41.
Nice little man. Cheers, everyone.
Oh,
I've got a question for you. God bless you, first of all, and everyone here. Nowadays, I want to talk about the Syrians, especially Syrian diaspora. I'm not really sure in your circle. You observe them. I've got many mates from Syria. We used to be a classmate, but due to the situation now, not having that much money in Syria, I received a lot of anti-Iranian posts, and they're talking about just totally ignoring the Iran is in war with this Israel bastard child of America. But they just don't want to realize this, ignoring all these facts. They said, they were supporting Sam, which is 100% accurate. Do you understand that? Have you faced such a situation? Did you?
I mean, just to speak to English a little, I know because I like to speak about what I saw. Back in Israel was sociological. I mean, as again, they weren't fully compliant with the vision of the Great Israel until they came out. And that's when they grabbed with Giuliani. And he was basically the first Al-Qaeda member. And he went to ISIS, and he went to the United States country. And then he became president. After he became president, he left.
Sunnis, the Shiites, the Druze, to take their different parts and their different communities, and basically, they're basically all religious, and now they each want to control a certain part, and that's what Israel's vision was, where let them have all of Syria, but they're all going to start fighting each other in order to gain power, gain the throne, or gain the presidency, or whatever it's going to be. And it's just to keep territorial information, so people aren't allowed to keep focusing on what's really important. So right now, the Syrians are just focusing on what's happening in Syria, and they cannot give a damn about what's happening in the rest of the world because they've been going through a lot. I'm not going to lie, through these past 20 years. But once they finally get liberated, and between they were liberated, so they felt like this liberation gave them freedom to go back home and do everything. That were in Turkey, that were in Jordan, that were in all around. They went back to Syria, and like, we should have never came back because now we're controlled by the government, we're controlled by militias, we're controlled by so many people that aren't even Syrians, there aren't even Muslims, there aren't even Christians, there aren't even people who know us, they're just people following the satanic agenda, the Talmudic agenda, what Israel wants. That's all they're doing. So that's all I know.
Yeah, cheers for that. Yeah, but how do you deal with these Syrian diaspora which they're fundamentally good? Like, I know one mate, like, he's in Dubai right now, a few of them actually, they're just like, their narratives about Israel have changed over, and it just fascinates me. I know they've been through a lot. And I know some of them have been brainwashed and Iran have supported the Assad to stay in power. But meanwhile, how do you deal with these diaspora? They remind me sometimes, they remind me one of these monarchies, the Pahlavi supporters from Iran. How do you deal with these people?
You can deal with them right now. This is just a war good against evil, and right now they're evil, so it's not going to be anything to do for Syria or for the Syrian people until they realize that what they're in and how they've been brainwashed and how Israel took and Turkey, I'm not going to lie, Turkey wants to expand its empire and Israel wants to do the Greater Israel plan. So what they're doing is just living in evil, and they don't know what's realizing around them. Turkmenistan took a little bit of it and put their troops as well. So it's a fight about gaining more land, gaining more territory, gaining more power. And then the Syrians are so ready because, Syria, Jordan, Iraq, they're all Bidat Sham, they're all the same people. The kindest people, the nicest people, and they're built on what they truly believe in. Some people believe, some people don't believe, some people are atheists. So it all depends on what you believe in. And then if you've been starved or if your family members have been in jail for 20 years and they just got out, people are going to go crazy and they're just going to go all over the place and just be like, all right, I can do whatever I want now. But in reality, they're really controlled and brainwashed, and there's literally nothing you can do for them until the Zionist regime topples, which is exactly what's going to happen, not the Iranian regime, because the Iranian
It's almost there. It's almost there. It's a chaotic situation.
never go because you don't know it is or his son or the son of the son or the grandchild or the Shah, whoever they want to put it. They already have in place one after another because they all know good order and numbers when you fight for your country, whether you're a Jew or a Catholic or a Christian or a Muslim. If you die for your country or dying for speaking the truth or dying to defend something, you're a martyr. So when they believe these things, especially Islam, they're never going to be toppled, and they're going to take up the whole regime. They're never going to want to put boots on the ground. So
No, I meant Syria. I mean, it's like Giovanni's absolutely useless. So many outlets that are being killed. Their situation is really bad. I know it because so many of them they migrated here. I'm in one of the GCC countries.
the ones that migrated are the ones that have a little bit of money to migrate because most people are even in the place to be able to migrate. But the Julani is just a little bit like most like absolutely. Not every all The Jordanian king is also a puppet for the Zionist state. I'm from saying it because I'm already targeted and I'm going through shit and hell for them to spread their witch. So when you speak the truth and you don't care what comes after it, that's all that really matters, you know? So in the end, it's one life, live it the way you want, say what you want, and then I'm saying I really want to know what to tell you about what's going on.
It's just sad. It's just really sad. It's just so sad.
And also, God, that's what. So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. The cover looks like, again, you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffering that you've done the right thing. Yeah, it doesn't sound like, what does it mean to get to that level without Allah looks at me and Allah says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Allah does not begin the unpleasant produce in his possession. The moment it comes in his possession, it's time. And therefore there's no suffering in Bandai, there's only Bandai and Bandai. Another possibility is, it says something for something. Interesting enough, it's a suffering and a suffering house or family. As shown the Abba Rothschild. Fascinating, the father conducted himself in a Rothschild. There has to be what's called regas, right? It has to come into the hole. It has to come into the hole in order to the entrance. Technically speaking, if you look at the video produce it, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically it's nicer exempt. Now again, the truth is on my own side, because the man says over here, if you know something that's more to do not that.
By the way, Solomon, Beatrix, Andrew, Adam, God bless you guys. You're doing a great job. 10 days.
It's also something because if the produce was ever subject to Trumas and Lystrus. Why? Because it's possible that little bit can lose those. We will look of bringing it in through the window, and their month was never subject. Okay, so the price is 1 second, maybe something like that. Remember, this question is principle. You want to put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, any subject won't say anything about that. But it can also give them a possibility to not change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. To be able to be
the social fabric in Jordan is like almost 60% are Palestinian. Yes, so that 40%, 35%, what's right? Are they supporter? Are they ignorant? Are they still saying our king is
Same thing going on over here. Is that the Jordanians, 35% of Jordanians that are here are basically Palestinians because they know they even fought in the first war against the Jews and they lost like 13 Jordanian soldiers. So we've become now when you're saying that Jordan is a Palestinian state, no, Jordan took us and they gave us passports and they allowed us to live here and work here and grow the economy and help the economy grow. And they appreciated us and love us just as much as we love them. So if anything, they've tried to create or create a problem of very treating Jordanians and Palestinians, where basically it's turn them against each other, and they'll topple the regime, or they'll have civil war, or they'll just attack each other. And it's never worked since ever. They're trying to accept territory, so can you express your point of views really? Because in GCC, you can't do that. I mean, in GCC, you can't really say nothing but change that's all you're allowed to say. Here, you're allowed to speak your mind as long as you don't come near the hash my family. Because the hash my family is supposedly descendants of the Prophet Muhammad. And if you ask me personally, I don't really believe it. But I guess I have to believe it because that's what they're making everybody believe in 26 out there and all this other stuff. Because descendants of the Prophet acting in a way totally different than the way they're acting. And then what's just to maintain the power of the throne here as a Jordanian king, where you you're under Trump's thumb, you're under his thumb. And it's just, it kind of sucks. People want to hold on to that power. Let go of that power, let him go into democracy, let people live a normal life. And all, of course, it's mostly Jordanians. There's some Palestinians in parliament, but they have no more than that. So it'll always be for the Jordanians, but hold on to power, just hold on to power. You start doing satanic things, just like as his father did with the CIA, when his name was supposed to be. Everybody knew that the king was Hitler, the father of King Abdullah II was called Mr. Beef in the CIA. That was his 33rd degree Masonic Mr. Beef. So, well, these things come out to light, and they already know it. They're already buying plans in France and Europe and all over the world, just in case the Jordanian people wake up to everything that the Hashmi family does. Because the Jordanians truly believe in what the Hashmis believe. But the Palestinians, we can see right through it because we've been living in oppression since 1937, 1948. We received a bunch of Jews that we lived with, we ate well, we broke bread with, we lived with terrorists, and they kicked us out of our homes, and we took our keys with us. So when we go back, we're taking our keys back, and that'll prove that this is our land. Inshallah, when they say anti-Semitic, I mean they're not anti-Semitic to say that. Anti-Semitic, we're the ones that are Semitic, we're the Semitic, that's what's called Arabic Semitic.
Yeah, true. So do you reckon, like, if things go as better, there might be some, I mean, you don't have to answer it if you can't do it. Do you think there might be some destabilization if things go as better further, get out of control from Jordanian side, from people, not talking about politicians?
I don't think, I mean, Syria, Iraq, here and there, all this, the regimes and the people are wars of people attacking each other. It's going to be crumble. But Jordan and Palestine know that they need to stand united to maintain stability of Jordan. Starts crumbling any single way. It'll affect the Palestinians. Canada has an obligation to the Palestinians because 65% of the people are Palestinians. First of all, what if Israel goes down? Canada is ready to strip people.
And then again, contact that will be something else. Again, that is the animal.
The second thing is
that people have guys that 12 views. So just understand that the Gemara essentially seems to say The next principle of something ultimately bad ultimately again holds. So you have a point you accept this principle. Ain't something ultimately bad. But if you have
Yeah, well, because it's 64%, 60%. I just want to know if things go a bit simple in Israel, which looks like a good time. I reckon that sort of thing's going to happen by the end of Ramadan. So, do you reckon, like from Jordanian side, specifically Palestinian side, they might join the movement and stuff like that? Just saying, if it happens.
I mean, there's already a lot of Jordanians, actual Jordanians that joined the cause before anything even happened. So, like around 5 or 6 martyrs that went to the border of Israel to what they had to do, and then they took a couple people out just so they feel like they're with the cause. So if that happens in 2024, I believe, yeah, 2024. So I believe even no matter what happens, like let's say we just go back before 7 years, 8, 9 years, people used to say, I'm going to Jordan, I'm coming to Palestine, I'm going to Jordan, because there was no orders. They would just go and they come, so that's how it's going to end up being. Where you can go, obviously it's through the borders, you have more chances, this and that, but it'll be relatively easy, and if you're coming from Palestine, it's just a quick check and you pass through, just like it was before that. So no matter what happens, I truly believe the Jordanians are going to stand up even more than some Palestinians themselves, because some Palestinians have become too materialistic to even focus on the cause of the cause of the world. I mean, it's not just for us Muslims, it's for the Christians as well. So that's why there's going to come a time, I said, where the Christians and Catholics or like the Christians and Muslims will unite in order to fully free Palestine. It's not just going to be the Muslims, it's not just going to be everybody. This is going towards a regional war, and it may turn into, I don't think real World War III is not going to allow that. China doesn't allow that, and they're already backing Iran. North Koreans backing Hamas and Iran as well. So the power that they had now, I mean, the war in 2009, 2014, 2018, and this war burning Gaza going in and out through the tunnels. And I'm saying this live for the Western society to hear me. I've been in and out of tunnels like crazy, and I've seen how the other necessities the mother mentioned. So, the way we're
Sorry, yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Just tunnel. Just tunnel. Is it true that because of some money helped Hamas to create those tunnels?
Says
it's the opposite, actually. I mean, not the opposite. Each one had their own mechanism. Obviously, the bulldozers, they had the big mountains to be able to do their tunnels and do their things. I don't know too many specifics about that, but I do know that the Palestinians in Gaza basically just started digging, trying to find a way out like any other person and going through hell, just started doing anything. So they started doing anything with the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They created hundreds of miles, and those hundreds of miles after Palestine was free are going to become a tourist attraction. And it's just something too crazy to say right now, but as time progresses and 2027 comes, and the real world starts to turn to the little harder, not a lot harder. 2027 to 2028, 2029, the world's going to become very hard, money's going to become very hard. Obviously, we're going to enter a recession where inflation is an all-time high, dollars purchasing power is lost. So Empire of the United States is done, and now it's just the BRICS. And now the GCC countries want to join the BRICS just because they felt like, all right, we've been deceived by the United States and Israel, and then they will allow them to put our bases here. And now in our bases, they're not even protecting us. So now they want to pull out of that and come into what we've been doing for the past 70, 80 years. And it's kind of a little too late, but it's never too late to do the right thing. And we'll always allow for the right thing to happen. So hopefully we try to waking up and realize what things take a turn for the best for the whole world, because once Palestine's free, the whole world will be free from this satanic Talmudic culture that they're rituals that they're making the whole world believe. So the whole world will feel like a different energy and a different world. Once these Zionists are exiled, maybe back to Poland, a little to Ukraine, a little living in certain islands, some living in New York, just like they came out of. I mean, it's gonna go back to where they came from. They're gonna have to go back after hundreds of countries that really don't see the 110th smart work still out, but maybe with certain terms.
Just because you mentioned about 2027, there is a countdown clock in Palestine Square in Tehran. And that was done by the previous Supreme Leader, the Iranian Supreme Leader, largely happened. It is actually this year and half the next year. So it's going to be between this year, December, and the next year. That's the countdown is going to finish in Palestine Square in Tehran. It's interesting.
It's interesting because the first attack to cruise the resistance of Hamas. He was Yazid universities. He said based on the law, based on because everything the world runs on technology, math, and numbers. So they reached a different level of let's call it knowledge. So as a martyr, when he was martyred, right before he was martyred, he said 2027 is the year of liberation of Palestine. And he said it, I guess, from something he felt, something he knew, nobody really knows. But I truly believe that God blesses the martyrs. This is so once he said 2027, online, which is the going to get the viral is collaboration it tweets in the next guys. If you can do me a favor, you can like that video, and if you can just open it, like I said, if you can make sure to separate tab and like it, that would be awesome. And I'll get that track over there. Oh my god. Someone else says that I spoke too much. I want to hear it from other people that join I think Jack loves So it's okay. So it's just like Hazal said that that's the power of the right? So what's happening power? Go ahead and take idolatry. So that's definitely so why? Because I say it wasn't what the concern God was this. The concern that the program would be one for the people of
So what does he do? He has a Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up. Like getting ready, let's say, to smash it or check it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, or does it have the high bar? What does high bar do? High bar applies. What's required? To get Avodah Zarah on the shoe. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah on the shoe, the Avodah will come to the gap itself. The Torah will come to the gap. So, so let's say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. Let's say we are going to see exactly why this is absolutely wild. But again, right now, it's good because
Chachma, Bina, Da'at. Wisdom, understanding, kindness.
So what's the status of the shape? if the option was doing for himself, right? He's thinking shooting up there when he's working because he wants to, I don't know, make a backfire, whatever it is. So it's ultimately, again, he's doing it for himself. That he, the sheep, and I'm telling you, that both the shavings and the tree itself can promote it. Why? Because he actually takes the shavings off the other side and his own personal use is what? Is itself the condition of the other side. Okay. However, it's wrong. If he's taking shavings off, if he doesn't use the tree, right? Go back to the benefit of the tree itself. So it's wrong. Here, see what the sheep will get on the target. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, yes, right? The tree is still awesome. The sheep will get on the target. Ultimately, the shavings will be looked at. The structure sheep followers can come in, but if he still takes the shavings, right?
Jones says everything. Media, CNN, everything. Go to TikTok and everything. At the end of the day, Trump is going to be gone, right? At the end of the day, these people are still out there, still on the banks, still on the media. So nothing changes. Nothing changes.
The tree itself and the shavings, the major water. So it's doing your job. Why should this be different? Right? It's just according to you. It should be no different. And all these are that great stuff on its own. And when it brings out the great stuff, she says decommission. So simply in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. So which figure what's up and then to the Rabbi. So what's it? What's it going to do by bringing up Rabbi? What does Rabbi say? So what's it? Rabbi's like the opinion. Essentially, you don't want throw it into the sea. And so we're going to see this right? You find out what you're so what do you do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it into the sea. It's going to say, scatter it into what happens? It becomes fertilizer. Here's what it says. When you cook, you have puzzle. The puzzle says, usually, here's the two people, mark for the result for your whole right, it was one thing of different exploration. But now, the heavy pebbles, the conversation level. So once you get one, you can first use the
Stephen Miller or Shabbat.
So this thing is going to be also commission. So we can't even if it does that as fertilizer. It's not a bonus or a fertilizer, which they were talking about. Keep it up. Once again, it looks like keep all roads deep.
It's not general Jews. There are very specific Jews they call. Right? They want to bring in their money. They have to kill the Esau, the Christians and the Muslims have to kill each other. And so that they will rule for us. That's what they want. They want chaos. So my point is talking about Trump, like, we gotta focus on them because that's who has the right laws everything. He bows to them. That's my point. Saying Zionist is kind of nebulous. Again, we're on the same side. We're on the same side. I'm not trying to lie.
It's like you can dragon, but the head is cut off. The head is cut off. So therefore, something always has something from. Like something is from. So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or did he not? You want to go the other way. That guy is also, but if you saw so was one cut off the head, it's also. But it's not right. The other cabodos go come to the star there, huh? Why should it be any different if there was a second piece? So I should be any different than a case. Ultimately, again, the only guy that broke on its own. Once again, the Gemara says you're concerned ultimately again about the concern of brothers. So essentially, she begins to see the game over here. We we don't want you to keep out even if it's Michigan animals. We just want you to stay away from idolatry. If it has out, we'll come up here to the point that even the decommission of the Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create it, even create a practice based on what they say. But you see, over half of what you rock with people say, show me, the nation, the being no sheriff's fire. So say, just activities over there. So this, I don't know, is the following case. We're going to see this also always on the show. So see what is the general insight that about what is our local concern? Underneath the shade tree. What's in a shade tree? So during the summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade. And shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. That's different than in the summertime, however. In the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually naturally better. So therefore, there's no loss of specific losses, right? But there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. Rabbi Rothschild says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? It takes Shanabia in the shed. It's already. Because what can happen? The leaves of the tree fall off. And the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. I'm not about to watch falling leaves be a problem after all. So now they have all this stuff actually started there. Once again, Rishlakish, forming leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And it's confused, like if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's buckle. So if a leaf falls off of the tree,
I've been following you guys since the was started, and I would appreciate you releasing Beatrice and
because the primary part of the idolatry is
perfectly good job for letting me on the other side of the world what is unfolding, what is the fact, what is the reality. And I just want to tell the audience here that we in Africa, we are communicating, and the African continent is also shifting gradually. And we are also detaching ourselves from the Zionist economic system gradually. And we are looking at countries that are becoming independent and sovereign. And I see this war as not just an attack to freedom, but it's an attack to humanity. And the United States have been doing this for decades with impunity. And they have seen it that they have been given the green light to do whatever they want to any country at any time at their own. I don't see China or Russia as a weak country. I know they are playing a strategic game, and once the appropriate time reach, we will see the difference. And I want to thank you for letting me speak on this platform. I know there are a lot of voices here. I respect everybody, and I hope you pay attention to the AES also, because we are making the difference in Africa. And people like you continue to promote the AES official. Thank you.
No, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Yes, because even de facto negation. Right? A passive negation ultimately works. So until now, this entire argument.
I just want this coming came and said this. I just wanted to ask him. He said, "Oh, Christian is not. They fell for it and they brainwash or something. They're gonna accept that. And for them, brainwash our children. So then we go there. Is that better than again themselves? We
now what happens?
shouldn't
The
pay
nest of idolatry. So first
we shouldn't pay our land.
that's idolatry. What's halacha? The learning for the law. You really should not get benefit from the nest, but if you did so, you had nothing to do with the city law. That was I saw again. Rashi She says over here, second round from the top floor landing. That's what that one. She didn't get benefit. They got below water, right? But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree. Again, but you get benefit from the nest. Ultimately, again, it's not fine. So you guys does that right. But below Shira, what about if the nest is on the top of the Ashera? The same case. I have an Ashera tree. On the top of the Ashera tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yakin the color. So what can I do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood. And then you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest. Like that. So what they say, you know, it's like, I'm sorry. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't come out and say, in pieces, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the next right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. So if you have all the water, interesting enough, what can I do? Because will knock down the nest and give it for the next. Now, it says, let's say, right here, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest of the Ashera tree is built from wood or from trees from the Ashera tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is built. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That once a sorrow breaks, right? Even on its own, not been actively broken. It's finishing. So you know, it's a right spot. We're going to show up in our 18. So then Israel is building its nest from trees, broken pieces of the Ashera tree. And yet, the nest is broken. So it's like, oh, this supports my assertion. They're broken up on the solid, even if
that just means they have to, they can't deliver on the contract. So that's another company.
No, let's see what it is. You go into isolates and the alma, the kids survive, not necessarily. That's not self-sufficient. That's how birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird will get comfortable in the ship. Tree, but it did not gather the materials. Or the nest from the tree. Rather, it gathered the materials. Again,
I like it because you show how stupid you are. I enjoy to explore.
You should not get benefit from the rest, but if you
can go through roads, but I will keep you there because I like people see them.
The only thing you expose is your clothes.
That's not stupid.
We were debating that yesterday, and she gets on my nerves. She's very, her logic is very inconsistent, and that's my pet peeve.
Yes, she see.
You're like rugging
You're breaking in and out, so we can't hear you. I don't know if that's because it's the same time as being somebody else. But your mic's a little bit in and out. Not come up immediately. And we do have Josie, guess what?
We got $100.
What's the status of the nest? Status of the nest?
Secretary is given $200. Can you get Josie upset? I know. Andy with $100.
Here, they're localized with both cases in the Ashera tree and in the Hektish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the Hektish tree, which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, leave the area, even so we'll say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or I should say in the Hektish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual Hektish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the Hektish tree, why is that nest not Asr Midaraisa? Right? What's going on over here? The Gemara says, listen to this. So what's the case over here? So we'll say, this is a fascinating sugya which we'll get to. When you're makdish something, right? So obviously the item as it is hektish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hektish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm not dishing the tree, you know, on Tuesday. And then you go further, you must have subject to the hectic designation or not. That is called growth, which occurs after the designation. So what's the word talking about over here is the bird. So I was not just the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So and that made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest hektish? It depends. That's an unfold nest. That's about and the author of this place, or author of this issue holds that Allah the hektish designation only devolves upon the tree that can exist at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hektish, and therefore, again, the nest is incredible. Rabbi Rothschild, my gap is hopefully what does it mean? Rabbi Rothschild means that. What does it mean when it says not the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That's broken. It doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It should not mean that the nest is us. The nest is us in both cases because it's made of a sheva, because it's made of a hektish tree. Either way, it's awesome. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. Or the missing nut down the nest, but it means it's get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. That was dealing about the people, a sabbath that's broken. We can encourage. We can apply it to both cases, both to the Asherah case as well as the hektish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case. Where the nest is being made from the hektish tree, so the nest is being made from the Asherah tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, people were going to the opinions that whatever grows from trees is going to be hektish or avodah zarah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. The basing and the kind of source. So this is the relation to eggs. You know what it says? For the chicks, it's going to be mutter. But for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be asr. I don't say now, why are the eggs asr? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The Beitzim Kan Bekan asr, Shetzrichen L'Gulon, the Gazer B'Han Rabban and Ka'al Ilan Askei. So this is actually quite fascinating. Eggs are asr. Why are eggs asr? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree. And therefore, A equals B and B equals C, and then A equals C, which means that the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they are going to be stressed. So isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But you want to suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is us. Why is the nest us? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the hektish tree. So the nest is going to be us. The nest is going to be us. So what does it mean when the Brisa says take a stick, knock down the nest, to get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks get the nest. The chicks are water. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. You know, it says the bits and coming down. So Rashi, that broken chicks will come in Iman, debates and double. It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother has the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore Allah so therefore once it turns out that over here with the space of the nest on top of the Hashem tree, the egg, this tree is out. You can't kill the tree right by whatever I will get. What can you do? You can knock down the nest. So why are you knocking down the nest? You're going to get better from the nest because there's a bit of the nest itself. The people who are going to or from the electricity. So can you get better from them? Independent shit. Independent shit. Right? Allah will make the daddy go to the mother. Right? But the independent young birds, right, or also what you can get benefit from is eggs or from the Iranian young, because those are considered to be dependent on the kids. So look at some of the things I'm going to need to say that I love the life. So let's actually look at we'll finish off with the Allah comments and then something like what is it in that level? So we ask him right, and then the answer will continue to come. It benches it on the Zara. Right, everyone. All right, everyone, have a great day.
I can send it next week. I'm actually rehearsing now for tour. Yeah. Let's do it. Yeah. What? I got it. I'll think for it. Okay, I saw this in my head. Now I'm in this. I ain't even paying rent. I'm running for a minute. You stay to go to bed. Sleep like I'm dead till I make money while I sleep. I don't gamble much because that's exactly how I live. I'm just very just exactly what I did. 60 pounds, never deal, know about what I can.
All right, good morning, good morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for our annual from America itself, and dedicating all the sponsors this year. Freezing the handle of this apparent insulation in the as we load flight in memory of 10 road flight on the Rama. A response to happy and Dover with appreciation to share the we love for the Hayalid. Hayalid and all of those sacrifices to cloud Israel. And Leishan to borrow a word of shine on that from for today. Rachel the arts and the Haye and Lay understanding this. So America and Dora. All of the nations are like the fountain of the Lord. The nation of the seventh, the coach of the Israel. Israel, there's a summary of our Shalom and the world to allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole of us see you. So with that, let us begin our Shalom Torah today. That is next day. Is that the day we have another Hashem on then public day 41. And we left off with something most interesting. Our night is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, about 2 points of something about it. Remember again, yesterday we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slummy versus finding broken pieces of what we call images. What's the issue of those two terms? Slummy are images. Maybe we will worship, maybe we weren't worship. Zoro was the truth. I love what I said. It says that it's I tell you, why not? Because again, there's a suffix, what's a suffix? It has to be mission then or not. That's our chat now. And we're going to discuss this more today's class. And Akku does have to go but it has now again. There we have my focus. Yes, my focus is really active or is even be passive. But again, we'll get back to that in a little bit. That's our overarching hypothesis here. The real thing is has to be active. Change reference here, even passive conditioning here, there. That's the little the idle flow by itself and great. The open one, still an idle, according to the ritual conditioning, was its idolatry. So we'll say, but again, that's why you be here until days are coming. And I will start to loss. If you find pieces of reference there, and they see reference there, a change reference here. What's the secret here? Something number one is maybe that's number one. Ultimately, again, even if it was worship, I'm sorry. So the idea for you jumping back to the start is just a second. See reference there. Ultimately, it's just not work. I love the reason say ain't something here. Ultimately, again, the something that maybe, something that maybe. Let's go ahead and about that really was questions that there's something more to you about that is that there is something, a possibility, and not go ahead and change reality and facing it. What about time on time? You're very ready to start. Cover change, and yet we were over there. Let's say cover died. And again, two trends to remember that year from every member of our year is message me by a mail. I checked the cover a few days ago as awesome. The truth is, it's not really a fair session. Actually, compared to 2 days ago, the cover as a person who is careful with the laws of human power, even again, even though for not sanctified food, he is not going to be in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with human successes. That's the definition of a cover. So this is for me as 6 years ago. Those were the days. It was. So how do you tell a cover? I covered with what's that? So perhaps these soldiers like this. Who's a cover? Cover is someone who just looking back to purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, one of the struggle was Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of Tara. So you don't have to eat it in a state of Tara. You're not obligated to eat. You have to sanctify for Tara so much that he seeks out those standards in areas where he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsting for purity. Such a person who wants to purity in the areas that the sanctity is not obligated to show. Such a person is a friend. That's a friend. That's what Baruch says. Somebody wants me in their life so bad that is willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity. That's the power that he doesn't have to.
I'll look into it. God, look at that. Find the Get Episode 502.
Perhaps even to a certain degree higher level than the 6 years ago. Those were the days. Because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable.
Oh my God, we fell off.
Incredibly enjoyable. Beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Somebody who puts upon themselves additional.
God, look at that. Find the Get Episode 502.
After Tara, wants purity.
6 years ago, those were the days.
Right? So the word says, cover should be seen yet before they pass. So cover dies. You just cover dies and
God, look at that. Find the Get Episode 502.
that's the best thing is something in the basket.
6 years ago, those were the days.
issue? What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not they've been timed. Harvested them that day. Hurricane the test has to come. This is Hazoko. Ultimately, again, that they are properly timed. The verse is I go second. The is that something that's real. Something was real. I will say, let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a bad guy. What's the bad guy? What's the bad guy? The certainty. The certainty was they were temple. That's for sure, right? Temple's untied produce. I will say, why is that a bad guy? Because everything starts out as untied produce. So you have the bad guy that is untied. Something, maybe the father did tie it, maybe he didn't tie it. What do you see here? They can see something the most in the data. What do you see here? But ultimately, again, a something. As a word that time that goes ahead and overrides the bad guy that it certainly was. Something close to the bad guy. Which the Gemara says no. Also, bad guy is bad guy. That's a bad guy. That's a bad guy. The bad guy actually, the Gemara says the second is cattle. Lava is double, so zero is double. And also, bad guy that what? Getting tired. Yes, it's a bit of a job. Everything in the job. One brother, one first day, the whole two brothers, the alien was put up with half our second. Okay, that's the kind of stuff. So again, it's just the it's actually the cover. We'll say again, can you imagine leading yourself to the level where there's no substance that you've done the right thing? You have to say, what if you get to that level with the halakha looks at you and the halakha says, this guy is the right thing. Our father does not believe unlike produce in his possession. There is no way that comes in his possession, it's time. And therefore, there's no substance with that guy. There's only that guy and that guy. Because nobody likes to know about produce. There's something to suffer to. Interestingly enough, really, the suffering of suffering. How so is that? That shows the Abba Shiva possible that the Prophet did not to himself like the Hoshia. The Amar, not having Adam Amfi also, the Mahisa, the Moitz Shalom, Gidesha, the Gidesha, the Hendo, that's determined on myself. I feel very interesting case. There is a nice timing loophole. What's the timing loophole? That loophole can make out in order for produce to be subject to timing obligation, there has to be what's called the yes-yeah diet. Right? It has to come to the home. It has to come to the home in order to every single time. Typically speaking, if you let's just take a window and not through the door, technically, there's things that come in like, yeah, by the way, that's life. Technically, there's things that come in there for me, and people can probably tell. You can tell. I'll smile and stuff, and you look, there's literally something that's more to do about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's the suffix, if the cover ties it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Shivas and Esters. Why? Because it's possible that literally again it used this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second, they eat something with thinking about it. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle, right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, suffering won't say bad. But it can ultimately again a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So what's real is that true? So the Gemara said, I knew we learned, right? Sebishit Fasol Shel. Not happened in days. Not a nice Sebishit Fasol Shel Masiyah from the Remo. Very interesting case where there was once this one very other servant. I will say now, okay, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? She says, Gavra Alama Israel, a very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of people. Okay, what happened? She had to live in a bar. She had a miscarriage. And I would say, interestingly enough, it was coming was telling that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a neighbor. But I'm interested in the halacha is this is also involved a little bit. You put her in. So in a bit, just in other words, in a nondescript way, in general, what's in the halacha is you have to bury a neighbor, you have to bury a miscarried baby. So that's what you cannot bury it in a marked grave. You do not to bury it in a marked. You do not bury it in a marked grave. For a variety of reasons, also just from like a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy that Hazal is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Hazal wanted it to be continued. He did not want it to be an ongoing lifelong. So what happened? So she miscarried. And she put the miscarriage in the pit. Before Chloe could get it, Chloe came along, running around, and obviously saw what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did Chloe peer over the pit? Mishka himself had in the kiva, so he was in the capacity for her, but then there was a woman who gives birth, and even after miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much labor. It could be ritual impurity associated with birth. Now, the duration of Tumas Linga depends on what? Boy or girl. So the Kohen peers over the pit in order to see was the neighbor, I guess was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. Well, what's the problem here? The problem is that peering over the pit, what did the Kohen essentially do? Tumas Ola. Tumas Ola, remember again, Tumas Ola most likely be contracted into two ways. You can under a roof, gather with the base, or leave the roof over the base. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the Oho. I am the Oho. So here the Kohen went ahead and leaned over the pit to see is it a boy. And the girl, oh, what happened? Go on, say, this episode came from if you are little, if they show up with gargoyles and they're retired. They're retired. Why are they retired? They're going because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. You know, so it's like the fact that I did something go, something low go, the cost is something who wants to be divided. So look at this case over here. Here's a case of bad guy. What's the bad guy? The ship of the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the ditch. What's the something? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the something trumps the bad guy. Right? There's something changes the reality even in the face of the bad guy to the point that again, the Paskin, the Kohen is not coming. The Kohen is not coming. So you see from here that something can go ahead and trump a bad guy. Which the Gemara says, no, don't leave it to deal the bar, make the bar, Alema, if you look to win and make all the bar. The Gemara says, no. What happens over here is the Kohen sees the Shifra throwing something that looked like a felt. In other words, it's not a bad guy that she miscarried and placed the navel in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a navel being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a summit to begin with. Whereas 1 second, but that's not what it says. It's not going to be capable. But the Gemara said that he got to peer over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. Which the Gemara says, which is to say, Leida, the Gemara says, Leida, in Rothschild, in ViralRabbi. So first of all, he was looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry did she miscarry a baby? Or there was a look at it, just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, that she expelled miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. See, he was first of all looking over the gun, see was it an AFL or not. If it's on an AFL, and if it was an AFL, if it's on an AFL, suffering with you. Teeth wasn't one of those. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Bad and suffering. Rather, again, this was a case of suffering with something. So again, something whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? What was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that would be something ultimately again that maybe the animal took it away. You guys think what the possibility is. David Sheffield, the Bibles, the Swedish Shop, not that guy. The other possibility is that once you have a place, you know that there's a full bit of animals and the animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was exposed into the pit. Okay? So what's the ace say? So what is the cash out? So again, so just we'll pause over for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that that principle of being suffering mostly that ultimately again holds. And in halacha, we accept this principle. Ain't something quoted in the Bible. That if you have two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffix, and one is the bad piece of information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I want to say again, just kind of reorganize a little bit. That's why. How do we get into this? I find a piece of broken apple in sorrow. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know is definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece. Can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's also not know why. Because I found that this was apple in sorrow. Something maybe apple actively or decommissioned it, and everybody. I can't use it why because the suffix, but maybe that's what decommissioned it doesn't change reality of the found out that this was definitely a whole result. That was it. Just to point out how powerful this is so is an Ashkafak level as well. Because even something once a week is that right, you want to go ahead. It's like clarity of Jewish history and destiny. For that phrase, this is it. Over the years.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. They say AI is going to take white-collar jobs in like 18 months. I'm going to have to get attacked in the street by white-collar people. Where are you going to be safe when all this happens? Where are you going to be? You know how demoralizing it's going to be to get attacked in the street by consultants and secretaries and accountants and lawyers. I'm prepared to get attacked, by the meth zombie, contingent, people foaming at the mouth, people addicted to designer drugs. But, white-collar work, look that up. Bring some of that up, because I was reading this and I was kind of disturbed by it. Now, I don't know if it's true. I tend to think this AI stuff is a little overblown. I think it's overblown. I think Sam Altman's a criminal. I think a lot of the OpenAI is fake. I think a lot of it is just overblown, and a lot of people are basically freaking out prematurely. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be freaking out. You should freak out. You should freak out a little bit. But I don't think any of that's happening tomorrow. But where am I going to do this show from to be safe from hordes of middle management, white collar, Panera-eating zombies? Because that's what's coming. You're going to watch dental hygienists, I guess, like the people at the dentist office, that woman that schedules you. She's going to be on the street now with her kids and her husband, and then the guy who works as an accountant, he's on the street, and then the consultant who's on the street. The 12-month deadline is AI about to wipe out white-collar jobs. And this is, I believe this is India, but this is the same, where all of these articles are the same. And they're all like, you're giving these crazy timelines. Microsoft AI chief gives it 18 months for all white-collar work to be automated by AI. So white-collar people in the street trying to kill you, addicted to drugs, losing their home, living in shanty towns, starting fires for warmth, skin diseases, scabs, picking at scabs, flesh rotting. You know what I mean? That's what's coming. White-collar workers getting nervous for good reason. Sure, 98% of college graduates who want a job still have one, and wages are ticking up. Sure, some companies that cite the labor-saving efficiency promoting effects of ChatGPT and Claude as they let employees go are just AI washing, talking about algorithms to distract from managerial decisions. But the labor market for office workers is beginning to shift.
Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. Why is that? So that's what people say. So in other words, once again, this is a cash out on the Trump issue. They don't ask about the Trump issue. The Trump is important for you. This should be
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We have two great reporters here that I'm really excited to have on. We have Ryan Grimm, who's returning from Dropsite News, and Jeremy Scales, who's the author of Dirty Wars, also a great documentary. Jeremy, first to you, you've looked at a lot of different conflicts that the United States has been involved in. What makes this unique as a challenge? Forget the morality of being there. We're going to get to that in a moment. But do you think we're winning this war? And if not, why not? And why didn't George W. Bush do this? I mean, why has no other president done this? I mean, this is a seemingly unique set of challenges. I think generals told Trump that before we went in, yet he went in anyway. In your estimation, why is this so incredibly difficult?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, Tim, like you mentioned the Bush era, and I think one of the factors here that is kind of extraordinary is that Dick Cheney and the Bush team, they also were sort of lawless gangsters when it came to like respect for the Constitution and basic civil liberties and congressional procedures regarding war. But they look like, sort of constitutional law scholars compared to what the Trump administration is doing on issues of war powers, etc. And, one factor here that I think really has to be emphasized is that the leadership of the Democratic Party, they completely sat on their hands in the whole build-up to this. Trump was telegraphing that it was going to happen. They didn't have any kind of a public debate on it. The Gang of Eight gets briefed by Marco Rubio. All of these guys know that this thing is imminent, and they delay a vote on the War Powers Act. Now, it wouldn't have passed anyway. The Democrats, enough of them are in full support of this. They wouldn't have actually made a huge difference to them. But the point of it is that that's where an actual debate happens, where like members of Congress have to go on the record. And so the Democrats sort of cynically exploited this because a lot of them actually want regime change in Iran and support the agenda, but they also hope that Trump screws it up and it becomes bad for him electorally. But on a practical level, the U.S. is approaching this. Answers your question. The U.S. administration is approaching this like it's going to be Venezuela, that they're going to be able to just laugh off, leave Iran, cut a deal with the Iran now number 10 ranking guy, and then Trump's going to sort of own the oil and go in there. Or they're talking about it sort of like Libya, where you take out Muammar Gaddafi, and you have ground forces that are working with you. They're completely misread this. Iran has been building horizontal institutions since 1979. It is not just a dictatorship of one that you kill the supreme leader and all of a sudden the state collapses. This is a multi-decade project with cross sections of society running security, the economy. There's also a religious dedication on the part of some of their largest security
security forces that is now led to one individual. And so I think what we're seeing is that Trump's people are talking about this at a sporting event. Certainly the U.S. has overwhelming firepower. Pete Hegseth, who's sort of drinking buddy as defense secretary, is really braggadocious, and arrogant in the way he's talking about it. The Iranians are, we were told that they were basically wiped out. Trump's saying 60%, 64%. Last night, after Pete Hegseth held a press conference saying the Iranian attacks are abating, the Iranians launched some of their most ferocious attacks at U.S. targets throughout the Middle East. They did heavy bombing of Israel. What's clear is that the Iranians actually have succeeded in targeting a number of high-end U.S. radar systems that are their early detection, and so you're starting to see more Iranian hits on bases. I think that the U.S. does hold quite probably to rise, but the idea that you're just going to overthrow this government is a massive miscalculation. And if they want to do that, they're going to have to send in 100,000 plus American troops. The next going to be an utter bloodbath. So what does that mean? It means at the end of the day, the only winner here is sort of the agenda of Israel. Because I don't think Netanyahu so much cares who comes into power in Iran as much as he wants that state shattered. He wants to convert it into a failed state. He wants the U.S. to mount a conventional military. He wants to ensure that there is no nation state with a real military capable of serving as a deterrent against Israel's agenda.
Ryan, what do you think? Donald Trump is there. A lot of what Jeremy said is had to be known to generals. The military is telling Donald Trump this. They're telling him it's going to be difficult. I mean, that was even leaking out. They were saying things like, this is not a cakewalk. Why does he pull the trigger and decide to go in? I mean, from your reporting, why did they take out the spiritual leader of a Muslim country during Ramadan and expect that then the entire, regime is going to unravel and then they're going to win popular support? What pushes him into this in the 11th hour?
I think Trump has been told so many times that you can't do a certain thing, and then he has done that thing, and then it has gone fantastically for him. And I think the latest one, to Jeremy's point, was Venezuela. I mean, you can't just go into the country and grab the president and his wife and take him back out and not lose a single American service member and then just say that you run the country. That you can't do that. It's not how things are done. Yet he did that. And from his perspective, it worked out phenomenally for him. And he has said, like, I'm on a roll. Like, let's hit Cuba. Like, I'm feeling good. Like, it's 3 a.m. in Vegas. And he's feeling great. And he's also, like, been under enormous amounts of pressure from Israel. And then you have the Secretary of State saying, well, we were definitely going to do it at some point. No question about it. But the reason we did it now is because we heard that Israel was going to do it. We knew we would be attacked in response if Israel did that. So we just decided we're going to go along with Israel and start this war now. Not considering the other option of saying, hey, those are our weapons we're using. How about you don't do that?
Yeah, it seems to me that this whole thing seems backwards, in the sense that we're arming Israel and we're providing them the money to do this. So how did we get to a point, maybe Jeremy could jump in, how did we get to the point where the president of Israel is sitting in the Oval Office and is supporting the Secretary of State? It's not a conspiracy theory. Telling the president of the United States, we're going to do this with your money and weapons, whether you like it or not, and suggesting that this is the Secretary of State didn't say this. There has been reporting that credibility of I think it's relatively credible that they had discussed potentially using unconventional or nuclear weapons at a certain point or a certain stage in the conflict. How did we get to this point where the President of Israel is telling the President of the United States, we're doing this with your money anyway, and you better get on board to minimize the damage, because if you don't get on board, perhaps we'll have to use nuclear weapons. sources we also talked to that had some degree of access to the decision-making process leading up to this war were saying that since the Venezuela operation, Trump started to lock around opining, including in intelligence briefings, that he wants to go down in history as the president that forever changed Iran. That sort of avenged the 1979 revolution and the taking of the embassy. And I think that he really got fluffed up by a lot of people that you're going to experience greatness here, and that we're going to run the deck. Trump won. He was first in the White House in that 2016 election. Remember how the disdain he had for John Bolton and the neocons, and the deliberations that went into that one strike that Trump authorized at the Baghdad airport where they killed General Qasem Soleimani, the head of the IRGC, the most elite force in Iran. When Trump came out of Bolton's era as his national security advisor, denouncing him and saying if it was up to John Bolton, we'd be in World War III. Well, you fast forward to Trump 2.0, and what I would call the sort of neocon Netanyahu wave of the MAGA movement, which they're the most dangerous figures in the American political scene, that they kind of took over this entire portfolio. And part of it is that Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is up to his neck in Gulf money. He's very invested in Israel on an ideological and religious level. You have Miriam Edelson, who Trump basically has said is calling shots, and he's probably the most influential, powerful Israeli in the world. When he went to announce that he was in the Gaza war when it spoke to the message. And you have these people that completely captured Trump on this level. I don't think Trump is an ideological guy. I think that he got fluffed up. He has a lot of business going on. He's simultaneously the president, and he's looking out for his business, his family business, his cronies' business. And I think these guys just convinced him, you're going to do something great that is building the Coliseum on a foreign policy level. And the reality is, they are engaged in action right now that is going to make the world less safe for a long time to come. It's totally, no matter what your politics is, this is totally contrary to American interests, to the basic safety of Americans in the world, to our perception as a nation state. He twice used the false veneer of negotiating with another country to then launch military strikes. They did it in June of last year. They said, we have another negotiation coming up. Days later, they do 12 days of massive bombing of Iran. They do the same thing this time. It's a huge scandal, Tim, because what the Iranians put on the table went far beyond what Obama was able to get in 2015. It was a massive series of concessions from the Iranians on that nuclear issue. The Iranians were talking about also having negotiations on conventional weapons, including talking about range of ballistic missiles. That's what I was told by Iranian officials, that they actually were willing to discuss that if the nuclear arrangement was reached. So Trump could have called it a huge win. He could have said, I did what Obama couldn't do. I did what Biden couldn't do. And he could have made an actual deal that every expert on nuclear weapons in Iran would have said that is an extraordinary achievement to get the Iranians to that point. It's just proof that none of this was actually about actual security. It wasn't about nuclear weapons. And in terms of the generals, I'm sure that when Trump was sitting in briefings, where these guys were laying out for him how strong some of Iran's missile capabilities are, and the potential damage to American troops. Now, there's 6 confirmed American military deaths.
Do you believe that number? Do you think the number of casualties is being accurately reported? And I'll just send it to both of you as a question.
It's a tough question. Having spent a lot of time around military guys and military communities, it's not that difficult to cover up some deaths of special operations forces. And you can later say, well, there was a training exercise. And the families of special operations forces go through 3 things, where they understand that if their loved one gets killed on a covert operation, that there's going to be a degree of public concealment of the conditions under which they die. It's much harder to do when you're talking about rank-and-file soldiers, because military families talk, and they know when someone's family member is missing or is dead. So I tend to think that there isn't a large-scale cover-up of deaths. There may be some cover-ups, there may be some covert actions that took place and more people died. What I think is almost certainly being covered up, because we have witnesses telling us this, is I think a lot more American troops have been injured, some of them seriously, than the Pentagon has been willing to acknowledge at this point. I think the Iranians have been far more successful at hitting American targets than anyone is willing to talk about. I think also they've been far more successful at hitting infrastructure inside of Israel. The Israelis have imposed sweeping censorship on what targets are hit. And we have Qatari oil minister coming out today and basically saying if this thing goes on for weeks, it's going to crash the entire global economy. That prices are going to skyrocket. That oil and gas prices are going to skyrocket. It's already happening. So what Trump is doing right now is lighting a massive fire. And I think if it does go on, we're going to see the U.S. electorate take off, but we're going to start to see actual American interests set on fire by this policy.
Ryan, we have all these Gulf states, and I think that. Go on, sorry. No, go ahead. I was going to say, all these Gulf states, we have our embassies there. Iran is targeting these embassies. Incredibly successful. We have diplomats and U.S. citizens stranded in that part and cannot get out. Dubai, which is the busiest or one of the busiest international airports, has been closed. What does this do to our relationship to those Gulf states? Do they rebuild those embassies? We haven't seemingly protected our interests.
Folks, look at this athleticism. Are you seeing this? You motherfuckers see this athleticism?
Ultimately, the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the solution wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. But the says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? Because they shed the Dia Sheres Halem. Is what could happen. The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So there's an amount of the actually, why should falling leaves be a problem? After all, the Havik have all this function. Once again, Rish Lakish, fallen leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And according to Rish Lakish, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's bottled. So if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottled, should But you know, the fertilizer, which the rest is a shiny awesome, the acre of all the stuff covering coyotes. No, in the case of the fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that Zara identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You must well say other days, when days are base 42b, the Gemara says, Shipuya. What about the case of the shavings? That would like the Asherah tree shavings. You got all this stuff on the plan. That's where once again the primary part of the Avodah, i.e. the tree is still in existence. The guy telling you in that case of Osai, you said with Sarah, he has sort of Shipuya. We said that even in a case, ultimately, again, where you're taking or you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains usher. But ultimately, again, the shavings are mutter. If we bring the Shua Amar, if we shame Avodas for the problem, the Kula, Derech Gibelasa. Ultimately, also, it's simple reason because an Avodah Zarah, you can't negate an Avodah, or Avodah Zarah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that acts in that create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. The Gemara says, this was like, so up until now, all of these questions have been from the Yochanan to Rish Lakish. So we're on both sides. According to Yochanan and Rish Lakish, focuses on one simple case. And Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottled or not? But Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Rish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right? But passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire Abid has been a Yochanan questioning Rish Lakish. Now we switch gears. So Rish Lakish asked the Kasha on the Yochanan year ago. So it's an interesting case here. If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to Akdish, right? The tree belongs to this and the fish. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Lo nyanyin, v'lo mo'alin. You really should not get benefit from the nest, but if you did so, you have not committed leaves. Now we'll say so again. Rashi says over here, second one from the top going down in, that's what Rabbanon. So you can't get benefit with Rabbanon, right? But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you do get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not to be fine. So you want to start to analyze. But for Rosh Hashanah, what about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? Just in case, I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yakiz Bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and then you can go ahead and get them from the nest like that. So what's this? The Gemara said, Yakiz Bakana. I'm sorry. Rosh Hashanah Yakiz Bakana. Hassan and I thought you don't probably let it eat. You can survive. I don't say this. It's very interesting. So now, again, what can I do? I can't come out both sides in both cases. I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But yeah, well, those are tree. Interesting enough, what can I do? Just think of me someone knock down the nest and give it from the nest. Now, Gemara says, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from breaking pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from there? That once a Sarah breaks, right? Even on its own, it has not been actively broken. It's mission. So the Gemara says, you can just shove up in
those countries, and in those countries have been made vulnerable by this, and they're going to lose a lot of money with tourism. Why wouldn't those countries just say, we want to deal with China or someone else? We don't want to deal with the United States when they're going to unilaterally launch a war with Israel that destabilizes the entire region.
Yeah, they are expressing a lot of outrage about this. One of the most powerful and influential businessmen in the UAE, who was a former business partner of Trump himself, put out this long statement saying, Mr. President, Your Excellency, who gave you the right to do this? Who authorized you to set this region on fire? And they're also frustrated by the fact that Israel gets most of the treatment when it comes to missile defense, despite the fact that
from the Asherah tree. Rather, gathering the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can only hectares. So we'll say, so again, what's the raya for that? The raya for that is look at the hectares case. What happened in the hectares case? The hectares case was, what do you want to say about the bird's nest? Or about the bird's nest? No nanning or about the tree. No nan about the nest, sorry. No nanning, no more. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did, you do not commit milah. So let's analyze this. On the Krishna died, you see it's in the Allah. So we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the belt, right outside of the hectares tree. Then how you kind of got the hectares shown there in the below of it. So then it makes sense. No name is Rabbi. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectares tree.
Yeah, we mostly pay for those, whereas the Gulf countries that pay the United States buy the weapons are getting the short end of the stick. The way you're starting to see this play out is going to be probably very detrimental for Trump and a lot of his friends whose work he doesn't seem to have thought through is that the U.S. is right now is basically the economy is propped up by an AI bubble / Ponzi scheme, which is mostly supported by financing from the Gulf. You've already seen, and I say this with regret because I know that Barry Weiss is a friend of the show and he's a previous guest host here. attempt to take over CNN and Warner Brothers and the rest of these is backed by billions of dollars from the Gulf. They are now saying that they might not have the money or, frankly, the interest in going forward with that takeover. So this is talking about the Ellison deal. The Ellison family that owns TikTok, that owns CNN, that owns Paramount, CBS, are now buying Warner Brothers, which the Trump administration kind of got involved in that deal because Netflix was going to buy them. Now the Ellison family, and Larry Ellison is very secret, is I think the largest donor to the IDF. He's incredibly ideologically driven, not just profit driven. Who the hell wants to own CBS News? Really, it's not exactly, that's not the future of news, CBS News, but it's ideologically driven. And you're saying some of the financing for this deal to buy Warner Brothers, which would give also in control of CNN, is from the Gulf. So like sovereign wealth funds and investment funds in the Gulf. They say and we're not interested. And we'll just size it for them. You know what the real war is, folks? Your financial well-being. And that's why you need stash. You don't need to overhaul your life to start investing. Just automate it with stash. Your New Year money goals can quietly run in the background while you focus on everything else. Stash is just another investing app. It's a registered investment advisor that combines automated investing with expert personalized guidance. So you don't have to worry about gambling or figuring it out on your own. Stash is simple, smart, safe, stress-free. Choose personalized investments that Stash's award-winning smart portfolio do the work for you, or pick a combo of both. Stash is there to guide you every step of the way. Don't let your money sit around. Put it to work with Stash. Go to getthatstash.com/tip. The CIA could receive $25 to your first stock purchase and if you have important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/TIM. Get.stash.com/TIM. They not sign a gift guarantee or represent more representative of all kinds of portfolios of discretionary managed account and stock acquisition fees in the advisory agreement and deposit account agreement for details investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC and SEC registered investment advisory investment. Is it in any part in Israel's calculation, and this is for both of you guys, that this war will not only hopefully topple the leadership in Iran, but also serve to either weaken or outright sever the connection between a country like Qatar and America or the Gulf states? Does Israel see that as a positive? I know that, a lot of, people that promote ultra-Zionist ideas in this country are constantly accusing Qatar of running the country, the free press. I wrote an article about all the money that Qatar has put into things like higher education. I'm sure Qatar puts money into things, but the idea that Qatar is now incredibly skeptical of things the United States says and may not be able to trust us, is that something that Israel is excited about? Is that a good thing? And is that part of the calculation?
Yeah, I mean, just trying to mention one concrete thing, because we seldom hear kind of the Iranian government perspective these days. It's really just kind of the Trump show, and because there's been this multi-decade campaign about Iran, it's very hard to actually, on just a basic factual level, say, well, what is their actual position? What Iran has been saying, Tim, about some of the retaliatory strikes that it's done over the past week is that they didn't do that. They're saying, for instance, that they have not attacked Saudi Aramco's refinery. They're saying that they did not strike the British military base in Cyprus. And in fact, the British government is saying they don't believe that the drone that hit that base and destroyed a base where American cyclists come from, it came from Iran. They're saying it came from the direction of Lebanon, which is the Iranians are saying that some of the hotels and other buildings in the United Arab Emirates were housing Israeli spies or American personnel. Why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing it up because what the Iranians are saying, and take it at face value, it should be fact-checked, we should look into it. What they're saying is that they believe Israel has engaged in some false flag attacks in some of these Arab countries, potentially
in Azerbaijan in an attempt to try to draw those nations into the war as actual threats. And Netanyahu in terms people are saying, oh, and even the Arabs are now going to start fighting against the Iranians. Certainly Netanyahu loves to be the merchant of chaos when it comes to disrupting U.S. relationships with other countries. Certainly he wants to see Qatar weaken. He wants to see the economies, the economic power of the United Arab Emirates and Qatar, the closeness of these countries to U.S. institutions and particularly to Trump, thrown into turmoil. He knows that the populations in those countries don't like what's going on right now. Yes, the attacks, especially when they hit hotels, when they hit infrastructure, it's enraging the populations of the Arab Gulf. But on a much broader level, this is a war in service of Israel. And the populations of those countries, the anger is simmering. They understand what's happening. It's destroying the entire project was based on this idea, Tim, that the United States puts military bases in all these emirates, in all of these kingdoms, and they have an American security guarantee. I don't think that in their wildest dreams they thought that the United States was going to allow Iran to pummel them the way that they have, while pouring billions of dollars into the defense of Israel. So, on one strategic level, and this cuts to your question, Tim, I do think that Netanyahu views opportunity in this. He wants to be the merchant of chaos to try to utterly destroy that relationship between the U.S. and these other countries because he views it as a threat. Trump is unpredictable. Trump is merging family business with the business of government. This causes some consternation for Netanyahu in his broader sort of project in Israel.
Ryan, do you think that Iran hit the Saudi Aramco facility?
They say they did, and they say it. So, and their argument is this. Jeremy interviewed the deputy foreign minister on Wednesday, asked him directly about this, and paraphrasing him, he said that would be insane because our entire economy is also based on the oil industry. And why, like, you think we want to start a tit for tat where people are bombing oil fields? I frankly find that a fairly persuasive argument at this stage. I can imagine if this war continues to descend into chaos and it continues to climb up the escalatory ladder that Iran may eventually strike an oil field and we may strike all of their oil.
Do you think Lebanon?
I don't think that
do you think Lebanon struck the Saudi Aramco facility?
I don't think Lebanon did it. I mean, I think their claim that Israel hit this oil facility needs to be taken seriously.
So it's very possible.
One thing just for the record.
Yeah, go on,
just to put a factual thing on the record. What I was told by the Iranians is not that they are against hitting oil facilities. What they're saying is we will only do that if the United States and Israel start to attack our oil infrastructure. We're going to strike back at their oil infrastructure because we don't view it as simply the sovereign property of these other countries. We view it as facilitating and linked to the American project. But they're saying as of now that they will never intentionally.
So I'm just trying to get this straight. Our ally, our closest ally, who told us that they were launching a war, a regime change war in Iran with our weapons and our money, also very potentially has attacked the oil Saudi Aramco processing facility in another one of our allies, Saudi Arabia, and also kind of one of their allies. Israel and Saudi Arabia have like sort of an understanding, right?
So this is what the Iranians are suggesting, and I'm not saying I fully believe it. It could be that they accidentally did these things. It could be that they did do it and they're trying to cover it up. Although Iran, I think that wouldn't really be to their advantage. It's possible that they did it, but the Saudis claim that it was debris from a drone that they shot down. But let's say we should just take this seriously and investigate it because if it is the case and evidence emerges,
the Saudis are saying it's the Saudis are saying it's debris from a drone they shot down.
That was the initial statement by the Saudi. First, it was Iran bombed Saudi Aramco. Then a Saudi defense official came out and said this was actually debris that fell from a drone
that we had intercepted. And the Saudis and the Iranians have had an interesting diplomatic back and forth on this. The Saudis are not as aggressive right now in going after the Iranians as, for instance, the Azerbaijani government is, right? And really, sort of saying that Iran did this. Iranians are denying that as well. So all of which is just to say we should never just take at face value the proclamations of the Iranian government. Right? If you think about it at a common sense level, it doesn't benefit Iran to further enrage the populations of these countries because they already are very nervous about what's going on. So who benefits from this, Tim? It benefits this Israel from the idea that Iran is this madman, this mad dog loose, and he's fighting everyone. They're fighting all their neighbors. They're fighting the people who they've been in this rapprochement with for 2 years. It doesn't make sense. So that's why you have to pursue and say, is there any legitimacy to the Iranians' religion?
So now a friend of mine who's kind of deeply connected in that part of the world, Sheikh Carlson, has reported on his show, Sheikh Tucker, has reported on his show that in the UAE, two Mossad agents were arrested for potentially trying to start false flag attacks. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it did go pretty big in terms of news. Qatar and Saudi Arabia. Right. So is there anything that you guys can add to that? Is that verifiable in any way? I mean, here's what I will say about Tucker. He's deeply connected in those parts of the world. I think that, that's quite obvious. And he goes there and talks to a lot of people there. I don't think he would come out and make that up.
So, hey, what I can add to that is they both, Qatar and KSA, Saudi Arabia, have denied that this has happened. We had a drop site at a source with Saudi Arabia that denied to us that it happened. Qatari sources have been a little cagier when it comes to confirming or denying that off the record. On the record, they're denying it. Also, it's the kind of thing that you wouldn't necessarily talk about if it did happen. It could also have been made up by somebody who told it to Tucker. Sure. Like they're trying to sow. Like it may have been a very credible source that told it to Tucker, but that credible source was just trying to sow misinformation, disinformation, chaos. Yeah. Moments like this, 90% of what you hear turns out to be proven incorrect a year later. So we're in the heat of that moment. There's going to be a lot flying around. But it's so I don't know. That's about what I can add.
What are they now that Jeremy had said?
Another thing that needs to continue to be investigated.
Saudi Arabia is not, if for example, if Saudi Arabia genuinely believed that Saudi Aramco was targeted by Iran, I would imagine there'd be a massive retaliation from Saudi Arabia. Have you seen that? You haven't seen that.
I think that's and I think that's an important insight that does go to what Saudi Arabia believes. I think you're right. If Saudi Arabia genuinely believes that Iran had hit it, they would be reacting in a different way.
Well, I also want something on the Tucker Carlson issue, Tim. I know that I was in Doha for the Doha Forum, and Tucker Carlson, and it's like Michael Jackson appearing at the height of his fame somewhere. Like he is a massive figure. Yeah, he's purchased property there. And Tucker Carlson, he is globally famous right now. And deeply connected. He meets with the epicenters of power in the Gulf right now. There's no great question about that. So I don't believe Tucker Carlson just made this up. It's possible, Ryan said, somebody mentioned something to him. Maybe it was sort of like quoting something. But let's remember that Israel has a decades-long history of engaging in all sorts of operations, false flag operations, in assassinations, in bombings that they then try to blame on other groups. There's a long history of Israel doing false flag bombings in Lebanon and elsewhere. So again, it's in the category of we need to pursue it, we need to look into it. But the idea that there's Mossad agents running around
these countries is like not at all a shocker or a surprise. It's going to be surprising if they weren't doing these things. The question is, were their agents arrested and it's being covered up, or was this floated to Tucker because they wanted to achieve some purpose that we don't quite understand right now? I don't know. Israel has a long history of doing this stuff.
Right? And also, if they did arrest agents, they would not imagine what it would take for them to say that publicly. Like for allies of the United States, Saudi Arabia, and countries to say publicly, yes, this is true. We arrested these Mossad agents. Like a significant diplomatic kind of breach. And so the diplomatic thing to do is to deny it. So the denials are worth reporting, but it doesn't necessarily tell you a whole lot.
When you look at the time, can I tell you one yes, I just want to tell you one story about Israel. In the 1990s, the head of Hamas was a guy named Khalid Rashal. And he was based in Jordan at the time. And he comes out, he's driving his kids to work and then to school, and he gets out of the car with his bodyguards, and these two guys posing as tourists come up and they spray something in his ear. And it was a poison, and it sends Khalid Rashal into a coma. And then there was a pursuit, and his bodyguards and Jordanian police end up tackling and getting the guys, and it turns out that they were Mossad agents. The king of Jordan then, and this is a public story, you can read about this, there's been documentaries made about it. The king of Jordan then says, we're going to cancel our treaty with Israel, and we're going to execute these agents. If Netanyahu, he was prime minister at the time in the 90s, if Netanyahu doesn't give us the antidote to resurrect Khalid Rashal, the head of Mossad gets on a plane from Israel, flies to Jordan to deliver the antidote to save Khalid Rashal's life. Because Khalid Rashal is still alive to this day. Just a couple of months ago. But the nature of what Israel is able to do, that's one of the most sort of famous known episodes. Israel has deep penetration throughout the world. There are many cases where they conduct operations
like not here in America. No penetration here, and that's what I'm proud of. These other countries fell for it, but us, we didn't. And how easy would it have been for us to fall for it? So many men in our country are suffering with erectile dysfunction, and here's the way to fix that. Students who can access personalized treatment for ED if prescribed. Imperfect ED treatment options range for personalized products. The trusted generics that cost 95% less than brand names if prescribed. You shouldn't have to go out of your way to fill up yourself. Imsprint's expert care straight to you 100%. Online access to personalized treatments and put your goals first. This isn't one size fits all. You have to forget. You're the way to win. It's your health and goals put first with real medical providers making sure you get what you need. Get results. To get simple online access to personalized affordable care for ED, hair loss, weight loss, and more, visit hims.com/gym. That's hims.com/gym. For free online, visit hims.com/gym. Featured products include compounded drug products, which the FDA has approved and verified for safety, effectiveness, and quality. Prescription required to website for details, restrictions, important safety information, actual price, depend on product and subscription plan. Let me ask you, what role in your estimation, and maybe it's no role, or maybe it's some role, or maybe it's, I don't know what percentage of a role it is controlling politicians through things like blackmail or coercion of some degree. Obviously, Apex spends a lot of money, but then we have these files come out that show that Jeffrey Epstein is in contact with a lot of very highly placed people in governments all over the world. The ex-prime minister of Israel is living in his house. It comes out that an Israeli, I believe the Israeli government, this was reported, put a security system in Jeffrey Epstein's New York townhouse. This is true. This is not a conspiracy. That townhouse is being frequented by some of the wealthiest, most powerful, and most influential people in our society. As well, the man has an island and a ranch in the middle of nowhere in New Mexico. This man is a pedophile, is a human trafficker. He's clearly, when you look at these documents, arranging these parties and events where very powerful people are going. From your reporting,
in a very sober-minded way. Does that type of control system, is that something you think Israel has employed or is employing in any way to sort of get certain results from certain politicians?
I mean, the Israelis have a history of doing that sort of thing for sure. The link to Epstein in this case, to me, may be the way that it influenced Trump to try to change the subject. I mean, he tried to. I think the Venezuelan operation, wasn't an attempt to kind of turn the page on that and get it off, but that lasted like 12 hours, and the public was back. Okay, that's interesting. Let's look through some more of these Epstein files. So I do wonder, absent the Epstein scandal itself, whether Trump has the kind of motivation to carry through this. It has its own logic and motivation to it. Netanyahu said the other day that this is something he's been yearning for 40 years, and they've been working towards pressuring the United States into it since then. And so, like that alone has an enormous kind of gravitational pull to it. And I think Trump's going to be sorely disappointed because I think when the war ends, if the war ends with us still alive on this planet, we're going right back to those files, guy. Like, we haven't forgotten this.
Jeremy, can you speak to that? And then Jeremy, also adding to that, your understanding of someone like Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I'm not accusing Jared Kushner of being a human trafficker, obviously, but we look at what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, and look at what Jared Kushner was doing, sort of being whatever you want to call it, right? Like a rainmaker, putting all these people at the table, trying to arrange scenarios to get certain results, working sort of with government, but also outside of government. Would it be completely crazy to say that Jared Kushner is working in an Epstein-like fashion to maintain certain relationships and to build other relationships and to increase the likelihood that certain outcomes happen on the global chessboard? Do you see Kushner as a figure like that, or am I overstating it?
I think one of the biggest scandals is what's hidden in plain sight. I think that, a story like the Epstein files and Jeffrey Epstein's relationships with all of these ultra-powerful people, and Ryan has done more reporting than anyone on the Israel connection on this. So it captures the imagination. Part of why it's so damning is that it's indicative of something that isn't even a secret conspiracy. That what's hidden in plain sight is that the reason that we're at war against Iran right now is because of the way that the U.S. political system is arranged. It's because of the sameness of policy that exists among the elites of the Democratic Party and the kind of most vicious elements of the Republican Party. This is an enormous indicator of the influence that Israel has over the issue is sensitive of the decision of the state to go to war. We have, as you mentioned earlier, the Secretary of State mistakenly saying the quiet part out loud. And he did, in fact, go to war for Israel, and then he has to walk it back later, and then Trump has to concoct this ridiculous statement about how the U.S. has been in a state of needing to preempt Iran for 47 years. But what's hidden in plain sight is in a way more damning than the Epstein files. It's that we have a system that produces the kinds of characters that are in power right now. That in the open you have Mariam Peterson being able to purchase American foreign policy and get it done. That you can have a Jared Kushner, and I think you're nailing it there. He is the fixer extraordinaire right now for the U.S. government as a whole because Trump is the president, and the nexus of corporate power and government, the relationships with the Gulf countries, the relationships with Israel, the political interference around the world, and then the way that they have sort of conducted a coup d'etat in plain sight against the American Constitution. It's like beyond Dick Cheney's wildest dreams. Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld spent their entire lives playing by the wrong side of the rules. They wanted to do this, but they made the huge mistake
of actually believing that he could follow the rules. Trump has shattered that illusion, and you don't have to read an Epstein file to see it. It's hidden nowhere anymore. It's just out in the open. And what do we have as an opposition? Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer. What are they doing? Trump laughs at them. Trump's running the deck on Western.
Well, I guess Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries principally opposed regime change in Iran doesn't feel like
No. Bingo. Like, no. I mean, Chuck Schumer's whole life was wanting to see this whole political career was wanting to see this happen. Ryan and I did a report recently. Ryan should speak to this, but we did a report that was showing that even last June, Schumer and other Democrats saw opportunity in the possibility that Trump would try to go all in regime change. And Ryan put up this kind of amazing story.
Yeah, Schumer did the whole Taco Trump thing, trying to taunt Trump into the war. So a bunch of anti-war groups sent Schumer a letter saying, "Hey man, like we get it, like we want to score points against Trump, but let's not kind of goad him into World War III. Let's relax on that one."
This is one of those just to restate for people, this one of the powerful Democratic senators from New York, Chuck Schumer, kind of taunting Trump like you always chicken out, you're not going to follow through on regime change in Iran.
Yeah, so that letter that these groups sent to Schumer leads to a phone call between the top foreign policy aide for Schumer and one of the leaders of one of these anti-war groups. And she says to him, what you have to understand is that he's under a lot of pressure from the caucus too, because there are a ton of Democrats in the Senate who really want to see a regime change war. They hate Iran. They want the military to take out Iran, but they also know that the American people are done with these wars. So it would be extremely damaging. But it will also then, therefore, be extremely damaging to Trump. So their two worst enemies, the Ayatollah and Trump, will both take a hit. So they're like, so we're actually, and then she said, well, Schumer, he doesn't believe that he's under a lot of pressure from Democrats, on the Democrats who believe that. But from our reporting like that basically captures a lot of the Democratic lawmakers' position on this. Right? But they want this war, and they want Trump to be the one that wages it and takes the hit.
And loses politically for it. I have heard that Stephen Miller is a huge proponent of this war. I don't know if you've heard this, but Stephen Miller behind the scenes. What? Stephen Miller. Behind the scenes was a big proponent of this war. It's been reported that J.D. Vance was kind of marketed as an ex-electionist who came on my show and said, we made a lot of mistakes by going into these countries like Iraq and Afghanistan and having regime change wars. It was reported that he said, if you're going to do this, go big and go fast, I believe is the quote. Hit hard and go fast. Does any of your reporting suggest any internal conflicts in the White House? Obviously, somebody like Tulsi Gabbard, which I don't think anyone listens to, again, said she's, was more of an isolationist. J.D. Vance was marketing himself as someone who, and I do believe J.D. Vance, a lot of what he said has been somewhat consistent about, and he said he came on my show and he said we shouldn't be doing this, and yet they're doing it. So, I mean, listen, I know there's a lot of people out there who will say that these people are politicians, and especially J.D. Vance doesn't believe in anything. That's very possible. But what is your take about the dynamics in the White House? Yeah.
The other day I was talking to Daniel Davis, who was a career military, and he was supposed to be one of Tulsi Gabbard's deputies in this administration. And that Republicans and were ballistic because he had been a critic of the Gaza war and said critical things about Israel. And he was a career decorated military officer, and he was going to be put in the position of presenting the presidential candidate to Donald Trump. This just happened right at the beginning of this Trump administration. So then they withdrew his nomination. So Daniel Davis would have been, a real voice and kind of objectivity and independent thought, but also a long-time military thinker. And he was saying that he still maintains contact with some people. This was just recently I spoke to him. That he maintains contact with some people. He said there's only like a handful of sane people left in the inner circle when it comes to anything having to do with national security, more specifically with this Iran, and that there's a vibe that anybody who sort of speaks up, it's not welcome to sort of be giving contrary views. It's that you're going to be viewed as disloyal. It's like you're in a kind of authoritarian dictatorship and you're like afraid that Honecker from the Democratic German Republic is going to like oust you if you say the wrong thing. That's totally it's counter to the idea that when it comes to sensitive issues like waging war, especially this kind of war based on nonsense, that you don't want political voices. Tulsi Gabbard is the embodiment of what happened to the isolationist wing of the MAGA movement when it came to power and Trump in this second administration. These guys are completely sidelined. As you said, it's like a joke. The other day, you had another guy who falls into that isolationist category, Eldridge Colby.
Yeah, it's a great story. What happened to him?
So Rick, when I
tried to get him on the show, I wouldn't come on the show.
So I interviewed him years ago. He and I had a supporters in the Trump administration, but we also agreed on a bunch of things. Rich Colby was against all this nonsense in the Middle East. He's trying to hawk into the Pentagon. The other day, he's a China hawk, and that's where he and I were arguing about this. That's known as a China hawk, but he's a very realistic sort of isolationist when it comes to these forever wars and all this kind of stuff. He sits in front of a congressional hearing the other day, and he is explicitly on record for years of being against regime change war in Iran. And he gets asked about his previous comments, and he just fumbled around. He couldn't even answer. You could play clip after clip of Tulsi Gabbard explaining very articulately what's wrong with these kinds of wars. And they put her in charge. She's the director of national security stuff. And if she's allowed to speak publicly, oh boy, it's the total public. That's the reality of the situation. The MAGA movement needs to understand the whole thing is an sham. There is no isolationist way to this administration. There is no America first. This is Israel first right now. It is Trump family business first.
What's interesting about Rich Colby is this is a guy who last summer they are running his pieces in the Politico on him because he is opposed to continuing funding the Ukraine war. And he had sort of outspoken about that. Now, I know for a fact that serious people, billionaires, media people, are calling Trump to fire this guy. Go on. Like, genuine, and I know that for a fact, like, it wasn't true, but like, people say, like, this guy was a thorn in the side of more of the neoconservative, ideologically driven people on that end of the spectrum. They were going, this guy's got to go, and now he's sitting there, and he's completely changed his opinion.
And the only opposition that really came internally came from the military, and particularly General Dan Cain, Trump loves to call Raising Cain, who, because they had material concerns about the war, because if you're reading Dropsite or watching like listening to anything that Ron was saying in the months leading up to the war, they were saying, if you come for us, we're going to turn this into a regional war. Right? And we have learned the lesson of the previous conflicts that we need to hit much harder than we hit before. Like, they were saying it out loud in English for anybody who wanted to listen to it. And so Kane was internally sharing his assessments of this is what they're going to do. We got, hey man, we got $1 billion radar installation right here. It's radar. We can't put it underground. They can hit it. We got these Patriot missile batteries. They can hit those. Like, we have all of these bases that are within range of their ballistic missiles. They can hit those. We've spent decades building up this elaborate military infrastructure to basically control the Middle East and to control global commerce. And we're putting all that at risk over this war. When the Iranians are offering you basically everything you're asking for to negotiate tables, the only opposition was coming from like people who were like, let me just tell you like, what the reality of this situation is. But everyone else was like, no man, like they're going to surrender. We're pushing over you to be a historic figure. It's going to be incredible. And they went with the it's going to be great.
I mean, Israel's recently signaled that outside of Iran, they feel that Turkey is their biggest threat. Turkey is a NATO country. This is psychotic. I mean, at what point does the United States of America divest from this foreign policy of attacking any and all countries they feel might be a current or potential threat? I mean, this is straight up Bush doctrine, preemptive war. The biggest foreign policy failures of my lifetime that I've witnessed growing up in the early 2000s. Israel seems to have that foreign policy position about Iran and now about Turkey. When you hear, and I forget who said it, you guys know more than me, but someone came out and said, and I don't know if it was Yair Lapid, I forget who said, but basically somebody said, outside of Iran, we're looking at Turkey as the biggest potential existential threat to our existence. Why would they come out and say that at this point? Connor, do you know who said that? Can you look that up? Because that definitely was said recently. My betting, yes, I'm trying to think. My producer's looking at it. What exactly would they mean? Why telegraph that publicly in the middle of a war with Iran or soon before? I don't understand.
One thing that cuts to this issue of Turkey, etc. One thing that I think we're witnessing here, and I think we're on the verge of this being drilled into the heads of an entire generation of young people across the Middle East, that in fact it is a religious war. There's been great painstaking to sort of say this isn't about religion, but the message that's being sent, especially when the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, might as well be the foreign minister of Israel, the way that he talks, is endorsing the idea of a greater Israel that goes from the Mediterranean all the way to the Tigris and Euphrates rivers and starts defending it in kind of some bizarre theological ground. But what we're witnessing right now is that you have all of these Gulf monarchies that are propped up and defended by the presence of American military sites in their countries, by their interwoven, interconnected relationship to the global economy, specifically to the American economy. There isn't any semblance of democracy in any of those countries, and their populations are bribed and bought off to sort of be quiet. And maybe it's effective, maybe the propaganda or what Iran is doing right now, maybe it's damaging certain aspects of making people feel like we should be aggressive with Iran. But at the end of the day, the bigger picture, the genocide of Gaza, the absolute obliteration of Gaza, the attempts to further annex the West Bank. Now they just issued forced evacuation orders, displacement orders in Lebanon, clearing out hundreds of thousands of people from the south suburbs of Beirut. The Israelis doing massive bombing there. They've set the entire region on fire. It will take a generation, but there's going to be blowback. And it's like the lesson of 9/11. The lesson of the so-called war on terror. It's like we step on the rake in the same place in the yard every few cycles. And I think that it may seem like Israel is quote-unquote winning right now, but a series of events are being kicked into motion and we don't know what's going to happen. What is certain is that a lot of people, millions of people are being told this actually is a religious war against you. That's going to come back on the night the United States in
Ryan, the opposition here in Israel came out and said this is all of our war, this is our entire country's war. So I know that Netanyahu very rightly gets a kind of criticism, to say criticism, how much of this, in your estimation, is just Netanyahu, like the Big Bang history theory, where it's like, without Netanyahu, this is happening, and how much of this is just the preferred policy of the entire Israeli government, and without making if Netanyahu died tomorrow, are we looking at a major course correction in Israel or not?
When it was looking like it might be some sort of election for the prime minister again, most of the candidates closest to Netanyahu were to his right. So of the top four, so he was like the most left-wing candidate. And I think what you're seeing from the population there is the natural product of the relationship that the U.S. has set up with Israel, which is, at the beginning you had a left and a center left within Israel that would say, we should do coexistence with the Palestinians. We should do two states. We're all here. We're all going to be here. Let's hammer this out. And then you had a right wing that was saying, why would we give anything away to these subhuman people? Let's just keep using the American military weapons and support that is flowing in to just continue to lock down control of more and more territory. It's free money, right? It's free real estate. Let's use it. And so they kept being able to win that argument because one side of the political population is arguing for some level of compromise in order to get a sustainable coexistence. The other is saying, how about we don't compromise and actually get more stuff? And only by taking away the American kind of military and financial support would you have forced the political conversation to be held on reasonable grounds.
What is the religious element? When Germany says this is religious war and people are now going to internalize this in the Middle East as religious war. Tucker had a lot of criticism recently for talking about Haman and talking about the Third Temple and playing a video text that's saying that the Third Temple we built in our lifetime. And I know this is sort of end times mythology that Christians and Jews actually share to a certain degree, which is why there's so much Christian Zionism with America. I've always thought of this maybe it's just because I'm uneducated. I thought of it more of a secular financial mode of like trying to build a Miami, trying to build an AI smart city on this mass grave and trying to have a hegemony in the Middle East. Is there an element of this that is mystical, spiritual, whatever you want to call it, where you do have only influential clerics pushing certain ideas because they believe that there is some spiritual element to this fight?
Well, I actually think, if you go back and you look at how the Republican Revolution was organized in the 1990s when Gingrich and America came to power, or you look at Reagan's electoral campaign in the 1980 election, at the core of it was the Republican strategists mobilizing the evangelical vote and including getting large numbers of evangelicals who were not voters at all to start voting and supporting Republican candidates. And very cynically, there were the Karl Roves of the world viewed that section of Americans as kind of the crazy loonies. And so we constantly throwing red meat to the loonies to put them on our side. And I think that those dynamics still exist, and they certainly exist in this. Netanyahu's not a particularly religious guy at all, right? But he'll talk about Amalek, right, and the need to wipe them out and slate the Torah and all of it. He'll do it when it's convenient. But I think you're nailing it when you talk about this sort of big real estate project. And what I'm referring to is this. Like when you have for sure, you have Netanyahu, although Netanyahu is also political, it's Zionism, it's expansionism, it's all of those things. But this is big business. That's why you can have United Arab Emirates organizing relations with Israel, posting pictures, and they're celebrating together. And you have all its own business in a way. And what I'm saying is they're erecting their condominiums and their business projects on a mountain of corpses of Muslims who've been killed in all of these wars. And what I'm saying is you can't do that and expect that it's not going to circle back around to you. So the day may come where some of these Gulf monarchies, their
topic where they're brought down. Part of the story is going to be, we're all witnessing right at this very moment, because the message has been sent that Israel, it was an Israeli supremacist war that was waged by the United States with the support tacitly and otherwise of these monarchies.
And when these Gulf monarchies are toppled, you mean by progressive, secular pluralists, right? Well, obviously, it's good. But this is what I mean, right? You're going to get Syria, right? You're going to get somebody who's in ISIS, who's now going to take, so you're going to take a country potentially that's somewhat modernizing, like Qatar, Oman, Jordan, whatever, and some of these Gulf monarchies would be toppled, and you would get, they'd probably be toppled by religious fanatics.
But let me answer that in a little bit of a nuanced way.
Yeah.
We have an example, a living example. When the Egyptian Revolution happened in 2011, when the so-called Arab Spring uprisings were happening, the U.S.-backed dictatorship of Hosni Mubarak was cut off, and there was a popular revolt. And then Egypt, for the first time in decades, had free and fair elections. And the candidate who won those elections with the wide support, not just of religious Egyptians, but also secularists and young people, was Dr. Mohammed Morsi, who came out of the Muslim Brotherhood movement. And he won a democratic election, even though a lot of the people that voted for him were not members or supporters of the Muslim Brotherhood. But he won a sort of consensus of the population. And within like a year or so, the U.S. was backing a coup where General Abdel Fattah al-Sisi took power, and Egypt's gone back to the moment that we're not going to have any real democracy anymore. And I think that the question then becomes, Mohammed Morsi in Egypt was an interesting guy because he was modern, he was extremely well educated, he was a political realist, and I don't think he was given a chance to even see what does it look like to have a country that has democratic elections, has a distinctly religious sort of identity to it, but also respects a basic secularism. That's never really been allowed to function in the modern era because the United States doesn't want that. The United States isn't actually interested in having democracy in any of these countries. Look, Trump was asked by Dana Bash and CNN this morning, what about if a religious speaker gives power in Iran? Trump saying, Iran needs to pass a national voting law real quick. But Trump's saying, I have no problem with religious leaders. And he's basically saying it doesn't have to be a democracy. In fact, they don't care. They don't really care. They want malleable states that in one way or the other are going to do the bidding of the United States, and they couldn't really care less what they do to their own people unless it's convenient to them.
How generic, I'm not generic, how when we're looking at the footage of Iranian protests, and I'm sure I live in California part of the year, and I know a lot of people that are from Iran, and I know that a lot of them were genuinely excited when the Ayatollah fell because they had experienced suppression, and they have pointed out that women in Iran to some degree, and again I don't know, I'm not there. How genuine and widespread were those Iranian protests that we saw like small videos of? Were some of them engineered by outside forces, potentially Mossad, where they kind of pegged on and stoked by that? How much of the country does that represent? How powerful is that section of the country in terms of determining the future course of Iran? Are we talking 10% of people, 30% of people, and the country is 90 million people? How many of them are we talking about? Only young people? Are they only in Iran? What do you think those Iran protests and how organic they were?
There were some huge protests. There were enormous numbers of people that were in the streets. It was started in a market where shop owners started protesting about exchange rates. And the U.S. has been clear. Bessent himself, as the Treasury Secretary, said publicly, we deliberately engineered a currency crisis in Iran in order to spark protests. Like, that's almost a direct quote from our Treasury Secretary. What he did is manipulated through sanctions and through some new sanctions policy what people's savings were worth and what you can buy with Iranian money. And all of a sudden, merchants were just we depend on some stable monetary system where we're being able to buy imports and then sell them on the streets. They started protesting against this, which is precisely what the U.S. wanted. The U.S. also said that we shipped 50,000 of Elon Musk's satellite devices into the country, and otherwise have been fomenting uprising. But there's no question, talking to Iranians, there's a lot of anger. The country is the country. I mean, even setting aside opposition to the regime, if you have it, or to the Iranian government, the economic crisis over the last months and years makes daily life very difficult. Now, ironically, most of the opposition is in Tehran, and that is the place that we are now bombing into the 7th century. Right? Seems like indiscriminate bombing around this one of the oldest and biggest cities in the world. So we're hitting the people that would be most likely to be supportive to have been out of the streets protesting.
Right. To add to that, Tim, because you're also asking about sort of the broader picture there. What ended up happening, and we also spoke to people who witnessed this themselves, is that you had these huge popular protests, and there was almost no response from the state whatsoever. In fact, the supreme leader of Iran, who of course was assassinated in the opening stages of this war, had even publicly said that the protesters need to be listened to, and there were no significant reports of any violence until around January 8th. So they started in late December, they go to January 8th, and what we know for a fact happened was that small cells of people that were embedded within larger peaceful demonstrations started attacking police stations or attacking police officers. And in some cases, they started attacking mosques. And so one Iranian that I talked to who witnessed some of this said that it's like watching agitators at a big anti-war demonstration in the U.S. where you've got the people that want to break off and the revolution's going to happen now, and let's try to set a cop car on fire. So you start having people do this. And so what the Iranian government has said, and again, this is a nation-state's narrative, but what the Iranian government says is that there were cells of people that they believe were being supported by Mossad, and in some cases provided and smuggled in weapons that were coordinating attacks against the government, attacks against mosques, attacks against security personnel. And what it sounds like happened is that there were then these gun battles that start, and I think thousands of Iranians got gunned down. And I don't think we know the extent of the death toll. But what I think is clear is that the narrative that it was simply the Iranian government decided to open fire on peaceful protests is not true. The question is, how overwhelming was the force? How many Iranians did the government kill in the process of trying to put down what they characterized as terrorist rebellions? How excessive was it? How many corpses were there? We don't know that, and it needs to be investigated. But we have to be intellectually honest about this. The Iranian government has said that 3,100 people died. That includes everyone, including security forces. International human rights organizations are saying those numbers are much, much higher. Some of the numbers also come from human rights organizations that are connected to the National Endowment for Democracy and receive U.S. government funding. But even the big ones, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, they all have characterized it as most of the deaths were caused by the Iranian government opening fire on peaceful protesters. I think that because these narratives have been weaponized into broader group support initially for some kind of quote-unquote action against Iran, where there needs to be an actual investigation of the events that took place in Iran in January. But it is not even part of the narrative anymore. Right. This isn't about saving the Iranian people. Trump is, they're not even talking nuclear anymore. Now it's, we're going to get rid of their ballistic missile capacity. What they're actually saying, I want people to understand this, what they're actually saying is Iran shouldn't have any defensive capacity. It shouldn't have any ability, which any nation state worth anything has, to deter other nations from attacking it. The position right now is Iran should be like Syria, where after Assad fell, Israel came in, they bombed the entire conventional military capacity of Syria to make sure that whoever comes next, whatever Arab ruler takes power, won't have a real military. In a way, that's kind of the minimum that Netanyahu wants in this game. Ryan, let's make it so they can't ever be a real nation state again.
Yeah, Ryan, you spoke earlier about the role that AI is playing in actually helping with these military coordinated attacks. Can you speak a little bit to that? This is one of the, obviously, the Gaza genocide is another example of this, but this is one of the first theaters of war that we've seen AI have such a prominent role.
Yes, it was reported that Israel in the early stages of the bombing of Gaza was using AI to pick targets, and there would be one low-level person at the very end who would just press confirm on all of those. But it does appear like the U.S. is using AI in its targeting here. The most absurd example is the one I'm talking about. They bombed in Tehran a place called Police Park. And first of all, it shows you that it has nothing to do with police. It's just called Police Park. It shows you that they are doing what Iran says they're doing, which is bombing a lot of civilian infrastructure. Police are part of the civilian infrastructure. They're trying to keep order. They want disorder. And so, in their list of, that whoever produced, Claude or somebody else, of police targets, they added Police Park. And so we dropped $10 or $20 million to blow up a park bench around about a couple of trees. And there's a real open question whether the 180 plus people killed in the school in Munab in southern Iran came about because it was an AI chosen target, because it had previously been part of an IRGC base, but since then it was broken off, and there's a wall. If you went on Google Earth last month and looked, and you can look this up, it was labeled as a school, literally on Google Earth. Right. So if they did use AI, why is the AI not checking Google Earth before bombing the school? And if they didn't use AI, what are we doing? Right. How are we? Who's checking this?
Jeremy, a lot of people are saying munitions are running out. A lot of people have been talking about that. A lot of people have been saying that because we've given the Ukraine a lot of weapons, we've provided Israel with a lot of weapons. We have overextended ourselves. We've depleted our munition stockpiles, and the idea that we could, with these missile interceptors, that we could defend Israel, the Gulf states, that we could, that we could continue to have the ability to attack Iran at the level that we need to. Is there any credence to that claim? Do you think that we are kind of running a little bit low on certain munitions? And to piggyback on that, as Israel runs low on munitions, do they consider using alternative weapons, nuclear weapons, if they feel like they are losing this war, which right now it seems to be that they are, and I don't know if that's true or not, that could be reversed, but it does seem to be that they're taking heavy losses, big hits, as you said, it's sensitive there, it's hard to tell, but do we have the munitions to keep fighting this war? Can we defend some of our allies and partners, and if not, what happens next?
This is such an important question that you're asking, and it's one I'm also talking to military experts on, and I'm also interviewing Iranian officials, which is somewhat unusual in the context of American media. And here's what I would say: I think the next couple of days are going to be very telling. What the Iranians are claiming, and this is coming also from the IRGC, the most powerful military entity, they're claiming that the munitions they've used up until this moment that I'm speaking to you, Ted, have largely been missiles manufactured between 2010 and 2014, and that they haven't utilized some of their most modern, longer-range, powerful missile systems, and that they're going to begin deploying those systems. We're going to see if that's true. We're going to see how powerful they are, how effective they are, because I think the Iranians are reaching a trigger point where they're going to start doing that. I think we also are going to see the extent to which the THAAD battery systems, the defense systems that the U.S. put in place throughout these countries, the radar systems that the Iranians have attacked that coordinate the Patriot and THAAD missile defense systems, the early warning detection systems seem to be failing in some countries. You know, we have colleagues in different Gulf countries that are saying that sirens aren't going off now and things are just hitting. There's a lot of censorship happening. So I think the U.S. certainly has enough bombs. They've destroyed enough of Iran's air defenses to bring in aircraft flying at lower altitude, dropping different kinds of munitions. I don't think there's much question the U.S. and Israel can keep bombing. They're going to start putting planes on us. We have not decimated the air defenses in the way that Exult and others are bragging. I mean, I think it's pretty clear the Iranians have been preparing for a long time for this. They have mobile units. It's a mountainous terrain. It's an enormous country. So I think that the rubber is going to hit the road on what narratives have been true and which haven't over the next couple of days. We could see a scenario where it becomes really clear really fast that a lot of those Gulf Arab countries are extremely vulnerable and that the anti-missile technologies have been severely degraded to a point where the Iranians start striking at a much heavier capacity, and then you're going to have enormous pressure. Already on the oil issue, they're going nuts right now, right? Because we're messing with the family businesses all through the Middle East. But on a tactical level, the Iranians have said from the beginning, it's going to look like we're getting waxed. It's going to look like we're being destroyed here. But you haven't seen our most powerful systems, and we know what we're doing. We are causing them to expend all of their energy in the opening week of this war, and then you're going to see how vulnerable they are. And they're talking about, we're going to see which narrative is true and which is false.
And they're talking about hypersonic missiles specifically.
We're talking about hypersonic missiles. Yeah.
Can you talk about the difference between a regular and a hypersonic missile in terms of capabilities and damage that can be done?
And therefore A equals B and B equals C.
I mean, one thing just first to say, you know, there's been a lot of outrage being expressed by Israel over Iran using cluster munitions. First of all, it should be stated that neither Israel nor Iran party to the convention banning cluster bombs, and the United States itself has used cluster munitions, including under Barack Obama. They used cluster bombs in Yemen and shredded 36 people in a strike that they said was aimed at Al Qaeda, but they shredded a bunch of villagers in Yemen with them. But why are the Iranians using cluster bombs? Personally, I'm completely against them. I've seen the effect of cluster bombs. I think it's a heinous weapon system. The Iranians are using it as a way to try to trigger the Iron Dome and other air defense systems so that the larger missile itself is able to penetrate, or other missiles are able to penetrate. And they're ugly, ugly munitions. No one should ever defend the use of them. Iran, though, is using guided ammunitions. They are quite precise. With the hypersonic missiles, it's much easier for them to penetrate through the existing U.S. and Israeli defense systems. It doesn't mean that they work perfectly. They're much faster missiles. In fact, the Yemenis at times have used them on Israel as well. In some cases, actually hitting targets. So what you're talking about is a much stronger blast. You're talking about a missile that has a much greater capacity to defeat the technology that the U.S. and Israel have deployed. And if some of the higher end technology has already been used up and they have to get replenishments in terms of combating the ballistic missiles, you can start to see much heavier damage take place inside of Israel. Again, I want to emphasize the Iranians have claimed this for a long time. We're going to start to see if what they promised is true. We're going to start to see that very, very soon. Last night, very heavy bombing from the Iranians after the U.S. had claimed that they were sort of pausing or evading a bit. The Iranians responded by just utterly bombing throughout the region and hitting Israel.
Unbelievable. Jeremy, we know you need to get out of your line. Could you stay for another 5 minutes? Just a few more questions. I'll talk to you about the shipments. Jeremy, thank you. You are the best.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate you. Ryan, I want you to talk briefly about this incident that was very disturbing that I read about regarding an Iranian ship that got torpedoed by the U.S. Because it does just talk about how there is, I think, a misunderstanding from certain people as to the brutality of war in the sense of how truly evil things that happened during the war are, and how this is going to be seared into the minds of people. And it's so important for people in the U.S. to stand up and go, yeah, this is not something that we co-sign. Can you just talk about that?
Yeah, this is a dark one, and India is actually roiled by this right now because it implicates them. So the Indians They love to project that they have hegemony in the Indian Ocean. They're the ones that are their Navy's going to keep the Indian Ocean safe. And so toward that end, they host this biennial kind of little festival of ships. Yeah. I think 70 countries, including Iran and the United States, sent ships to these two separate but related events, and they did a live fire drill.
And when did they do this?
They did it from, I think, the February 17th to the 26th. So it wrapped up 48 hours before, maybe 36 hours before the war started. They raided on land. The U.S. pulled out of one of the two of these festivals, but did participate in the other one with the Iranians. So, we're there, with them. As part of the kind of peace protocol for these events, you're only supposed to bring enough ammunition, to fire off, during your little events. You're not supposed to come all, kitted out in a way that could cause serious problems. Also, you're out there doing these complex, coordinated drills. You don't want something to go wrong, and so they try to keep it as safe as possible. And so then it starts to head back to Iran, and this is where we need more investigation. It appears that it was then held at a port for something like 11 hours near Sri Lanka, near Sri Lankan port, which now people are suspicious was allowing kind of this nuclear sub to catch up to it. There's also the question of how did they find the exact location. There's some in India. They are speculating that the U.S. exploited its kind of joint intelligence network that it has built with India to get into the Indian system, and then because the Indians and the Iranians they invited the Iranian ship, and then they said goodbye to the Iranian ships. They knew exactly where it was. So then the nuclear sub finds the ship and torpedoes it. And that the laws of war, the Geneva Convention, say that if it doesn't put your own ship at risk, you are obligated under international law to try to save drowning sailors. You have to do the bare minimum. Also, under the kind of common sense of humanity, you see somebody drowning, it's like a meme. You see somebody drowning, throwing a rope. Right. That's what we do. We prosecuted a Nazi at Nuremberg for not doing that. But often the Nazis did that. So, we're below them at this point. So Sri Lanka's Navy had to come out and get there as fast as they could, and they managed to save, I think, 32 people from drowning. More than 80 Iranians died in the attack. And we posted the video as to caption something like this Iranian ship thought it was safe. Suckers, you're not. And so now the Indian, so this is interesting. So the Indian government is under enormous pressure because this is a slap in the face to them. If you noticed yesterday, Trump lifted sanctions on Russia when it came to selling oil to India. Remember a few months ago, the biggest thing that Trump was worked up about was that India was buying oil from Russia. He's like, I'm going to do 25% sanctions, tariffs, I'm going to do 50% tariffs, stop buying oil from Russia. Now, it's all fine. India can buy oil from Russia, and we're lifting the sanctions on Russian oil. That, to me, feels like kind of blowback from this. That Modi's like, I need something here. You're killing me at home. You got to give me something. How do you get billions out of this?
What do you think China and Russia, what is the lens through which they're viewing the current Iran conflict?
There was this really interesting argument being made by a guy from Gary Weiss's news outlet, Hobby Rettinger. He's like one of the smartest Israeli analysts out there. So they set their brightest light out there to make the best possible case they could that the war in Iran that the U.S. is waging is not actually for Israel, it's actually about China. And he lays out this case that there's oil that China gets from Iran. You can go read his case. But it falls apart extremely quickly because, yes, it's true that Iran exports something like 80 to 90% of its oil to China. So you're like, oh, you see that number, like, wow, that really involves China a lot. That makes up something like 5 to 15% of Chinese imports. They have plenty of oil that they can get from elsewhere. And also think about it. If we replace this government, we manage to do a regime change, and we put in a new government that Donald Trump says is wonderful, like finds his Delcy Rodriguez, why would that country not sell oil to China? Like that made no sense. Yeah, they'll sell to everybody. Like Iran will still be a country, right? And it will still produce oil. Yeah, it will still have an economy that's unless Habib is saying that what Trump really wants to do is block China from buying oil from anybody around the world. And I'm sure China would have something to say about it. I think they might. What do you think about the chances of boots on the ground? Coming, not coming? I think the chances of special forces are getting pretty high. Unfortunately, we sent Kurdish troops in already with special forces, and then as we reported, actually, immediately, it wasn't true. So that was fascinating. That was leaked by the Israelis, it seems. That the invasion, not the invasion is going to happen. You can get that, and then it doesn't end up happening. They said thousands of Kurdish fighters have invaded Iran and are currently fighting inside Iran. That was the report from a bunch of outlets. And it clearly seemed to be a source from Israel. We talked to all of these different Kurdish sources, and all of them were like, no, it's not happening. Like, not casting judgment on whether it should, but it literally is not happening. And then this Iranian base inside Iraq was bombed, which maybe was from Iran, who thought that the reports were true. Maybe it was from Israel, who's like trying to rile them up and say you need to go in there. We don't know. But it's not happening. So the invasion is not happening. So the U.S. is putting enormous pressure on them to go in. The problem is, in 1991, we told the Kurds to rise up in northern Iraq. They rose up, and then Saddam massacred them. It's always to be that. We then supported them in Syria to go against ISIS. And a couple months ago, we sold them out. So the Kurds have been saying publicly, all right, 1991, that's one thing. And also, all of the betrayals going back hundreds of years. But 1991 is one thing. You sold us out like 2 months ago. Right. And that's insane. Yeah, it's unbelievable. You think, but they're still calculating, they're under a lot of pressure to do it, and Bush and Obama were actually pretty decent for northern Iraq, the Kurdish region, so they're kind of, comfortable too. We've got our autonomy, we're happy, what do you think? I'm hearing the Qataris basically saying we want to pull our money out of the American economy. Saudi Arabia is saying some things, and people are really upset out there. This could be a massive collapse financially. What is Jared Kushner doing right now? Is he calling these people on the phone going, hey, relax? He's got to, because so much of his business relies on the Gulf economy continuing to produce oil and gas and dollars, and then funneling those dollars into the grifts that the Trump organization, the Kushner organization are operating. Set aside the entire AI grift that is the U.S. economy at this point. Also, this should be obvious to people, but that stuff is the backbone of everything else. If the oil and gas stop coming out, we stop making aluminum, we stop making chlorine, we stop making the copper, the basics of our economy, and then we can't make semiconductors, and that happens as it's almost as if people forget, March 2020. You remember how quickly, the entire world fell apart from the supply chain shocks? Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. That is kind of Iran's strategy. I think they cannot withstand. They are already driven to absolute poverty and desperation by our sanctions.
Right.
So they're already so they can weather this.
Final question: How
thinking is
Dubai cannot, right? Final question for you: How does this play out? What is your prediction from what you know, from what you've seen? Obviously, so many things could change. You know, what do you think happens here? Does Trump say, "Hey, we won, even though we didn't, just get the hell out of there"? What is this? You know, I've seen reports of the Pentagon is asking for money and some commitments in terms until September, right? Like, what is this? Are we talking about this on July 4th?
I think the most hopeful outcome at this point would be Trump stares into the abyss or the actuality of a global financial crisis that he sparked and declares victory and just stops bombing. And says, here's the list of things I want to accomplish. I obliterated their ballistic missile program. I obliterated their nuclear weapons. I killed the Ayatollah. Maybe we'll kill Assad before the end of the day. And so we won, and everyone tells me that it's the most incredible war victory that anybody has ever seen.
But the Revolutionary Guard still controls the country.
And you're right, exactly.
Will Israel allow that to happen?
That is an interesting question. Now, Israel, if Israel feels that they have been sufficiently militarily degraded, that they don't have any ballistic missiles left, Tehran looks like Gaza, that they can then continue to do routine operations like this. With Gaza, the reality of mowing the lawn. And in the 90s in Iraq, this was kind of what the West would do to Iraq. Put them under sanctions, impoverished it, and then every 6 months bomb it, and then weaken it. So when 2003 came along, it just kind of pushed it over. Then, of course, it became a gigantic catastrophe through the occupation and everything else. But that was the vision. Iraq was too strong in the 80s to take out. Take a decade of just pummeling it relentlessly. So maybe Israel's okay with pausing. And then 6 months later, they go in and bomb them again, and then 6 months after that,
Brian from Dropsite News, thank you so much. We were very grateful that you and Jeremy came on, and everybody should go and read your stuff. You guys are great, and this, I think, helped a lot of people understand the mess that we're in. But I don't know how much hope it's given us, but that's never been the point of this show, my career, or anything I've been involved in. Ryan from Dropsite News, thank you very much.
If anybody knows Trump, just tell him it's a beautiful win.
It's the win. We did it. We won. Very good. All right. Ryan, this will be out in a few hours. Thank you. You're the best.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
The variety of these things, also just from a mental health perspective, it's unhealthy. As also is helping the parents develop and your life that never was obviously there was someone who was lost to it, but has not wanted to and she put this guy to the bed. And then she saw what happened. Over the page.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming alive with a comedy mothership here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Get Tony. Get up and Tony. Let's go!
Hell yeah, mixing up the red band, everybody. Keep it going for the best damn band in the land. This is Kill Tony, brought to you by Express VPN. Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo,
Fernando Castillo, Nachos Belgrande, Michael Gonzalez, sweating bullets, Big Mike on the drums, Matt Muling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and that is D Madness live in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. An absolute scorcher. We're sitting here at 81.1 degrees Fahrenheit, 71% humidity. The AC guy is here. Make some noise for the AC guy. Texas, late in July. Welcome. Holy shit. ACs be breaking. This is a real live show. Anything can happen. Happens everywhere. Doesn't matter how much money Spotify gives you. ACs be breaking in Texas. A good old stress test here today. You see people fanning themselves. There's a Latina woman with an actual portable fan. I don't know how she snuck that in here. They walk up phones, but I guess you're allowed to shove a portable fan up your puss. Anything can happen here. As you can tell, this is an action-packed episode. Before we get started, it goes a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out the Advanced Secret Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstrippatx.com for tickets.
Who's ready to start tonight's fucking show, huh? Well. You know, every single week I book the show, I can tell you with no ego, we're really doing it right, man. This is one of those very special nights. You guys hit the fucking comedy lottery. You did it. This is one of those big ones. Ladies and gentlemen, I present two of the greatest guests in the show's history. This is indeed Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker. It's crazy how much hotter it is out here. Mike. 2, 3, 4.
It is unbelievably hot. Like, fucking lit.
It is incredible.
I don't want to bring it up because I know that you think on that.
The crazy thing is that the AC works well in some places right now. The other room, which is an open mic filled with absolute bottom of the barrel peasants, they're chilling at 69 degrees in there. The green room, 71 degrees, right behind that curtain. Very, very nice.
It was nice right behind there, man. It's like, it's not that bad. It's like, it's fucking
This is where God has decided that he will lay tonight. Matt, how you feeling down there?
Pretty good. I'm thinking we could like alternate breathing between guys and girls.
We're gonna have to come up with some kind of plan. The AC guy is here. I'm gonna ask management if anyone's listening. Wave to me before he leaves. I want an update. Maybe we can get the AC guy to agree to a quick appearance, live appearance. Maybe he can explain himself. Whatever we do, do not let that guy fucking leave without giving me some kind of signal. I know he's just playing on another quick stop on a 6th Street fucking dungeon-esque bar, but he might end up in front of 5.5 million people. Who gives a fuck? Right? Should we harass the AC guy? Anything can happen here. You guys have been guests numerous times on the show. 305 human souls signed up for tonight's show. Matt and Shane know what the fuck is up. The bucket gets crazy. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. And then you know their time is up on the other side of the kid. They save the rest of them. Then once they have the neighbor with Smalley Bear, which interrupts them. They conduct an interview. It's going to be a lot of fun watching them. They physically sweat tonight. They are in for the shock of their lives. They know that the AC is working here. So they're in a nice air-conditioned bar next door right now. They're going to be in the nice air-conditioned backstage. I'm not going to walk out. They're going to think it's a no. So a golden ticket winner here, ready to give you a new minute of stand-up comedy. We're going to watch them all together. One of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your first comedian of the night. This is Martin Phillips, everybody.
Holy shit, oh my god. Growing up, I didn't have any Jewish friends, not on purpose, but I was never invited to a bar mitzvah. I think it's too late, you know, I think people would take notice. I specifically hung out with 13-year-old Jewish boys. I was like, oh, I just want to party with damn, it's still the thing. Anyway, circumcision started because God told Abraham to do it. He also told him to kill his son, and he took it back as a test. So maybe he waited too long. To say something, you know, he came back, he was like, oh my God, you know, you did it, looks great. You told everyone to do it. Yeah, just a thing now. Okay.
Brand new video. Acknowledging the heat up top. How does the heat affect your condition?
I just sweat like a motherfucker.
Anything else when it gets real hot? Can you like straighten out your legs?
We got this good heat exhaustion. Yeah, I'm a heavy sweater, so I definitely got tripped here.
Okay. Heavy sweater, you're dressed for the occasion. You're one of the only people wearing shorts tonight in the club.
Yeah. Text you like 15 minutes ago.
Okay, perfect. Nobody needed to know that, but I guess that's fine. I needed a last second opener there, Martin, and gave you the opportunity of a lifetime, but I guess you've exposed my lack of preparation in front of the world.
You gotta call him on fucking Friday. Brother, we're gonna be spot Monday.
Oh, shit. Martin, you ever have a bad experience opening your pants?
No, I couldn't. Fucking asshole. It was a fucked up shirt. They made
Martin, what else has been going on in your life?
what classes are fucking I bought a new car. Myself. Not because I crashed the old one. I just needed a new car.
What kind of car did you get?
I guess a Korea, so it's official. I want to get the same car as you have. And then I pull up, you're like, hey, Twinsies.
And then I'd have to get a Prius.
And it makes sense.
Right, very good. Yes, Martin. That would be implied. Only 2 ungays so far in 2.5 minutes. Another episode of Kill Tony. Blended with the others.
That's the drinking game every time.
Do you drink, Martin?
Oh, that's sometimes.
Ari Maddie tells us some crazy tales.
That's like if you Ari's been saying shit. I'm like, I go over to bed. Ari's the one out.
So it's 6 a.m. I know one time I did get drunk. Already, you got it. I'm drunk, yes. And it doesn't make me look any more age. That makes it worse, I think, actually. Like, my hotel was like a block away. I had to go, like, I was not gonna make it there. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, Mark, you got the show started tonight. Thank you so much. The Golden Ticket winner, reigning, defending Martin Phillips. Is the AC guy there, Zach? No, he's on his way down. So we do have an update incoming. We'll hold him back there while I bring up the first fucking poll of the night. You guys know how this part works. Shit gets a little crazy because we're gonna meet somebody. Could be the next star of the show. Could be a fucking insane person. Make some noise for your first fucking poll of the night. It's Daniel Shepard, everybody. Daniel Shepard.
So my birthday is coming up in a few days. I think I'll raise for 36. The problem with that is I'm turning 26. So that fucking sucks. I've been watching this show about guinea pigs. It's pretty funny, interesting. It's called The Sopranos on HBO. Perhaps y'all have heard of it. Another great show is Friends. But I think an even better show is Seinfeld. Because if Seinfeld is the show about nothing, that means Friends is the show about Jennifer Aniston's nipples. I've got to equate how they were selling. I just had some sushi recently. Over in the hood at this new place called Nigiri Please. I ordered the unagi. What? Yeah, they didn't have a drive-through, but they had a drive-by. And last year, what do you call a black lawyer? A brother-in-law. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank God you didn't do the punchline I thought was coming there. Holy shit.
I liked watching the autism thing. Like, I forgot to equate that last thing to the other thing. Yeah.
Straight to sushi.
Yeah.
Fucking sushi house.
So the three shows that you've been watching recently, Sopranos, Seinfeld, and Friends, did you just get, what, a VCR player or something? How are you just starting these 3-decade-old shows?
Friends is a lot like Seinfeld. I just, that was kind of the point of the joke. I almost didn't include that. I artistically added it.
Do you remember what the correlation between the three was?
Friends is like Seinfeld without the Jews.
Okay.
My father wrote that joke. Helped me write that joke before he died.
Wow, when did he die? 25 years ago?
He died 10 months ago.
Wow, how did he die?
He had a lung condition, so he had connective tissue disease, which paralyzed his stomach, and that ran into his lungs and destroyed his lungs. And then he died in my arms. He died in my arms at home one day. What was on the TV? It was the Roku TV. Just the Roku screen. The Roku, like, Roku City, Yeah, gazing into the sunset. So one last sunset was Roku. How long ago was this? It's like 10 months ago. Oh, shit. Like, it was my sister's birthday was the day before. What? October 1st.
Great man.
Did your sister go to the room like Kramer? Like, what? She was trying to blow down all the cameras or something. She was in a big fight with my dad, so she wasn't coming at the time. Oh, so maybe she did blow the cameras and made a nasty little bitch. Oh, yeah. I don't even think she saw him the day. Well, that's really fucking horrendous. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that from her.
Yeah, what were they arguing about, your sister and your father at the time of his death? The people at home want to know.
My dad, my sister was
So we tried to attend to my dad a lot, and there was some pushback with like a sick guy being told what to do.
What was she trying to get him to do?
Just like she's just kind of up his ass kind of person, I guess. My sister's a little bitchy. I don't remember. I tried not to really pay attention. I just saw a lot of argument. Yeah, but she feels so bad.
What's going on there? No, something's losing. So that's it. Yeah, ViralRabbi could have been the best. Yeah, I really think so.
I like that.
Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, man.
What do you do for work?
I'm between jobs right now. I got lots of life insurance for my father's death.
How much exactly did you get?
$70,000.
$70,000.
I can't believe I've never talked about that. I don't know why I just don't surround myself. No, you're finding the silver lining. You got 70 G. Yeah, it's over.
Question: did your sister get the same amount?
Yeah.
Wow, sister got cut out of the life insurance. Wow. I mean, you just called her a bitch in front of 5 million people a minute ago, but now she's a poor thing that you feel bad about.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like that.
All right. Very fun. And how much more of the 70,000 you have left? It's been 10 months. You don't have a job. What are we at? 25,000. It's going fast. It's going fast. So what's your plan? What type of job are you looking to get?
I was into welding for a minute, but that's kind of, laborious. Hard to juggle comedy and burn myself a little bit here. And then I'm looking into some kind of audio video thing. I'm really good with that. With the hiking background and stuff.
Well, there you go. Daniel, welcome. Congratulations. You got on the show. Thank you so much, Daniel Shepard, everybody. There he goes. Oh, here's a little joke book, Daniel. There you go. Nice catch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting word that the man that we all want to talk to is here. I present to you for the first time in the show's history, this is the AC guy! Look at the crowd going absolutely wild. This is incredible, a monumental moment in the history of Kill Tony. 12 years and 3 months. Yet we've never spoken to an AC guy live on the show before. Sir, what is your name?
My name is Dean.
Dean. I did, yeah. Dean, tell us about it. What was the issue?
So the issue was you guys dropped the smoke alarm, smoke machines.
Oh, it was the haze. The new upgrade to the cameras, a little bit of haze. How do we avoid that in the future?
Truthfully, if you're using smoke machines, probably not.
Okay, we can't do it. All right, let's reset the cameras, recalibrate the cameras to zero haze.
I'm your biggest fan.
There you go.
This is awesome.
So, Dean, how long have you been working in AC?
About 8 years.
8 years. Wow, you're very good at what you do. I noticed that it wasn't long that you were here. You came here about 5 to 10 minutes before the show started. You were able to figure it out. 8 years in the game. What's your love life like, Dean?
I'm married. No, I'm married.
Nice. Hell yeah.
It is pretty cold in my house.
Well, Dean, have you ever thought about trying stand-up comedy? Do you like comedy?
I'm about to have a heart attack.
I love it. Well, we were all about to have heat stroke before you came around, so now we're even, Stevens. Dean, thank you so much. Make some noise for Dean. Wow, what a special episode.
hoping that goes down at some point. Why don't you stick around until this thing starts to lower?
Yeah. You might want to delete that source guy.
Shout out to Airco Air Conditioning coming in and doing their job. I think that's a great plug for them. Airco, here in Austin, Texas. The trusted air conditioning associates of Kel Tony and the Comedy Mothership. Wow. There's a plug. It better work. God, I hope Jake doesn't get fired. No, he won't. A free ad for Airco HVAC. You can get Airco yourself just by going to airco.com, I'm guessing, over here. Yeah, it's plumbing, heating, and AC. That's the website. Well, there we go. Airco. Yeah, go to aircomechanical.com. Get yourself some AC. All right, just saved Dean's job, everybody. It's about a $30,000 ad read right there. It's open 24 hours. Call them 512-537-1234. Based out of Round Rock, Texas. 40 years in the business. Airco, air conditioning, electrical, and plumbing. 5 stars. All right. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere. It's easy to get started. You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider, typically within 48 hours. Talkspace makes getting help convenient. You can take your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home, and you can even talk it out between sessions by sending text messages to your therapist. Get therapy and medication all in one place, unlike any other telehealth companies. Psychiatry is available through Talkspace along with medication you need to supplement your talk therapy. Talkspace makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most insured members have $0 copay. But my man, right here, tell you why he loves Talkspace.
My man, Tony, thank you. Tony, I think Talkspace is amazing. We're providing the best mental health treatment out there.
As a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and include space 80. That's SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. This podcast is sponsored by Tacobas. Anywhere worth going is worth going in good boots. Find your perfect pair with Tacobas. I've wondered if you can pull off boots with your personal style. You owe it to your feet. Cool, I don't care. Tacobas. Find comfort in the traditions of the West and confidence from making it your own. Tacobas now offers professional grade work boots that will bring comfort and timeless style to the job site.
Tony, I love my Tacobas. The most comfortable boots I've ever worn.
They're the most comfortable boots you've ever worn.
I wear these and you should too, Tony.
Plus, with Tacobas Best in the West guarantee, you get free returns and exchanges for 30 days. Right now, get 10% off at Tacobas.com/Keltony when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at TECOVAS.com/Keltony. Tacobas.com/Keltony. See site for details. Tacobas, point your toes west. Your next bucket full is a one-word name. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Paul. Paul.
Islamic terrorism. I don't get it. 72 virgins? I don't even get out of bed for less than 100 virgins. Wow, thought this would be easier. I was so nervous backstage. This is my first time. I was so nervous backstage. Even after I ripped the couple out. That's right. I'm an assassin. I usually don't bring this up, but my family and I hunt vampires. No, you're not Hellseans. You're not knee-deep in vampires right now because of one family. I apologize. Hey, Tits, you want a small joke, bud?
Hey, T-Bone.
Paul, everybody. Very good, Paul. He's clearly a fan of the show, and he chose to sign in. This is truly your first time. What made you want to do it like this? What made you want like tonight?
Actually, I got injured last year, and I had to have surgery and was off work, and I wrote a screenplay. And I wrote a screenplay for William Montgomery. So
Okay.
trying to I thought it was good.
Well, this was a taste. We need more.
Can you get the elevator pitch?
Yeah.
Let's hear the
Yeah.
movie.
The elevator, have the synopsis, the elevator pitch. Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley
I'm in.
play.
The way you said that Shaquille had me. I mean, really,
I think I'm saying Shaq. It's like
going with his full name.
they are used to be partners. They were private investigators, but they had a falling out 15 years ago. They hate each other, and they find out their kids kept in touch and they're going to get married. They have a fight, they lose the ring, and then they got to chase these bikers all across the country. They don't want to have the wedding, but they don't want to have their kids married.
And they would have considered having to play aliens in basketball.
Seems like Wild Hogs with NBA.
Wild Hogs?
Meets NBA. Yeah. But those are tough decks. Yeah, there's no doubt.
So what was the job that you had before all of this?
I'm a construction worker.
And you got injured on a construction site?
No, I was helping someone.
A total separate injury. Was it a back injury?
No, I snapped my distal bicep tendon, so I had to get surgery.
What the fuck are we carrying?
I was in the wrong position as a TV.
A flat screen?
Oh, they like these
It
things.
was plasma. If you know anything about the cruise ship, plasma.
I gotta brush up on the Newtonian physics. I didn't know how much the plasma weighed.
Oh my god. It's insane.
So, let's just take 1 second here to talk about the minute of comedy that you prepared. Islamic terrorists, 72 virgins. I don't get out of bed for less than 100 virgins. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean by
Yeah,
that?
what don't you get about it? Fucking classic. Classic, dude.
Just out of curiosity, last question. What is William's character in this movie that features Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal?
He is a homeless wanderer, but we find out he's a fugitive. But Shaq and Chuck.
Oh, you call him Chuck now. Wow, you're so close with them.
He's funny. They get robbed, and they have to enlist William to help them finish their mission.
There you go. Very good. Here's a little joke button. There you go. There goes Paul, everybody. Good luck, Paul.
Oh, what's your last name? What is it? All right.
There goes Paul, everybody.
I have that one.
Whoa! The lovely Heidi has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. It's delicious. Bud Light. All right, your next bucket bowl goes by the name of Michael Scott, everyone. Michael Scott. Ooh, we're down to 81.9 degrees.
I know what I look like. I know what I sound like. I hear it too, guys. I got the vibe of, I just got cast as Donatello and Tyler Perry's new Ninja Turtles movie. Yeah, he's the tech guy. I'm a weird kid. I was a weird kid. I had a lot of drugs. I started off with 2 rabbits. I ended up with 14. That being said, I've seen rabbits fuck. So, it's pretty crazy. So 1 rabbit minding his own business. That was my life. Then my black one comes hopping along, melted furiously fucking for about 10 seconds, and then everyone takes off running. My question, guys, why does a rabbit sex only last 10 seconds? Is it evolution? Or is rabbit pussy just as good as I think it is?
What a great joke.
I can't climb the tree in order to get to the
I'm a
next
weird kid.
section.
I was a weird kid. I had a lot of animals. I started off with 2 rabbits. I ended up with 14. That being said, I've seen rabbits fuck. So, it's pretty crazy. It's like one rabbit minding his own business. That was my white one. Then my black one comes up in the lawn, mounted, furiously fucking for about 10 seconds, and then everyone takes off. My question, guys, why does a rabbit sex only last 10 seconds? Is it evolution? Or is rabbit pussy just as good as I think it is? Michael, stop. Is this true? You have that many rabbits? No. Technically, I had guinea pigs, but rabbits fuck like crazy, so it's funnier. Wow. Guinea pigs appears to be the magical word combination of the day. It's been used by 2 out of 3 buffaloes in an unprecedented anomaly. So, Michael, how long have you been on stand-up? 8 years. Where at? Fresno, California, Bakersfield, California. Is that where you still live? No, I'm not here. I've been here since December 30th last year. Awesome. What do you do for work? I work valet at Hotel Villa, and I just got a new job 2 months ago at Benefast. I deliver construction equipment to sites. Awesome. Yeah, absolutely incredible. Scott, what do you do for fun? I used to train in Malay, watch movies, cats. How many cats do you have? 3 cats. What are their names? Whiskey, Waffles, those are my 2 girls, and I got 2 new pieces. How's cat whiskey? Everything I drink. It's incredible. How many guinea pigs did you have? Yeah, 14. You had 14, started with 2, and they just kept fucking. It got to the point where I was selling them to wow. Yeah, just a bunch of inbred, angry guinea pigs. Yeah. Incredible. How old were you when you had these guys? 12. This sure you're living where? Hell yeah. What were they saying about it? Give me motherfucking guinea pig. You better get me motherfucking guinea pig. Now, what did they say? I saw an opportunity. Everybody relax. Guys, relax. These motherfucking guinea pigs. Man, you fucking bedroom be stinking, Michael. It did stink. See, this is what they said, right? Yeah. Did they kind of sound like that, or did they speak perfect American English like you? My mom? She sounds like me, just not.
So you had how many of those guinea pigs were in your room at once? So you did have you had 14 in your room. You were jacking off in there for 14 guinea pigs. How many times you jacked off in 14 guinea pigs?
A lot.
That's so many.
Perform better in front of a crowd.
You have to be able to hear it while you were like whiskey be quiet. Michael Scott's trying to jack off around.
My mom accidentally killed 4 of them once, though.
No. How did she do that?
She's not going to she's going to be much better at my impression of her. I think you're right. I was at school one day, and I had them in 3 separate cages, and she took one of the cages, because she said it was a hot day, so she wanted to give them some air, so she took a cage and put it outside in the hot sun.
You killed them on purpose.
Yeah, I think I had 3 too many.
Yeah, you had a lot of people. If you were my son, I would put those guinea pigs in a bag. Just smack it. So stop watching my son jack off. fucking perverts.
That's why I got them.
Behold, behold, my son, my children.
Did you bury the dead?
Yeah, but we buried him. What type of, you put up like a monument to?
Shoebox.
You didn't put anything above ground?
They were like
You didn't put anything above ground to commemorate it?
No, I don't know.
You didn't give a fuck about that.
I didn't. When I was a kid, I didn't know tombstones were right. Definitely. The one that survived didn't have any special powers. He was the first one. He was part of the whole thing. His name was Hammy. Yeah. Hampton J. Wow. Wow. What did the J stand for? Jenkins? Jew. I love it, Michael. Were the other hamsters Jewish in this mass I ran a guinea pig concentration camp. They did not survive the mama cost. Did she ever explain herself why she really saw? She said it was hot on the inside. And you know what? Honestly, if there were 14 guinea pigs in this room when I got here tonight, I would have sat 4 outside in the cage. Thank goodness for Dean from Air Conditioning Company.
Hold on, let's see. It's still hotter than hell. We might bring Dean back. Kill him. Put him outside.
Michael, I'd love to have you back on the Secret Show. Thank you. Here's the big joke from Michael. Michael, hello there. This podcast is sponsored by OpenPhone. If you're running a business, you know that every time you miss a call, you're leaving money on the table. And every customer conversation matters. You need a phone system that keeps up and helps you stay connected 24/7. That's why you need OpenPhone. OpenPhone is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communications. It works through an app on your phone or computer, so no more carrying 2 phones or using a landline. With OpenPhone, your team can share one number and collaborate on customer calls and texts. Like a shared inbox. That way, any teammate can pick up right where the last person left off, keeping response times faster than ever.
Antonio Lego best business phone system, hands down. Say goodbye to voicemail. Their AI agent is set up in minutes to handle calls after hours, answer questions, and capture leads, so you never miss the customer. So whether you're a one-person operation drowning in calls and texts, or have a large team that needs better collaboration tools, OpenPhone is a no-brainer.
I love a no-brainer. That's why I've been working with you for so long. OpenPhone is offering our listeners 20% off you for 6 months at openphone.com/Kiltony. That's OpenPhone.com/Kiltony. And if you have listening numbers with another service, OpenPhone will put them over no extra charge. OpenPhone, no missed calls, no missed customers. We are moving along smoothly here. Bucket pull number 4. This is definitely a new name, and I'm excited about it. Make some noise for Yoshika Gonzalez. Yoshika Gonzalez. Oh, shit. Okay. One more time for Yoshika, everybody.
A little bit about me or whatever. I'm having a sale on my OnlyFans. Yeah, so for 30 cents a day, you can help a short bitch pay her rent. No, I am a sex worker, and I figured it's actually better than dating, because I usually date white men, and that's a quicker pyramid scheme. So they just do weird shit, like lie, first of all, drink Mountain Dew, and prioritize themselves. I'm just too lazy for that, you know? No, you don't. Yeah, I'm too Latina for that because I'm like sucking dick, washing the dishes, and in return they make me cute fucking pancakes.
Yoshika Gonzalez. Well, yes, so many questions. Let's begin.
What are Mike Scott's guinea pigs?
Excuse me?
No, it's not about you.
I have a serious question. When you do your sex work, you get me looking for the Home Depot. Just kidding.
No, but when you do your sex work, you go to the Home Depot, don't you?
Whoa, sounded like a mermaid. Zero.
That's what you get, dude. You come with the queen, you best not miss.
Yoshika Gonzalez. Hell yeah, you are definitely a specific type. Is this a condition? Is there a label for this? Or you
challenge?
No, you look like a tall midget.
Oh.
You look like a...
I don't know. I'm a shorty. They used to be short back in the day in the 60s. I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Yoshika, how long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
For a year now. It's my last resort into screenwriting.
Oh, you got to team up with Paul.
Yeah, this is wild.
Farley Brothers.
Yeah. This is a special episode. We have two screenwriting references and two guinea pig references, and somehow they're all mashing together right here with Yoshika Gonzalez. Yoshika is an interesting name. What does that mean? How do you end up with a Japanese?
I was named after a Japanese film camera. Gosh.
All right, so let's say good morning.
You don't know.
I know. My dad used to say different shit, like a hooker one time. Cashier.
This year,
then he told the truth.
38 cents, you said?
30 cents a day.
Is that real? 30 cents? Is that legal?
Mathematically, yeah.
Okay. What do you do on this OnlyFans?
I don't know. I twerk. I do like anime costumes and fucking degrade guys. Dick rape.
You cross all that's too much. Don't you dare.
There's a lot.
How long have you been on OnlyFans?
Since the pandemic, and the stripper clubs closed temporarily.
So you were a stripper up to the pandemic. What was your stripper name? Easy question. Impossible to forget.
There's been a bunch, Jenna was a good one. A lot of people in Austin. Jenna.
Okay. Anything crazy ever happened at the strip club? Any wild stories? Okay.
Same old.
You close with your parents?
Not right now, not at the moment.
Why do you think you're not close with your parents?
I didn't think this is a therapy session. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude.
Hey, you're the one with your backstory, lady. What's following up here? Do you think your dad subscribes to your OnlyFans? I mean, 30 cents a day. When you check in on your little dark hour. Okie dokie. It's a real live show, everybody.
I don't think so. No. He said he never loved me, never will, never did.
Perfect.
We're good.
Was this a long time ago, or like this is a pandemic?
Like 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Everyone else.
It's okay, guys. We're here now.
Yeah.
somewhere.
For what it's worth, I think you're worth more than 30 cents a day.
Yeah. How much are you making a month on OnlyFans?
$4.25. You're killing it. You're making
I'm making my rent
$20.
$1,000.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay. How do you get to everything else? How do you pay your bills if you're only making your rent spot on for the monthly OnlyFans? What else are you doing to make money on this? Okay, Red Man, that is out of control. That is rude. That is out of line, Red Man.
I don't do oral, but
Yeah. That explains what off the charts with that. That explains what the white guys you've been with just lie and drink Mountain Dew all the time. You want some honest answers, you gotta fucking.
I sell vintage. On the market. Outside in the heat. I do actual work. I do AV work too, but they hire the guys.
Is that one of the vintage shirts or what?
Yeah, it's thank you.
Is it vintage underwear? Is that your used ones or something that we saw? Red
For 30 cents a day.
Let's get back to this. What's a
30 cents?
I mean, it's $7 a month divided by 30. I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right. I see. A day. Yeah, that's how they get you. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. I subscribed under the table. So 30 cents. Come on.
That's a
I'd be losing right now. I don't get out of bed for 100 cents. That's what we're talking to.
You're going to be making a lot more money after this, I'm sure. There are a lot of people watching online right now. Any other last pitches for your OnlyFans that you would like to give to the people out there? Many men trying to help you. She's just barely making her rent.
Yeah, I mean, I have a wish list, but I just have like a printer on there. No one will buy it.
I'll give you a fucking printer.
Shane's gonna buy her a printer. Yoshika, here's the little joke book.
Okay.
Ready for it? Boom, you got it. Wow. She caught it. You're going that way.
Hey, that's an idiot.
Well, there she is. Yoshika, everybody. Here's Heidi. Yum. Time for another golden ticket winner, everybody. This young lady won hers maybe a little less than a year ago. She's fantastic. Works here. Works on Kiltony. Make some noise. A brand new minute from Aya, everybody. It's Aya, everyone.
Some people don't trust Muslims. I get it, whatever. Me personally, I don't trust Jehovah's Witnesses. I feel like some Jehovah's Witnesses are just registered sex offenders who got really nervous at the last second. Like, they were supposed to go out in the neighborhood and tell everyone what they did, which is, it's tough, So, they go, knock, knock, who's there? Have you heard of the child that was touched by God? Jesus Christ. He said, why is your parole officer here? Don't worry about that. I don't know. I feel like we treat registered sex offenders so interesting in this country. Like, we make them live so far from elementary schools. But distance only makes the heart grow fonder. Okay, thanks. So, hey guys.
How you doing? How's it going?
It's good. It's kind of warm in here. I put on a jacket, so when I take it off, I feel cool.
Oh, look at that. A little reverse psychology on pure heat.
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you guys?
It's good.
I gotta be honest here.
Yeah, everything's good. Yesterday, I talked with my...
So, yeah, every single person. Yes. Dad died. Yeah, things are bad.
Yeah. No, you guys didn't even hear what happened with my dad.
What happened? Right. Is he good? Die and give you that fucking jacket.
No. Yesterday, I taught him that you have to boil pasta in water. He didn't know about that. He doesn't cook. He just learned. I just taught him yesterday.
Okay, so he's alive.
Yeah, he's alive.
Sounds like he's thriving. Sounds like he's still learning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Learn something new every day. So that's good. Where's he at?
I'm from Dallas, but my family's from Africa.
What?
Yeah, I'm Moroccan.
Nice. What was your dad doing with those noodles?
Eating the noodles.
Just raw hard noodles?
Well, no, I boiled them for him, and yesterday he came and he was like, oh, so that's how you do it. He said he's always seen people make pasta, but he never paid attention. So,
you just didn't sit on the floor eating salad.
Yeah.
Incredible. That's good. Amazing. What else is going on? Anything else crazy?
I had a weird dream the other day. I had a dream that there was this girl, and she was really young. She was like 17, 16, and she was like in a trap house. And I didn't know what to tell her to get out of the trap house. So I just told her, girls like you end up fat in their 20s. And she left. I got her out the trap house.
Wow.
And give it up for her. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's just my life.
Yeah.
It's just the truth.
Well, great new minute. Favorite pedophile joke of the day, without a doubt, so far. One more time for everybody. Back to the bucket we go. 3 ladies in a row. Make some noise to your next comedian. It's Jenny Rodriguez, everyone. Jenny Rodriguez.
I just watched this documentary on Netflix recently. It was about a woman who went to jail after she had sex with a man who the courts had deemed mentally incapacitated. This was a man who was intellectually disabled. And that just goes to show that there's hope for all of you guys here tonight. Able-bodied women are having sex with retards. I know I am. I love him. He's my best friend, my partner in crime, my PIC. You guys heard that part of my PIC. But I'm Mexican, so that would make me his SPIC. SPIC is Texas. Do you want me to spell that out for you guys? We actually just saw the Fantastic Four movie. I gave a hand job during it. I guess you could call it a Fantastic Five. That's been my time.
I love it.
Rodriguez.
You're a great woman.
Jenny Rodriguez. Welcome to the show, Jenny. Have you been on before?
I have, a couple times.
What did we find out the other times you were on about you?
I hate to throw this out here, but I work in a tire shop.
Hello.
I'm engaged. That's pretty much it from the last two.
Yeah. What does your man do?
He works at Jared Jewelers. He's a jeweler. We did pro wrestling. That was another thing that we did.
Clown college.
Right now, we just finished clown school, actually. So that's another.
Yeah. You learned stuff at clown school?
Did I learn this stuff that time?
No, did you learn a lot of stuff?
Oh, I really did actually. I learned how to do like balloon animals.
Do you have any balloons on you?
I wish I did. I literally thought about bringing my skirt, but
Is there anything you can do in the clown world right now? If John played some clown music and we gave you a spotlight, 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh-oh. Nothing, okay.
I need props.
All right.
I do a lot of like gimmick shit. I do like some magic tricks, but I'm not like really good. You know, it's all very sleight of hand stuff.
What if somebody has a con? Can you do something with a con? That's right, Dan. Thank you so much. You're great. No, yeah, great. Thank you, Red Band.
Everybody was a fucking con in the 80s.
We're on weekend. So how's stand-up been going for you?
Stand-up's been going pretty well. The last few months I've been focusing on clown school, technically. But I've been, doing nice window shows, trying to do what I can around here. It is a little more difficult, I think, finding a good clique around here compared to where I was last performance here. I came from the South Bend area.
Go Irish.
Are you a fan of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish?
Yeah. Notre Dame, more like Notre Lame.
Say Grandmaster sucks dick. Football rules.
I love sports.
There you go. Well, Jenny, congratulations. You got picked for another minute. You've been on the show multiple times. There she goes, Jenny Rodriguez, everybody. We're going to keep flying through it. Here we go. On to the next one. It's cooling down. We're at 80.4 degrees. We are around the corner from the 70s, everybody. This next bucket buzz from the inside makes noise for Truly Joy. Truly Joy from the inside. Is that real? Oh, wow. The furthest possible fucking seat in the entire venue. Literally can't make it up, everyone. How perfect. It's great. Awesome. You would think we would coordinate this better, that someone signs up and they don't sit in the seat that's 97 seconds away from the front. Tire Season 2 out now on Netflix, everybody. Madison Square Garden coming up this week. The 15th, we do stand up the 16th. We did Tony. Where the fuck is this fucking inside bucket full? It's just for Truly Joy, everyone.
So I'm pretty bad luck on dating apps. Like I literally don't get any matches. And I got this buddy who's just bragging about all the matches he has. So one day I was like, let's see him. He's on Grindr. And he's got tons of matches. It's kind of like a weird flex. But then it dawned on me, if I was gay, a lot of my problems would disappear. Like I wouldn't be as lonely. I would have better fashion sense. And I'd be in good shape. Because you have to be strong to fucking do. Right? It's like fucking a bear. And then even jacking off in the mirror would be better. Like, come on, guys. Totally, right? You're jacking off in the mirror, and there's a hot dude jacking off to you. Right? You start going faster, he starts going faster. Right? And then you jack off, and you bust a nut, and then this dude who's been jacking off to you for 25 minutes busts a nut to you, busting a nut. Pretty fucking awesome if you're gay, right? Thank you.
Truly Joy. Welcome back.
I like when you say jacking off would be in the mirror would be better, as if you do jack off in the mirror. Have you ever? Fuck no. I don't want to see this shit. You jack off in the mirror, I don't, but after 25 minutes is crazy.
That is crazy.
25 minutes, dude. Yeah, like, I'm not trying to bust a nut and not be worth it, dude. Jack it off in the mirror for 25 minutes. Bro, don't knock it until you try it. Oh, yeah.
25 minutes is what stands out about that material. Do you really extend your jack-off experience for that long?
Yeah, when I do jack off, I definitely milk it, but I try not to.
When you say milk it, are you implying,
guys? All right, whatever. I'm coming weird, okay?
So you last 25 minutes with yourself?
When I do it, yeah, I try.
When you're about to come, what do you picture? You're saying that you were edging, right? So, like, how do you stop yourself?
Something that turns you on, and then you like get ready, and then you just ride that wave until you are ready to bust a nut. Then you plan on killing Bart Simpson. You spend the rest of the night watching out for rakes on the ground. Party rock, you know.
What do you tend to watch when you're jerking off?
Honestly, I'm a pretty fast
What are some of the wilder? Yeah, what are some of the weirder things that you're into?
I'm into, I like Dom sub stuff. You know, DS. You know about that? I've heard of it. You're a Dom or sub? I'm a Dom. Whoa. Dude, I'm already subbing out to you right now. It's crazy. Yeah, we'll sit down and Dom. Yeah, Dom is like this when we're sitting there. Bro, somebody give him a big notebook right now. Give me this Dom daddy.
What's the craziest thing you've ever done Dom-wise in real life? Picturing you in like a night mask with your hair hanging out. Everybody needs you. Oh, we know who that is.
I was living in LA and I was like going to these parties and it was pretty crazy. They were like, you're gonna film this. And I was like, I don't want to be filmed, right? And they're like, put on a mask. No one's gonna know who you are. I'm like, yeah, no one's gonna know the tall ass dude with fucking afro and blue eyes. But I just had them film behind me, but I just had like this girl. They were like, had all these toys. I like using my own parts, my hands and stuff. But yeah, they had like all these crazy toys, so we did that stuff. And I was just like, I find myself like an open-minded person, you know? You work with your hands. Yeah, we're working with, yeah, exactly. Yeah, hands. And how are you doming that? It's like sounding kind of stuff. I'm not like that. You're telling them what to do. You're in charge. You know, like there's some dudes that like want the girls to take control and shit. You know, like I want to be in control. I'm in control. Oh shit! Like that, dude. Ever again. That's what he's telling me. You walk down Shade, I'll talk to you. Don't down me. I'm coming over there. I can't believe you're not doing good with taking hands. Yeah, it's a fella, you know. God.
What do you do for work?
I work in AV for joints. Wow. So yeah, I never heard anyone saying that. Yeah. I've done some catering jobs since I've been here.
Okay. Yeah. They make you wear a hairnet?
They make me put my hair back in the ponytail. Yeah. Yeah, it looks different. It disappears. I don't pants I cut there.
How about for fun? What do you do for fun?
I like going to white horse, like practicing two-step, like learning. I like Barton Springs. I go there almost every day. Kind of a element. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Jesus, girls out there sleeping. Yeah.
And what's your love life like?
I don't have a girlfriend here, but I have like a lover on the East Coast.
You have a lover on the East Coast?
She's my son. Jesus. Well, she can text her. I mean, let's you get some, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Yo. Sorry. What's up, dude? You're so fucking hard. What's his name? I'm like, bro, come on now. He said, what's his name? What's his name? What's his name? What's your son doing right now? She's probably sleeping, honestly. Should wake her up. Hold her.
A real dom would wake her up.
Yeah, damn, bro. I'm going to call her after this.
No, we're not going to. We're going to keep it moving along. Truly Joy. There he goes. There goes Truly Joy, everybody. Hell yeah. There he goes, everyone. All right, fist bumps. Tom. All right, this looks like a fun name and a new name. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Mighty Mike, everyone. Mighty Mike. Okay, all right.
Man, that last comment was like what it's like to be cool. Nah, man, I'm about to quit comedy, man. This shit, we'll make some money in this motherfucker. Man, so broke, man. I can't even be racist with my laundry. I feel like that's the last white racist activity. White and blacks, hard buddy. Put the whites first. I'm black. I put the blacks first. I ate mixing leftovers and shit. I made Jamaican food the other day. Rice and pasta. Call it rasta. Okay, that's the meal right there. All right, that's a cat.
Okay, all right, Mighty Mike. Slightly having a mental breakdown towards the end of his segment. Mighty Mike, welcome back. You've been on this show before. Talk into the microphone there. We have mics here in America.
With the shots.
So what were you saying?
No, I said I'm Mike. I love it. Yeah, I put Mighty Mike. That's my stage name, Mighty Mike. Put that on there today. I was on there last time. No, I wasn't ashamed, man. Man, respect, bro. Respect you, bro. Yeah, that's what I was. No, you wasn't. You wasn't, bro. All right, no more bucks.
Yeah, it was
Maybe I am actually racist. I was like, oh, I remember that.
We know. Mike, relax. So, tell us what's been going on. Mike, you said you're broke. What do you do for work?
Oh, I just got a new job at FedEx. The last time I was at Amazon.
Okay. You're just still delivering packages.
Still delivering packages, yes. The packages don't talk.
Packages don't talk. What do you mean by that?
I used to be in the office. I used to work in the office. Offices, people talk about
now you're driving the truck and you're dropping off the packages. How long you been doing that for?
I started dropping packages off. Again, I started with Amazon.
Got the Amazon thing. We're talking about FedEx.
FedEx is like 2 months. 2 weeks. A week.
So how do you do that? Do you have any specific styles? Anything crazy happen yet? Do you?
No. I'm still training right now. Niggas still training. Okay. Yeah, we got me training. Yeah.
All right. What have you learned so far?
Man, you gotta put the packages where the white people know. Because they'll type up that review, man. That's the you gotta keep it right with the black people and still get them. Right, man. You know what I'm saying? I help my niggas out. And I was in the hood today. You know, I help my niggas out. Hey, look quick, man.
Mighty Mike, how about for fun? What are some hobbies of yours? What do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up?
Yeah, when I'm not doing stand-up, man, think about how black history we've been.
What have you come up with exactly? We've been wondering the same thing. So go right ahead.
I was sitting in my balcony the other day, man, blowing the trees. I was like, man, the head not big. I need to get rid of that. No, it's nice. I mean, fuck, we got to go say, speak words with me. Hi, hello. That's good like that. That's good. I was walking by and the black guy was like, yeah, like that. No, you got to smile. So,
So maybe even if it's
Yeah, exactly. You know, that thing's got I can't be traumatized, man. I can't be traumatized. Yeah, you're from Nigeria. I was born and raised in Nigeria. You came here and you're telling me life is not doing it right. Tell them it's full of cancer. You know,
Yeah, what else is on this list? So what else is on your list of how they can do better? Number two on the list.
Number two. Man, wow, this was a deal, bro. Like when I had a lot of money, I used to pay my bills. White man, pay my bills all the time. Okay, I don't got it like that anymore. So I'm dodging to be black. Right. You get the bill collectors. Sunrise Deck. Who's that? They call me at 6 in the morning every time. So I'm like, I gotta tell you, this is a real yeah. This is a me problem. Yeah, whoever the individual is. Yeah. Okay. We've all been there. Yeah, I've done.
What do you owe money for? What are some of your debts?
I know right now I owe Charter Communication. I owe about $3,000. Charter Communication, that's Spectrum. Spectrum, my bad. Spectrum.
Wait, you have cable?
No, internet, man. Come on, internet, man. Cable. Oh, that's expensive.
Okay. You have kids?
No kids yet, man.
How old are you?
I just don't 35.
So how do you think you avoided having kids?
Again, I feel like getting real good. I ain't gonna lie.
Explain to us, what's your method?
Bro, I feel the kid like when you're about to bust a nut, you get a key feeling. That's the sign that got deep first. Like, hey man, it ain't piss, it's the other one. Just take it out. And you bust. And I listen to that voice. And I nut right on her. And that's how I'm able to dodge that shit. Man, I just miss that deep feeling, man.
You see like a big figure of your father in the sky and dreams.
My dad's feeling my whole my sister. No, my dad's still around, man.
Is he in Nigeria?
No, he's here.
Where is he exactly?
He's in Minnesota.
What's he doing up in Minnesota? What does a Nigerian do in Minnesota exactly?
Like, man. Yeah, exactly. He takes water. Yeah, for real. They be calling my dad, man. They don't know my dad OG, man. He speaks Italian too, so he can talk to them.
No way.
Yes.
And it's true that Nigerians and Somalians don't get along.
I mean, I fuck with them, but you know, when they start thinking that, shoot. I'm out of there. Whoa, bro. No. What's that mean?
What's your least favorite thing about the Somalians? Craziest thing you have in your refrigerator, Mighty Mike. You have a refrigerator, right? In your little fridge? What's the craziest thing we would find if we opened up your refrigerator right now?
Some spinach and maybe even fried chicken. Wow. Does that bring you any other
Do you get any special powers when you eat the spinach or broccoli?
You know, man, I do in the morning. You can come right on time.
Okie dokie. All right. Fun stuff. There goes Mighty Mike. You already have a big jump up? There he goes. On to the next one.
Thank you, Gildo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. 79.9 degrees, everybody. We are officially in the 70s in this, the hottest episode of Kentucky ever. Shane's got to pee. Shane's going to pee. Which means I'm just going to bring up your next comedian. Make some noise for Shay Phillips, everybody. Shay Phillips. Oh, shit.
So I know what y'all thinking right now. What the fuck is this fake ass Kimbo Slice doing if you're trying to make me laugh? Just being the case, beating the shit out of people. Recently, I've been trying to get back into dating.
and I've been kind of struggling. I realize I'm struggling because I take words a little too literally. Like, I don't like when people call me daddy. There's something deep inside me, something deep in my DNA that makes me want to leave. It's like every time she says, "Ooh, daddy," I'm like, you know what? You know, I'll be right back. She's like, "You're lactose intolerant." I'm like, "Shit, man. You don't smoke." Listen, bitch, you gonna be in a draft, man. You're going to the NFL. A lot of people use stupid ass questions sometimes. They ask like, "Show me, what's your favorite workout?" Like shoulder press, chest press, bench press. I'm like, bitch, I'm deep press.
Fuck yeah, Shay Phillips. Welcome to the show, Shay. This is your first time on?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. How long have you been on stand-up? 3 or 4 years. Where at?
Houston, Texas.
Okay, that was what I was going to guess. Hell yeah. What do you do for work in Houston?
Machines.
Whoa. Okay, what kind of machinery are we talking about? Seriously, what kind of machines do you run?
CNC.
Okay. Awesome. Sounds professional.
It's fun.
Hell yeah. And you don't have kids?
No. I know.
You have a girlfriend? You're just single. Running machines, what do you do for fun?
Legs. I can choke people and chase little shit.
You do jiu-jitsu? Wow. Okay. Yeah. What do you like to eat? Barbecue what?
Shit.
Very good. You just won the games, everybody.
They got out of me.
Hell yeah. Shay, how often do you come to Austin, Texas to sign up for the show? First time. So look at you. You got lucky. Incredible.
Is that one with the dogs?
That is. Do you remember Lemaire?
Yeah, I'm fucking kidding.
You're in Lemaire. This is less scared.
Okay, I'm just saying, the last thing you heard there, guy was HGH, TRT.
Yeah, hell yeah. Okay, Shay. Craziest thing that's happened to you at the gym? Anything ever stand out to you? Any white women ever accuse you of staring at them or something like that?
No, but they had an old white lady trying to kidnap me.
Tell us all about it.
Well, I'm at the gym and shit. She goes, get out to my car, get a big blah, blah, blah. I'm like, lady, I don't want you. Instead, she's going to drag me outside and shit. She's like, I can't carry this by myself. Get inside the car, motherfucker. I'm like, hold up, bitch.
You think she was trying to have sex with you?
I think she only picked up a bunch of heavy shit for her. I'm like, yeah, you wear a joke too, bitch? Masturbation, prostitution.
Absolutely.
What did she want you to pick up for her? For herself? Shucks, they're trying to get me. That could have been great. How old? Old enough? Yeah. Old enough so you'd be like, old enough for 401k? Yeah. Why'd you ask? I'm stupid. I want to keep it on. I don't know. I could have my life, man.
Interesting. Shay, what's the craziest thing about your life that you would find interesting about you? You ever save anyone's life, accomplish anything big on that?
See, the craziest thing when I was in the military, there was a kid that was trying to walk home. But it turns out it was island on condition. So if the kid's walking like his face, so he stays underwater and stuff. So they said to carry him. We said to drown.
Where was this at?
Marshall Islands.
Wow. And what branch of the military were you in?
I was in the Navy.
And what did you do exactly in the Navy?
I was in special forces.
Okay. Well, look at you helping someone else not drown. Absolutely amazing. Okay, Shay, 3 or 4 years in Houston, your first time on, very fun, and here is, we're going to do many mediums. I guess you're getting a new one. There you go, Shay Phillips. Boom. Shay Phillips. Oh shit, I did that one quick, huh? Oops. Hey, look, it's the lovely Heidi. This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Even close there. Yeah. How many people like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Wow.
Are you sure?
Yeah. They like it. It is hot. No doubt about it. For those of you watching on the internet, congratulations. This is the episode to be in the air conditioning.
If it was cold, we'd be fucking killing it.
Yeah. It would be a whole different episode.
It's crazy.
But, you know, it happens sometimes. Every once in a great, great while. Okay. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next comedian. You guys having fun out there still? Do we care about how hot it is in the room? Make some noise for Nate Ortiz, everyone. Nate Ortiz.
I've been on all the apps lately. I've been on Tinder, Bumble, DoorDash. Just looking for love and McNuggets at this point, you know? I'll entertain a Salvadorian man if this gives me Subway, right? Just want to watch Snack Down, dude? I even paid $20 for that Tinder premium to find out the two women I met with look just like me. Some facial hair and everything. We got to the point I had to ask my buddies for advice. I'm like, hey man, how do I get better matches? How do I beat this algorithm? They're like, hey, you should start losing some weight, bro. You start looking like a Puerto Rican mom from the back. So I said, what the dude? So I looked at my Tinder profile. I said from the front, I look like a hag who started a Twitch channel. But from the back, dude, looks like I'm washing dishes while salsa dancing. Thank you.
Nate Ortiz. This is your first time on this show, right?
Yes, yeah, for the very first time.
Awesome. How long have you been on stand-up?
5 years in Houston.
Wow, you're from Houston too, huh? Did you know Shay?
I'm sorry?
Did you know Shay?
I know Shay. We're actually the same weight. His personal trainer. Oh my fucking God, it's real.
Nate, what do you do for work?
Actually, I just got laid off Saturday. I was going to this country.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
They found out that I actually wasn't white. I was fully Puerto Rican. They let me go.
Where was this shop?
I was selling Samsung phones. Not at like a. That's much. Our clientele is very Middle Eastern, very Nigerian. A lot of haggling.
I don't
even know how to spell the word, so I just gave them a big deal.
Did you have the ass of the phone store management? Surprised they let you go.
I did work at T-Mobile. That's actually the most Hispanic thing about me.
It's crazy. So why exactly did they let you go?
I was very late 3 times.
Why? Why were you late?
I did cook till 7 a.m.
Ah, there it is. That's why you're shaped like that. The mixture of bad food and cocaine. As you shaped like
I say good decisions, but okay.
What's the most fun thing you've ever had on cocaine until 7 a.m.?
My cocaine song was actually You Can Call Me Al by Paul Simon. And I like listening to it in tiny ways. That's awesome.
Yeah, you do cocaine by yourself?
Oh, it's the best. I don't have to share with nobody. I just heard my job, Tony. I can't get it over to go.
Oh, I still have some left from it. Now it's time to keep going. Jack off my beer.
That's a good time. Till like 9 a.m. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. You're in your underwear dancing fucking all time. That's a good point, man. Whatever. You had a great special on YouTube.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's incredible how much you look like an unhealthy version of one of my friends. Philip, can you come down here? I want to do a side by side of you and my friend Philip. Where's Philip at?
So the cocaine, I actually lost like 60 pounds. So this is the healthiest I've been in years.
We're gonna go. Incredible. How much are you still doing a lot of cocaine?
Oh yeah, I was doing it a lot earlier. You want any bump?
No, I'm good. Permanently good.
Do you have a bump?
Nope.
All right.
I don't do it. How do you afford it if you're out of a job?
I'm not even really a comedian. I do the shows for the pay and the free drink tickets, so that's really it. You got into fucking comedy for the pay? No, I got it for the free drinks, dude. Yeah. Well, you said
Even for free drinks, it doesn't make sense. Here's a healthy version of yourself. Stand side by side with me. Side by side. Keep going up, Philip. Keep going up. Now stand side by side. Square to a camera. Look at a camera together. Look at the one on the right over there. Look at that guy. Yeah. See the faces? That's what you could look like if you just ate sushi and didn't do cocaine.
Phil, you can lose a little weight. You're jumpy. You really did look like that guy.
I lost 30 pounds. I'm like 103.
Yeah,
You say you should do meth. That's the thing.
That's actually more expensive. I tried.
So, incredible. Philip, do you have any advice for him on exactly how to get his life together?
Well, I lost like 30 pounds. Now, you need to look at things a little more romantic. Eat healthy, drink a lot of water.
Did you ever hear that?
Do less coke? No.
More.
I know, Tony, I never saw me hesitate. Yeah, because when you said Philip, I was like, yeah, is there another Philip here?
No, you're yeah, you look exactly like him. You have the exact same face. Unfortunately, it's just so much fatter. Only I can see it. Yeah, you have the same face. If something terrible happened and you completely went Lieutenant Dan on yourself, this is what you would look like.
It sucks for both of you, right?
Yeah, it does. Philip has a new podcast on the Your Mom's House Network. What's that called?
Not a Damn Chance Podcast.
Not a Damn Chance Podcast. There you go. There's a free plug. There goes Philip. And Nate Ortiz. Anything else crazy we should know about you? You seem like you have a lot of backstory.
My ex-girlfriend was non-binary.
Whoa. Was it always non-binary? Did that happen when you were dating?
I didn't know until we were fucking.
And then what did you find out?
Yeah, you should use the wrong pronoun while you're like. She couldn't call me brother, you know, like, oh, man. I was like, wait, what? No, dude, I had a lot of hard times with whatever, because like I couldn't figure out words to say during an argument, you know, so I just kept saying shit my dad said, so I was like, hey, calm down, slugger. Yeah. Yeah, you got that one, Jim. You can't call her a bitch. You gotta be like, hey.
The whole thing's so weird to me. Was she non-binary when you started dating her? Or
she was beautiful, dude. And then we got together and then cut all her hair off.
And what else changed other than the haircut?
Her hips got hairier.
And what else changed?
Her legs everything got hairier. That was, it was not a good experience.
And was she on medication?
No, but I liked it because she was the only one to allow me to just face fuck all night, which is really great.
What do you mean by that exactly? You mean do cocaine
on the chin, Tony? That was
oh, fuck me. Alright. You know what? You actually did good. So there you go. Just throwing jokes at people. Bouncing them right out there.
Oh, good,
There he goes. There he goes. All right, another bucket full. We are back into the 80s. It's 80.2 degrees for those of you paying attention. Somehow it's getting warmer again, everybody. Who likes it hot in here? Okay.
Hey, by the way, Dean didn't do shit. Where the fuck is Dean?
Yeah, Dean fucked
He
up.
was 2 degrees less.
Yeah.
Fuck Dean. Bring Dean's bitch ass down here. Gonna shave his head. Give him a crew cut. Tell him to start acting good.
Pull another in. Let's go. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Joe Filey. Joe Filey. Whoa.
Fuck yeah, mother shit. God damn. Getting real tired of getting called white trash. I think I'm like upper middle class trash, you know what I mean? Like, we got some money with the product. My sister invents her own parties and holidays, like she had a stint home reveal party. If you don't know what that is, it's just she fucked 3 guys that year and didn't have health insurance, and they all came to the hospital. My dad held the baby up like Lion King style. It was like a skin tone. And it was crazy because, I don't know, it sounds horrible I have to say it, but like, how good is my sister's pussy? Because, as a white guy, you know how good the pussy would have to be for me to go with a black guy and a Mexican guy to the hospital to find out if it's my kid? And then you still stay around and raise the black kid as the white guy? Like, it was crazy. Like, 2 days before, I was 12. 2 days before, I knew that the baby was going to be black. Because, like, we were in the hospital, and the black guy's like, yo, I need to go get some milk. And left the hospital. Like, they had to hear. All right, that's my time. Thank y'all.
Joe Filey. Good job, Joe.
Thank you, thank you.
You've been on this show before, am I correct? Or have I just seen you hiding under my bed?
I mean, the bad, the greatest, but yeah, this is my 3rd time on it.
Hell yeah, welcome back, Joe. This had to be your best set of them all.
For sure.
Yes, absolutely. You've been working hard.
Oh yeah, working just, I'm not partying this much.
Hell yeah, absolutely. What kind of partying were you doing?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of coke. Well, I mean, the bag said coke on it, but it tasted funny. But there's a lot of coke for a while there. A lot of shrooms, LSD, weed, and the 6th Street. Like, there's no rules here. I don't make the rules of 6th Street.
Absolutely incredible. And how long has it been since you had the operation to remove the backside horse part of your body?
About 2,000 years.
Incredible. Incredible. I still make wishes every time I see you, Joe.
Listen, they're saying there's nothing wrong with the water in these bastards, so I'm gonna keep drinking the tap water in Ohio. You know what I mean? Yeah, where are you from? Well, Youngstown, Ohio.
Oh, you are from Youngstown, Ohio?
Yeah, I grew up south on there, then East Florida.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow, look at you. Even for Youngstown, you're weird looking, dude.
I'm the one like out the hood they didn't fuck with. I have a look, I know that.
That is
Yeah, I didn't know it was white lips, I thought it was Amish.
No, it's not. It's not Amish at all in Youngstown, unfortunately. There's very few people that look like Joe Filey. I can see why the black people would get scared of you.
I scared the shit out of
I'm Joe fucking.
I was the needle in the haystack, I guess you would say. That was kind of...
Huh?
I said I was the needle in the haystack for sure in Youngstown. That was... Yeah.
I'm sure. What do you do for work, Joe?
Right now, I work at a weed shop on 6th Street.
Okay.
I must have a good thing for selling weed. They love it. I don't know if it's like the brow ridge. They come in like, honey, this weed works. Fuck the THCA label. Like, we're getting good weed.
Right. No doubt about it. They're like, this weed will make your eyes move apart from one another. You have a girlfriend?
No, fuck.
What's dating like? Being, looking, having a...
Have you heard of the Dollhouse ATX? I know you're sponsored by the Yellow. But the Dollhouse ATX is way doper. It's like Pornhub, where you like rent the chick by the hour. You like they have a search bar. Each chick has like categories. You're probably getting shit. Look, Red Man's not. He knows. He's been there.
Oh, Red Man knows. Well. Look who's been playing at the Dollhouse.
The craziest part was you followed it with your sunset face. That's like I keep around like, what I follow.
Order in the court. We hereby find the defendant completely guilty.
Yo, is it your lights here?
You can see her at all house today. No, actually, I heard about it. Okay, is it the place where you can
Yeah, that's what he just said.
Oh yeah, it's like Liam Neeson style. They put sheets in the bigger rooms to divide them up.
What's the craziest thing you've done at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh god. But there was like this poor little Colombian chick, and there was like I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like
nice and slow. Poor little Colombian chick.
She didn't happen to have any 30-cent OnlyFans. I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like I put some coke on my dick. I had her snort it and sucked it. And like midway through the suck, she was like 200 more, and I just paid it to her. It was that's not gonna lie. If I could, I wish it wasn't. My parents are gonna see this. They're huge fans.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to see what you're up to. So $200 and you basically got a blowjob at a strip club.
Yeah, kind of halfway.
This is a ringing endorsement for Dollhouse ATX. I mean, I almost feel bad for the Red Rose and Yellow Rose because this is quite the ad read.
Listen, they don't have no Heidi's at the Dollhouse, all right? If you're going to the Dollhouse,
yeah,
Heidi, they don't.
No doubt about it. They have running Heidi's.
Yeah.
You can run, but you can't hide. The chicks there probably look like you.
There's a couple.
Yeah.
There's a $50 menu for sure. There's like a 3 p.m. happy hour.
My God.
It's fourth meal.
So you make money at the weed shop and then you lug it over to the Dollhouse ATX.
Oh, that's like a once every 2 month thing. That's like a Red Lobster. You know what I mean? Like every 2 months you can go. You got some cheddar baked biscuit.
You really are from Youngstown. That confirms it. Everyone in Youngstown thinks Red Lobster is an every 2 month celebration. It really is. I was shocked when I grew up and got just a little bit of success and was like, oh, wow, this is not the best restaurant in the world. It's incredible. I was tricked for the first 18 or 19 years of my life.
I went there after no confirmation.
I mean, you could just count on it. Big shrimp cocktail. Come on. No doubt about it. So.
The sex slave at the place. Sex slave, like in Thailand, they felt like sex slave chains. Are you in Thailand? Yeah, I think I have this look at it. Like they know when I landed in Thailand, there's like 30 bitches there. Like he's the one. You probably if you were Russian, you'd be fucking sick. You look like a Dagestani wrestler. I can't fight at all. I carry a gun. Fuck that. CCW class is like 8 hours, and you're just as tough as nothing. Like
we're gonna read a couple Yelp reviews here for Dollhouse ATX. Here we go. We went in here thinking it was a sex shop. We were half right. They have a very small collection of lingerie and sex toys, but they have several women there in lingerie. So I think they might be in the business of selling something off the letters else. If you want sex toys, go next door. There's a much larger selection.
Hey, who the fuck wrote that? Piece of shit named Matt M wrote that. I was on the search for a giant dildo and there's a bunch of naked ladies on have sex with me.
It's a 4-star review from James. It starts with, this is how you know it's good. It starts with, okay, here's the deal. You go in and and there's a lobby. Costs $65 just to get into the main area. Is that true?
It's like 55 on Sunday nights.
Wow, look at that.
Early bird special.
Working on a budget. If you want a private show, it costs another $65, and you pick your model. And if there's more than one working there, you've already spent $130 to get a non-nude dance. If you want nudity, it's $100. That's true.
75 on Sunday.
There you go. So to get in for a new dance, it costs $165 total. You need to book some. If you have money to burn and like the idea of being in your own room one-on-one with a hot model dancing and grinding in your lap, it's cool. I personally prefer that to going to, say, Yellow Rose, where there's too many drunk assholes making the place noisy. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to our great sponsors. This is fucking up. Look what you've done.
I'll mention you when I go there.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Shout outs to Kill Tony. What's the worst thing that's ever happened to you at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh, I don't like anything in my blood. The one chick was too hot to say no, so I just let her play a little bit.
Whoa, what did she put?
I didn't realize, like, the night they had 2 drawers, so she opened the first one. Yeah, you look at, like, level 1 through 5. Like, I can take 5. Let's start with 1. And I didn't know there was like level 6 through 10 in the second drawer down. I made it to 8 without yelling.
Were you facing the other way or something? You just didn't see what was going on?
You're face down in the bed and like you're peeping over. Like she's holding your, she doesn't want you to see what's in the drawer.
Right. And how much? Wait, you pay, right?
Yeah, I could have spoke up. Yeah, when number 5 is in your aspect, let me talk to a manager right now. That's ridiculous. She was the manager. That was the manager special. There was a $75 manager special on a Sunday.
This place is going to be packed on Sundays from now on. This is completely backfired. Backfired. This is also what happened that day for you. You have a big joke in here yet? You have a couple big jokes? There you go. There goes Joe Kiley, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's do one more bucket full. We've had a lot on today. We've been flying through these interviews, believe it or not. Makes the most of your final bucket full. How about another hand for Heidi, everybody? Your final bucket full of the night. Make some noise for Ramus, everyone. Or Ram. Or Ramus.
Hello. So last time I was here, we was thinking about bags and boxes. Yeah, and I actually worked for a moving company. I was telling Tony that, and one time I was moving this dude, and I thought he had Down syndrome. I'm looking at him weird. He looked at me weird. I don't know, So I'm trying to go off extra sauce. And then he said, I'm at ASU. I grew up in Phoenix. So I'm like, oh, where is that? I did shrooms and some weed, tried this shit. I'm like, I mean, they let people with Down syndrome do that shit? It's not cool. And then at the end of the job, he gave us like $60. So I knew we didn't have downs because I was like, otherwise he would have gave us like Cheez-Its, maybe some jelly beans, like a single marshmallow. But you gotta take it. You can't. It's gonna stick to your fingers, but you gotta take it. You can't not say no, right? Yeah, that's one very big thing. That's sort of it. Yeah.
Take it. 50 seconds from Ramus.
I'll take it. Rabbi, actually.
Rabbi.
Yeah, I think there was something.
Yep. A little space. You left a little space between the line there. That's
That's the wrong name.
no. I did. It's your handwriting. So
I'll take it.
you see that? Can you confirm Ramus?
No.
Separation between the
100% Ram. R-A-M-D. Yeah. Oh, but you're saying.
right, because it doesn't connect.
Yes. I even did Iowa, a capital B.
It's here. Yeah, it's here.
Ram. B. Yeah, but you spell it like lamb.
Yeah.
Ram. It's Ram. The second Ram.
How long you been doing stand-up, Ramby?
I moved here in 2021 and I did about 10 open mics in Wisconsin before that. It's about 4 years. But I had taken some months off because of that shit. You know, I really had my pops passed. I'm just being honest. I have stayed consistent with writing through that. So I've been going for years. I was around about 4 years.
How did Dad die?
Leukemia. He beat it once and then it came back.
Wow. He was leukemia once. Leukemia is your mom's name?
That's what I asked, I guess. She's gonna love that joke.
I love it. So, how do you make money?
I work at a call center internet company, but I can't say it. You know what I'm saying?
You like it?
It works hard.
What are the hours
When I get there, when the hours? 10 to 7.
Okay. Do you have any trouble waking up in the morning?
You know, before this job, I didn't. You know, I was an early riser. But now I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm asleep tonight. Yeah, like, give myself some sleep. What do you do? Like, it's like self-care? Sure.
What do you do at nighttime for fun?
I go do bikes, and then I also play. I dodge cops. But I dodge cops on Red Dead Redemption 2. That's the kind of shit I do.
Have you ever gotten arrested?
Never. Actually, you know what's funny? Is a lot of people get surprised that I've never been to jail. Yeah. And then when they meet me and talk to me longer, they're like, I can do it. But it's just because I've been lucky. Yeah. You ever heard of Saturday Morning?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I was in Arizona, and at the time, about like 22 years old. I don't know. Now I think about it. Maybe I shouldn't say this.
Go ahead.
Fuck it. Fuck it. Let it out. Yeah. Taxes probably get me for this anyway. But he was doing like an ecstasy ring, and my dude that I was living with was doing ecstasy, and every now and then we make a few bucks in the weekend or whatever. And all of a sudden, we saw the dude that we were getting the bills from in the parking lot on the news. And that was, I wasn't wearing the drug deal. That was into my drug dealing days, right there. Yeah. 23 people were in that ecstasy ring. Look it up. It's real shit.
Wow. Yeah. And you were in it, so you didn't get
No. Tony's not incriminating where I am today. Rex, that's just it.
Yeah, Remus. Remus is going to be
Randy.
I love it. What's your love life like, Randy?
I'm talking about this last time. I don't know if you remember, I was back with the bags of boxes, and I sang the song about the girl not calling me back. You know, yeah. So she's still like, I'm chilling, man. I'm really just trying to build my life up and not really worry about that side of my life. You know,
no kids.
My daughter's 21, living her life, doing her thing. Yeah, she's very good, actually.
Okay, great.
College and everything.
How much did you contribute to that child?
I raised her half. I lived in Wisconsin for 20 years, which was very much a sacrifice. Yeah. After growing up in Phoenix, it was like, it's
No. How'd you end up in Wisconsin?
Because her mom was from Wisconsin, so we moved there, and so I stayed there after we broke up to raise her. I lived 50%. Yeah, white.
What did the white parents take to you moving to Wisconsin? Can you give me an example of what that means? These people are cool.
The whole family hates me.
Right. Yeah. But how do you know? Give us an example.
Oh, man, that's rough, man. They might see this.
They might. Yeah. So what's one good little story? You're not naming them. Could be anything.
You ever have somebody look at you like this? Like for way too long? It was constantly that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay.
Even at Thanksgiving, we supposed to have a visit. Hey, listen,
you never said anything disrespectful or anything, though? Nothing in particular, just a look?
No, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Wisconsin was interesting time, I can say that. Yeah. Like I recently went back there and the bar owner looked at me across the bar for a while, like I'm serious, and I just kept looking at him. And I forgot that I tried to fight him about 10 years ago. Yeah. I mean, you know. Well, you live a lot in 47, so if you live a life where you kind of fuck two people, you forget. It's 2 a.m. And he accused me of something I didn't do, so I was extra charged. and he's behind the bar yelling at me, and I'm like, hey, I'll fuck you up type shit. I'm very much
incredible. You're 47 years old. Yeah, you successfully raised a 21-year-old daughter. You avoided getting arrested.
Yeah. I'm a fucking miracle right now, right?
Yeah. What's your secret? What's your secret?
More than 6 months. Right?
Wow.
So I've been a miracle over and over again. All these stats, I'm like LeBron, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm 47 and I'm still going, baby. You know what I'm saying? I really feel that way. Like, I wake up every morning like, you're LeBron.
And then you go to a call center and take calls.
Yeah, I know, I know.
Someone just like get him
Leave it to shame. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I wish I had a drink. They took my drink away. I had lost. They took my drink. That's why I had to sit down. They take your drink? Yeah, I should bring it down the alley. You know what I mean? I would love to do shit. Yeah, we can do a black fist stuff.
There you go. All right, Ramby.
I appreciate that.
You already have a big joke, bud?
No, I got a small one.
Well, guess what, buddy? You're getting in the extra dark edition. Tony joke book. Congratulations to Ramby. Not Ramus at all. It's Ramby. All right. It's been a hell of an episode. The hottest episode in the history of Kill Tony. We went from the 80s to the 70s, back to the 80s, and I'm pleased to report that we are back at 79.9 degrees right now. 50% humidity, a very rare treat. It does not work for comedy at all. But you guys are a bunch of superheroes, and we thank you. Congratulations to you. And for your herodom, you shall be rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the record holder for all-time appearances on the show, all-time interviews on the show, the reigning defending Hall of Famer, the Emperor of ExpressVPN, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, everybody. Austin, I'm so excited to announce to everybody I'm actually about to start auditioning for my first feature-length film. The guy super nice. He actually sent the script to my father back in Memphis, which is weird as shit. It's like, how do you even get his fucking address? But I'm really excited. Ozzy Osbourne died, 30 years ago. I'm doing my first intervention tomorrow, and I've got a ton of anxiety because I just don't know. I don't know what to wear. And that's a true one. Okay, let's keep it moving. It's sad. If you don't want me to join a cult, quit wearing all those groovy clothes in your propaganda videos. And we get free juice. Sign me the fuck up. Free love, no taxes, VIP access to a spaceship heading to heaven, and I get to wear the most stylish fits. Presbyterian Church, take your ass down. Asking for that 10% tithe shit, my coat keeps it. God damn it, I'm in the 7. Presbyterian Church, take your ass down. Asking for that 10% tithe. Shit, my quote was 100% of my assets, and they're going to keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? Have y'all seen the trailer for the new moderate to severe plaque psoriasis commercial? Okay, that's my time. William Montgomery has done it again.
I got the intervention stuff. Yeah, I'm already fucking Notre Dame coaches bullet. My sister's intervention. I just got the hotel in Pittsburgh. Like, you gotta make some shit. So what do you want? Yeah, something cool. You gotta go Tux. You gotta go Tux. Tux is fucking crazy. I know you're doing that. My name's
Yeah, maybe a coat tie. I don't have a tie.
Coat ties are crazy. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna know that coach bullet works. My sister's stuff over there.
Well, too bad. I fucking can't stand Notre Dame, dude. I'm Florida Gators fan. I cannot stand after the whole anti-Teo debacle, y'all. I can't stand Notre Dame.
No. How's that? He was innocent also. Yeah, whatever. You guys are totally irrelevant these days, so whatever. Yeah, good road.
Okay, but
William, this is incredible. This intervention you're doing, is this for a family member, a friend? What are they on?
Are they having a good time or a tired time?
Yeah, I was thinking of tired time.
You're sleeping.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a sleep intervention myself.
Yeah, is that the one with the Notre Dame jersey?
Yep. Notre Dame coach ball.
What was her sister?
She's getting a little sleepy.
She's on drugs and stuff.
Yeah, heroin.
And then, yeah, that was bad. Is that in this situation?
It makes, yeah. Well, are they mean a lot? Now? Have they turned mean when they're not on? I see this stuff a little.
A little bit. Yeah, I can't have over my
That's probably heroin, but there you go.
Yeah.
But it's surprising how quickly they come back. You go, there's that person. Good luck.
Great. Thank you.
What's your speech?
Yeah, can you give us an example?
Stop doing that!
You gotta stop doing that shit, man! Whoa, your motherfucking ass! No! We need you eating Cheddar Bay biscuits again. Like, literally, he's not hungry anymore. He used to go to fucking that place with me all the time. But yeah, we're gonna get him eating Cheddar Bay biscuits again.
Are you saying Cheddar Day?
Cheddar Bay biscuits?
Cheddar Bay.
Yeah, Cheddar Bay biscuits. But yeah, oh my gosh, Tony, this past weekend, just to look at old sets, I watched every single night. I've never done this. And Tony, I wish my heart was melting right now because when I'm doing these jokes, I don't really ever see y'all's reactions to much. We love your reaction. It always made me smile to myself when I could see your ass laughing at some of my jokes. And Red Band, I do have to say, I don't feel horrible about talking about your slutty ass mom. Every single time, it was like probably in 100 cents of mine, I was talking shit about your mom. So I did have a very nice weekend just reminiscing over the times. I'd never gone back and watched them.
Red Band, you brought those crop glasses just for this moment with William? You've been wearing these are real glasses, but you put them on now?
Yeah, I always put them on.
I don't forget. Wait, you never noticed that? Yeah.
No, he's never done that before.
Oh, it's classic Bill Tony. When the glasses come on, you know it's wrapped up.
What do you think about Red Band's glasses, William?
I think they make him look a lot smarter. And I had been worried that he's been looking kind of stupid recently. And I think, thank God, those glasses, they make you look a lot smarter. Red Band, I'm kidding, you look like a homeless kind of person. You look scary with those glasses. I take them off. Are those even prescription glasses, Red Band?
Yes, they are.
They are? How much do they cost? $350. That's a very soon, dumbass. So I was thinking you were going to say something like that. Well, yeah, but Rebbe, you actually do look better. I swear to God, you somehow used to look worse. I think. I mean, you still look okay, getting worse. But
is this the intervention?
Yes, yeah, Red Band, we have to get you about your report, Red Band. We have to get you. I know you've been pulled up there a long time. We know you're fucking super depressed. You've been on VR way longer than normal.
My girl's a stripper at the dollhouse, man. Look good.
That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Incredible. Galactically, as well as such happen. It's not even goes back a state. So once again and again, embedded in all of this is this methodology of the Yochanan Shotlish. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission Avodah Zarah, right? In other words, an actor giving the Nada is Avodah Zarah. The Shaila is, how does he do it? But Yochanan says, it must be what we call active Beto, and Rish Lakish says, even passive Beto works. let's now go back to the say, only from the about let's go back to Shakamero, listen to this. They also see this in the Mishnah later on as well. Sorry. That's it. Oh, sorry, thank you. It's say, what's a time is that? Thank you. What's a time is that? Because Israel, Hara Irasu. So, see, that's in the Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately, again, it's usher. It's usher. So, the Gemara says, if they shake, you don't say, go ahead and add on. Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a kind of image that people worship. The Gemara says, Amai. Why is that? Hashvarim. So we'll say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Rish Lakish. This is the opening asking on Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the idol broke on its own, an apple doesn't look should an idol like that anymore. Again, what's the role of Rish Lakish's object? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? It's not much help to me. You're not much help to me, and therefore again. So what's going on? Because there's no very much more. There's not the only alpha season. So as I said again, what we said yesterday. What's the case? The piece of the hand and the foot is the piece ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a self, almost like a self-substitution is the wrong word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay. Ace, whereas Rabbi Rothschild, only from the back of our Kamshara, which is Hameda, sorry, this was a small disclaimer. And only to have it, keeping the tactile, is only Avodah Zarah, and ultimately again the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Meaning, any Abu can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, we'll say it's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. And no big Kohabim actually so does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. We'll say, isn't that fascinating? Right? So the only Kohabim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry, and Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. So let's say, so am I. To have that bonus function, but why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Yeah, clearly, again, if I change Lakish, even if I do that, should work. On Rabbi Shepascha, what's the case over here? The case over here is where the Israel then did the Obey Kohabim. So what's interesting that the Gemara suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Denting where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. Whereas one second, the people stop. My hobby, Batman, Pascha, Ahapishlo, Pascha, Batla. So that's actually learned that again, if you dent in idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, yeah, but bizarre is better. How do you read the possibility to happen? And that possibility shows up. Ultimately, you're right. If an apple goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if he still dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. So Rabbi says, keep possibility showing up. The book says it's very important to know. So it's like this. In reality, even when Yisrael dents the Avodah Zarah, it goes in again. So they will say, denting is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if he's strong, then it's okay. So what's the issue? So why did Chazal say that it's not going to this? What's the Ella? Xera. What's the Xera? So what's the, here's the issue. In reality, Yisrael has the power of negation, right? Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate an Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. Sit up, let's say just smash it, bend it outwards. That's the problem. Once you sit up, that's an high ball. What does high ball do? High ball acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Zara of the shoe. Once it becomes
Tell us about this new plaque psoriasis commercial. Not many of us have seen it.
What is this nasty looking bitch walking around with all these fucking, like, it looks like she got real sunburn on different parts of her body. That's what plaque psoriasis is. It's like this nasty disease. People get, I don't know if it's sexually transmitted, I don't know how people get it, but it's just this real sickening disease people get. Yeah, I know. So the commercial seems really good. It's just getting more, it's going to give people the pills.
Have you, let's go back to the intervention for a second. Have you planned this speech for this? Have you written this?
I'm starting to write something.
Please have to finish it.
Don't do it. Don't read like that. Yeah.
So I shouldn't read. Yeah, what do you think? Do I go from the heart?
Do it brand new. I would, go from the heart. You read it. You better kill it. It's like everybody reads like it's the best man speech. I sat in the room and everyone was like, I'm a little nervous. It's about her.
Okay, let it flow.
Oh, thank you to the fucking horrible person that belch right there. We're talking about a friend of mine who's quite literally dying. And I hear this monster word. That was you? Nice homosexual couple right here. But you're working on his dick.
It's amazing how you do that. It makes the whole place light up all crazy.
Tony, I am stinking tonight. This is weird. I swear I think they did the formulation of Old Spice deodorant different. It's sort of stinking. It's never happened before. I've never stunk like this.
This is a new thing. Have you changed your diet at all?
I just Metamucil out the frame. I'm up to 4 cups of it a day, and I did shit twice today, which is great because I did go a span of time of 3 days this past week without shit. And I'm doing so much row. I'm at 720 miles on the row machine since January, so I just feel like my body's actually really using all the bananas and the stuff I'm eating is going straight to my muscles. It's what my gas is. So that's why I'm not doing it, because all the peanut butter crackers, fucking bananas and shit go straight to my muscles. So.
What else goes straight to your muscles? Give us some examples of things that go straight to your muscles.
I mean, you know I'm drinking a fucking protein shake with scoop. Oh, God. But no, weirdly enough, a lot of jelly beans. I think a lot of these sports people say, go down on the sugar. No, jelly beans are good. The popcorn, the butter popcorn, jelly beans, I'm all up in those right now, Tony. And I'm going to bring something to you. You feel like everybody loves it.
Yeah, get them hooked on something. Yeah, I think that's good.
Try these jelly beans.
But I gotta tell you, a lot of heroin people, they're gonna go straight to candy as soon as they get done. He's going right to those jelly beans.
Yeah.
If it's heroin.
Is it heroin? Is that the main drug of the person getting the intervention?
Yeah, most.
Other than heroin and other stuff. Oh, yeah, it's not for an intervention.
I've never heard you use the word cornucopia before, William. Are there any other new words in your vocabulary this week that you're excited about? Just a little
license.
Whoa. Right. Didn't even activate the lights. You got SAG awards on that one. Sometimes you're not passionate about it. You get barely a drum SAG awards. Barely anything.
Assessor.
You should do polysubstance drug user. Polysubstance drug user.
Polysubstance drug user. Polysubstance drug user.
This is a hard one, Tony. I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm really screwing up on this one. I can't.
You can say anything. Honestly, the ones that you don't really know that aren't that exciting are kind of funnier than the crazy ones. The new word this week, Montgomery. In here, could be anything in the world.
I gotta tell you, it's impossible. I'm trying to think wrong. I can't think of one word. Wyoming.
What's the one thing that you're hoping at the end of this intervention tomorrow? What's the one thing that you're hoping that the person that you're giving the intervention to will not say? I never gonna stop using drugs! That's William Montgomery. It's been the hottest episode of Plutonian history. We were able to get it down to 79.2 degrees. Guys, the Charlie Brian J. vote is in. How loud can you guys get for our guests tonight? Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker, everybody. You did it. Brought to you by ExpressVPN. Tire Season 2. Matt and Shane's Secret Pod on Spotify, everywhere else. Anything else you guys want to plug or anything? Matt?
I'll be in Atlantic City August 16th.
Hell yeah. The Kill Tony? Yeah. Thank you, Matt McCusker and Shane Gillis. The band will be at Blue Note in New York City the Monday after Madison Square Garden, 818-818. You got it. This episode brought to you by ExpressVPN. One more time for the best damn band in the land, and our guests Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker. And man,
check out the Secret Show every Thursday, Sunset Strip, ATX.com. Love you guys.
We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Find the whole Zara, you can grind it up and scan it to the wind. Oh, my go ahead and throw it into the sea. So we're going to see this is talking about you can find that whole Zara now. So what do you do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. You know what it says on the road, how keen has to sell it and you can't do it.
Look at how the man check it shit out of
fertilizer. So this is what it says. We said, go to the truck, you have to you're not getting into the buses. Plus, it says you can't retain any part of our design for your own use. But I think it's once again an exploration of Shmanai. They have a capitalist accomplishment never made in the home, but once again, why? Even if the boat door breaks on its own, ultimately again it's decommissioned. In this case,
look at that and check it shit out of it off his money and it's fucked for it.
Does act as a fertilizer. It's not a local selling fertilizer. Which they was talking about me. Keep it up. Once again, the book said we keep all roads keep leading back to Rubber. Ultimately, it will decommissioning. We ripped it up first, acquired it, and what
Shema, Yisrael, Adonai, Eloheinu, Adonai, Yahshua. Friction, Pegma, Pillar,
that's what's always considered idolatrous. So after this, you go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, something only goes on the something is all possible. Wonder, if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or did Apu? It's wonder, so on the other hand, that's how Esau's also, but if Esau was going to cut off the head, it's also, Gott sei Dank, die habe ich auch das Gefahren Stangen now. Watch it, it's any different. There was a second. So I should be any different than in case ultimately again the whole design that grows on its own. After having to do that, once again, if you notice this, you're concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rama. So we'll say, essentially, we need to see the people here. We don't want Jews to follow them on the start on. Even with the conditioning element, we just want choose to stay away from idolatries. If a chazal will not get to the point that even if we can issue that a Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. They stay, Rabbi Yossi over at Rabbi Rothschild. He was a shaman, the nation of the no Sharon's behind. It was an interesting case of the So this halacha makes the following case. We're going to see this also always on Mishnah, so see later on. Halacha is